Hello and welcome everyone to the International Wildcard Qualifier Grand Finals as Oceania's the Chiefs are set to take on Southeast Asia's Bangkok Titans. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Zach Pie. So we're going to start to get into what should be a very eventful best of five.
Well, I've no doubt this is going to be an eventful best of five. Both of these teams, we'll call them bloodthirsty, more so the Bangkok Titans Certainly. To a greater extent. But there is going to be action across the board. And one best of five is all it takes, Pastry, and one of these teams is in Worlds.
That's true. The World Championships on the line here for the qualifier. The favorites, Dark Passage, couldn't make it here to the finals. Detonation Focus Me from Japan, huge surprise and upset from them, and a great performance by both those teams. But Bangkok Titans, they won their last game. They earned the right to be here, and the Chiefs, they managed to clinch it, I think, about halfway through yesterday. So both these teams fighting towards the very end, and we're left with two very good-looking teams.
Exactly right. And Detonation Focus Me, they looked fantastic. The tournament itself, all four teams that have been here, they looked really close together. So at the end of the day, it could have been anyone in the finals, but the Chiefs, they earned their spot. And Bangkok Titans in the last game of yesterday secured theirs also.
They fought for it, which is exactly what we expect from that team. But let's take a closer look now at these two. And honestly, I'm going to start in the top lane. We've seen a lot of AD carry focus, a lot of mid lane focus for these teams, but both Swiper and Warlock, for different reasons, have been very big for their squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't really favor Warlock in terms of the stats. Swiper does look better across the board, but you do have to keep in mind that Warlock's getting a lot of focus from every member of the opposition team. They're trying to keep him down. He had the highest KDA in his league, and then he comes into this one. He's got the highest of his team, but that's not even comparable to the second highest on the Chiefs.
Yes, Swiper's been looking good, playing very solid, great teleports, lots of good setups. Not quite the same carries that we've seen in play regionally in the finals, but still a lot of work on the Maokai, and especially that Shen.
Yeah, definitely. When he gets the Shen, it's very scary. They banned it from him in the second game that they played against each other, because in the first, he went something like 6-1-3. Absurd levels of good on that champion. Swiper can make things happen, but as you said, he hasn't really played the carry champions that we're used to seeing him in his regional games. And Warlock just doesn't feel like himself. Maybe it is the pressure from all of the other laners coming to address him. But both top laners, they just don't feel like they're at optimal levels right now.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. But remember with Warlock, he's eating a lot of bans there as well. His Nar's been almost perma-banned, I think, throughout the tournament. He's still the same very solid front-running initiator that the team needs. And there's the reason. He's their leader. He's their captain. If they're going to have a win here in the best of five, they need to rally behind Warlock's big champions.
Certainly. And of course, there's many more members on that side that they want to get behind and actually get the ball rolling for them, because there's snowball threats in every lane.
There certainly is. And let's have a look at one of those lanes. And it's AD carry they want to have a look at. Both Lloyd and Raider have had great tournaments so far, but it's nothing except this Lucian. Lloyd has looked unstoppable on the champion, and Raider hasn't played it yet, but he's got a great history with it as well.
Yeah, so there's the Cogmore, the Callista, everything Bangkok Titans can make work, but when it's Lucian, when Lloyd is on his aggressive self, because he is one of the more aggressive laners that you will see play period, ever.
Yeah.
He's just that aggressive, and putting him on a champion like Lucian can unlock the capabilities of his laning phase. It brings the jungle pressure down from 007, and they just seem to work around having a Lucian on the team far better than any other champion. To contrast that, Raider, well and truly capable of playing that champion, look to see that as a hotly contested pick between the two. The KDA reflects it.
Yeah, and it's just not that popular a champion in the meta, but Raider's stats traditionally have been good. He loves the champion. He did go to it quite a few times in the OPL season, and Lloyd's just been an absolute monster. 10 KDA is absurd on a champion like Lucian. Pulled it out in the final game where they had to win to get to the finals against Japan's Detonation Focus Me, and it might even see a ban. That's how good Lloyd's looked.
Yeah, honestly, I do feel like that champion's going to be very important for the Bangkok Titans. Whether he gets it or not is the question to ask, because he feels like an entirely different carry when he's on Lucian.
And the carries have been very important. Lloyd's been integral to team's consistency. Raider has arguably been the best looking player on his team at the tournament, has had an excellent time holding hands with Ejim in the bottom lane. But honestly, for me, when I look at Bangkok Titans in particular, I have to look to the mid lane. Both Swiffer and G4 have looked unstoppable.
Yeah, and while you look at Raider for the Chiefs, the second member, he was the big carry in their first split when Raider stepped up in the second. He's always got the capabilities to go massive for his team, but G4, as you mentioned, the primary carry for the Bangkok Titans, loves the assassin champions, and just goes ham.
He's a nutcase. He plays so many different champions. The man goes crazy. We talked about it. He can play control mages. We've seen Orianna. We've seen Lulu before. Even Victor's something that he's played. But sometimes he just prefers the Assassins, and we can definitely see why from what he's played so far.
Yeah, we've got the stats for G4 as well coming up here. He's played 6 games in this tournament. 5 of them have been on unique champions, and most of those, keep in mind, are on Assassins. So when you look at how he actually plays to effectiveness, the 2 losses were the Varus and the Aurelia. The victories, Assassins.
Yeah, lots of Assassins and comfort picks as well for G4. Varus, a fine game there. Diana's been good for him, though. I liked the Aurelia pick, even though it didn't work out. It's very bloodthirsty. But Ari, which is a big signature pick, and Zed, which is the trademark pick for this player. G4, like you can see there, looking unbannable. He's got such a deep champion pool.
Exactly. Unbannable's the best thing to ask. Can he be banned out? Maybe you focus one champion, get rid of the Diana, but there's so many fallbacks. And I think between both of these mid laners, there is one champion that stands out far more than the rest.
It's interesting because it is Ari. It has to be.
Exactly right. I mean, look at the scores that he's had.
Yep.
There's no way it's not Ari.
Pretty
G4,
good.
he had only one game, but he still performed very well on this champion. To contrast it, though, look at that KDA. Of course, that's a total KDA.
Yeah, that's not bad at all as far as the KDA goes here. Swiffer's Ari, it's always been a big pick for him, but for me, I think it is definitely hotly contested for these mid laners. And maybe more importantly, Swiffer, who had a couple of lukewarm games, I want to say, on Victor, as soon as he got back on comfort like Ari, it just looked like the Swiffer we know and love.
Oh, completely. When he was playing Victor, he was playing a role in his team. But when he can assassinate people, when he looks like he's the primary threat of the team, it throws back to old school Chiefs style where they just want to take people down. They let him go and he gets completely unlocked. Keep in mind that whilst Ari is the contested pick between these 2 mid laners, Swiffer's also got a track record of playing Fizz and Diana. So it's not that he's limited to one champion, but from what we've seen in this tournament in the past 2 days, when he gets Ari, it goes crazy.
And just in general, it makes sense. Ari's a very comfortable champion. She's very safe in almost any matchup you can think of, especially when control meters are running about. She does have decent wave clear, so you can just kind of run it and be like, all right, you're playing Victor, enjoy your mid game. I'm going to be all early game.
And most importantly, something that is overlooked a fair bit about Ari is her passive. The sustain that she gets from throwing out spells constantly is a way to keep up with control mages in laning phase, whereas other champions like Zed tend to flounder a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly do, but we've had a lot of fun all weekend long watching all these teams, and we've been checking in with the Oceanic hype train here and there, so let's have a quick check-in before we move into the series. Still on the rails. I mean, the clinch finals yesterday looked a bit wobbly after Dark Passage absolutely thrashed them, let's be honest, but still there, still good.
Yeah, thankfully back on the rails. It's smooth sailing for now, but you never know where it's going to go from here on in this best of 5 series. Something that's worth noting is a best of 5 series is its own game in and of itself. The 2 games they played earlier is a bit of insight into what's to come in this. But this is new playing field.
It certainly is. Everything is on the line now. So let's kick off game 1 of our best of 5. We're going to get into the Custard to get us started.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IWCQ Caster Desk. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Ryan Frosker and more up the end there, and Jake Spawn Tiberi. I cannot wait to get in this game. And if the last game last night told us anything, it's going to be action-packed.
Yeah, it certainly should be. You stole my wonderful. I'm so mad at you. But in all seriousness, this is going to be a huge game because the Chiefs, twice now, they've bested the Bangkok Titans. But the Bangkok Titans, they look like they were trying to hide things at the start of the tournament. And then when it got to the serious business, we got like Zeds, Lucians, like the full wrecking ball came out. And they looked very impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad that you kind of brought up the comfort pick level. So like you said, even Dark Passage, we're kind of waiting to see their final form. Unfortunately, they won't be joining us in the finals, but we saw it at the very end as the Chiefs exited on that match. But just the comfort picks coming out, the Zed, the Diana, things like that. So Bangkok Titans definitely on their momentum building up into this match. Curious if the Chiefs are going to be able to reset their mentality after the thrashing that they took from Dark Passage going into this best of 5.
Yeah, and we have to mention that loss, and I think they can. The biggest reason is because when you lose something like that in the early game, it's very easy to just talk that through and be like, well, we just won't do it again. Whereas if you lose on skill matchups, I'm looking at the way Detonation Focus Me lost in the very late game, that's a shattering victory because you're like, we actually couldn't really do much without full-on engaging because our team comp was just a little bit wrong. So hopefully the Chiefs have brushed it off. Bangkok Titans need to stick it in. You think in the first game if they really want to keep them on the ropes and keep them reeling, and we'll see whether they're able to make it work.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do. And what I want to talk about here is the picks as well. The fact that, Ari going to be a massively contested option here. A champion that we haven't necessarily seen hitting the regular ban list spot very often. But G4 played the champion. Of course, we mentioned the guys out there talking about it. And do you think there are going to be other interesting champions that might hit the ban list this time around? Frosker?
I mean, the big hotly contested ban is obviously Kalista, and we've seen it banned from blue side as well as from purple side. And the blue side, now, anytime you see Kalista banned from the blue side, it's because they want a different priority pick. So that's what that means. It's not a wobbly draft phase. It's saying, we don't want Kalista, we want something like Shin, something like Rek'Sai, Gragas, limiting different champion pools across the board. So watch for that, and I think that's probably the most interesting thing that's developed over the course of the tournament, is what champion people are prioritizing. And Shin, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Kalista are kind of the big four that are 100% pick or ban.
Yeah, I also think the danger of first picking Kalista is Warlock is such a good Gnar as well as Maokai player, and it just opens him up to be able to play those champions to much better effect. So would be surprised if the Chiefs did want to leave it up and first pick it, and if they do leave it up and it goes to the next round, Moss and Lloyd go just Kalista Thresh and destroy you. So wouldn't be surprised to see it get taken away.
It's a very good point. But we are in a champion select, ladies and gentlemen. Gnar and Diana banned away from the Chiefs so far, and Kalista Braum hitting the bench. So not going to make the Kalista mistake one more time.
And I want to talk about an adaptation that I think we're going to see out of the Chiefs. Swipe has been playing a lot of tanks. Like, a lot of tanks. He got one Hecarim game against Detonation Focus Me. It didn't work out. And they said, let's just secure this with a tanky top laner. I don't think that's the case. When they play best of fives, this is something they've done every single time they go into best of fives. They like to be able to mix it up, especially for game one, and throw the curveball. And I actually expect it to come out with a couple of the tank bans there.
Well, Alistair is going to be taken away. Thresh was left up. That does look like an option here. Ejim has been making fantastic things happen on that champion, and Moss as well. It's almost like you have to get rid of that option for Moss because he's so frightening.
But this adaptation is wonderful in the draft phase. The fact that Braum was banned very early from the Bangkok Titans, so the response for the Chiefs is to last ban Alistar and then priority pick up Thresh. Think about how far down into the support champion pool. We're probably going to see Moss end up on Nautilus, but really limiting that.
And wow, that's interesting out of Bangkok Titans. Two heavy engaged champions in the form of a AD carry and a top laner.
We're all shocked.
Oh my goodness, are Bangkok Titans trying to fight?
No, the reason I'm actually really surprised about it is that is completely disregarding Swiper's champion pool. This is what Swiper did against Elwind.
To take the counter pick into the Maokai matchup.
Yeah, because they've taken away the two tanks, so he has no choice to do it. And there's just so many good counter picks into that top lane.
Oh my
Have a look.
goodness.
Like
Speaking
Fizz.
of which, and this is something that I want to talk about, the fact that Swiper hasn't picked up the Fizz just yet. We saw it in the OPL final. If anyone watched it, his Fizz was destroying people. Fantastic pick. Picked up a quadra kill, I believe, in about game 3, but man, Swiffer can play it as well. They can flex that champion, and the Elise for Spooks, it's comfort all over for the Chiefs right now.
And we've talked about multiple times how Elise really changes the fundamental dynamics of the Chiefs, their aggression or their caution in the jungle, and Spooks likes to go hard on this champion.
He certainly does, likes to invade, likes to be very proactive, is I think the best way we can say it. He's a nice calm jungler if he's on something like the Gragas Rek'Sai, very heavy on vision control and just playing his role for the team. Throws caution to the wind, however, when he is able to grab the Elise, and hopefully we get another bloodthirsty game.
Please, do it, 007.
Do it, 007X. Grab the Rengar. Looks like it could potentially be that support cannon as well for Moss. Of course, we took down sort of what his comfort champions were, and they've all been banned away or picked up here on the side of Chiefs. So might be bringing that one out instead.
And something that should be noticed about Moss is he is known as playing kind of irregular support champions. That's the word, unorthodox. He has pulled out a Gragas support before, so Kinnan support, I mean, it's not super fringe, but it definitely is in the realm of possibilities for this player.
Yeah, the Gragas support was actually in the last IWC against Detonation Focus Me, and you know, it definitely was not a disrespectful pick because he played it fantastically.
Oh my
and
goodness.
wow, that is just...
Hey, weren't we just talking about
Isn't this the quintessential Chiefs team comp right now?
This is a triple threat with a lot of pick potential coming out of the Chiefs, and that's damage every role.
Big thing, though, I think to underline is comfort, comfort, comfort.
Yeah, this is what they're known for. Every single one of these champions speaks to this player. That's what they are.
They're the highest, with the exception of Ari. He played more Azir games, I think, this time around. But of all time, nearly, I'm going to say that is nearly the Chiefs' highest played role of all time.
But on the other side, it does open up a counter pick potential for G4, so he knows that he's going into the Ahri, and we know that he's very comfortable. I was going to say Zed, but he's now hovering the Yasuo.
Yeah, so I like that you mentioned Zed. Zed actually wins this matchup, in my opinion, but Yasuo is a whole nother kettle of fish. All of a sudden, pick a little bit more difficult because you have to take into account the win wall.
Yeah, I think it's in a direct response, like you said, the pick, the fact that you're competing against Ari Charm as well as Thresh Death Sentence, a lot of non-committal CC, you got the Cocoon on top of that. So the Wind Wall is going to do wonders in at least resetting one of those scary situations.
But the one thing I do want to point out is if there is ever a point of the game where Yasuo is weak, it's levels 1 and 2. And if Ejim is able to roam into that lane, that is a very bad situation from G4. We've seen it every game. Going to go out on a limb and say it's probably going to happen game 1 as well.
Potentially.
And yeah, that's just not great news for G4, but he has got the exhaust.
Yeah, pick that one up instead. Of course, the Wife Steal bottom lane now for the Chiefs as well as we see this one here. And into the Sivir Kennen.
Yeah, don't really care about the bottom lane. The other thing I want to hit on with the Yasuo is the fact that Fizz is really good against Yasuo, especially late game. And because top lane Fizz doesn't really rely on hitting the skill shots as much like the Playful Trickster, there's not as much outplay potential because he's just going to auto-attack you to death. So expect the Chiefs, if they do go into split push mode early, give the red buff actually over to the Fizz, and then he'll just chase the Yasuo down.
Yeah, Windwall does not block a Fizz. It blocks projectiles. Does make a fair bit of sense there, but we are going to see what they are going to bring.
What is going on over there?
I'm just thinking, like, Urchin Strike, he looks like a projectile, but he's not going to get blocked.
But you could hear the thought process in your tone, like as it was all, the cogs are turning.
What thought process, guys? It doesn't happen
The
a lot.
Wind Wall doesn't block the Fizz.
Yep, cool. But we are going to have a pause to open up the game. This is going to allow me to unscramble my brain, which is quite handy.
So I want to talk about win conditions. We've talked a little bit about the comps, so I want to talk about the teams and their identities about how they play. Now, to me, coming into this matchup, this is strategy versus power. And I think that's probably the most simplistic way to talk about this because obviously the Chiefs have shown that they're well coordinated for their 5v5, their skirmish. Likewise, we've seen some incredible split pushing from the Bangkok Titans, so they both have their strengths in micro and macro. But just to simplify this is the Bangkok Titans, the powerhouse team, the 5v5 teaming. If it's chaos, if it's skirmishing, they will come out on top. And the Chiefs, probably the strongest macro-oriented performance that we've seen throughout the tournament has come from them. So to me, this is almost brains versus brawn.
And it was against the Bangkok Titans. That's why I think that this matchup weighs a little bit more on the Bangkok Titans' mind until game 1 is over. And then I think we can go back to a clean slate because the Chiefs beat them in both regard. They beat them with the Callista pick, which is their brute force team comp.
And
Bangkok Titans were, and then they beat them with the TF, where they were just everywhere on the map. So Bangkok Titans, I like what they've gone with here. It's heavy engage. It's a lot of tools on every member. In fact, it's weird. Their mid laner probably has the least tools. He's got a knock up and some high damage. But like you're looking at Kennen, you're looking at the Rek'Sai as well as Maokai. They can just be everywhere on the map and start things off nice and early. So we'll see whether the Bangkok Titans are able to use those tools to get ahead and then from there start forcing team fights. Because if the Chiefs get ahead, they control vision, you have to walk into them, all kinds of bad things happen.
All right, specifically on the vision, just because it's such a heavy poke composition, I can't not emphasize this enough. If the Chiefs ever get ahead with their famous triangle vision, walking into a charm, into a cocoon, into the death sentence, it's perfect performance.
Yeah, and it's just the amount of control of an area they have with the fish, with the box. You just can't chase through the jungle against this lineup. But in the same regard, Bangkok Titans, if they get ahead, can execute the exact same manner.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that if a lot of these skill shots get thrown out at the same time, Windwall blocks all of them, they have the perfect response to get straight on top of the Chiefs lineup. They just press the go button, the donkey whistle from Sivir.
If the Chiefs throw 4 projectiles into a Windwall, they deserve to lose the set.
Well, look, they probably will then too. So it makes a bit of sense. I'm just throwing out what the Bangkok Titans can do here against the Chiefs in order to answer the aggression.
A lot of these teams have had issues with walls and other various terrains,
they certainly have.
Well, no, that's champion-created terrain. It's a very different story.
Okay.
I have a feeling they'll have that one nailed.
Jarvan, Braum, Azir, Yasuo comp is just deadly in the IWCQ.
This is everything just creates a wall and no one's going to be able to get around it.
Yeah, you'd be wrecked, every single one. But Braum, thankfully, is banned and Azir wasn't picked up, so...
And that's actually something that we have to talk about. You know, the absence of Azir in the whole IWCQ tournament has been weird.
Naru played it once.
There's really good Azir players in the tournament. It's not like these players don't play Azir, but for whatever reason, just completely bypassing this champion. It's been all about the assassins, and I feel like players are going back to their mechanical ceiling versus maybe some more macro-oriented gameplay.
That's a very good point, but we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 1 of the IWCQ Grand Final. Chiefs taking on the Bangkok Titans. And G4 bringing out another assassin, the Yasuo here. And that means that he's only played one champion more than once, and that's Diana.
Which, of course, was banned this game.
Yeah, which you won't get ever again, because the guy's a monster on it. Unless the Chiefs want to first pick it, which is dangerous, you probably don't want to give G4 that champion.
That said, it does look like we have a 5-point setting up from both teams, and what a 5-point is it just means that all 5 members of the team are covering the various entrances. It's kind of like a safety net or the option play of League of Legends, because you can respond in kind.
That cash money.
Like that.
Moss making bank there. Does get a good ward over the top of the red buff, which means that the Chiefs, if they do go for their cheeky lane swap, will give away which side of the jungle they are starting on. And it looks like right now, Bangkok Titans want bottom side presence.
I was actually really curious if the Chiefs were going to pull the trigger on an initial lane swap in Game 1, but I think this is actually fairly smart. For Game 1, the opening set, just take the 2v2, get a very powerful lane in the Lifesteal Thresh Lucian, and try to just brute force out the Bangkok Titans.
Completely agree. I think if it had been anything else, if they had the Sivir, it definitely would have been a lane swap, but when you look at how strong Thresh Lucian is, especially at levels 1 and 2 with empowered Flay auto attack and the Light Slinger passive that does come out of Lucian, it's just going to be very hard for the Sivir to get anything done.
What's really important about the bottom lane, pretty much any lane, but especially a Sivir lane, is how you control the creep wave. And because her support is Kennen, if they ever get the push onto Lucian and Thresh, it's pretty much just free cooldowns and poke from Kennen, since he's an energy-based champion as opposed to a mana-based champion.
Yeah, and I actually really love the standard lanes for the sort of the mental reasons. The fact that if you come out of this game, you know that if you've won in standard lanes, then the onus isn't on you to go for any sort of lane swap, any sort of mix-up. And they get to feel each other out here in the early stage of the game.
But because Rek'Sai smited the Gromp for his team, they were able to take the Gromp much earlier than the Krugs from the Chiefs, and now the push starts on Bangkok Titan's side, and Moss trying to get aggressive.
It's actually a really good adaptation from the Bangkok Titans in response to seeing the Lucian Thresh lane.
I actually think you should just do it every time with Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai jungles so quickly without any health.
The breakdancing.
Yeah. Just be able to get any advantage for your lanes that you can if you are a Rek'Sai, and that starts with not taking your first jungle camp.
Specifically Rek'Sai on 007 as well. Not only does it empower his counter jungling habits just because of how quickly Rek'Sai can clear through her own jungle, but the invade potential from Rek'Sai with her Tremor Sense. I feel like this is just the perfect stylistic champion for 007.
A level 3 hit by the Bangkok Titans here in the bottom lane. G4 misses the Steel Tempest. Swift going to auto attack him. Doing too much.
Sends a message.
Yeah, right, it does. Ejim hit by a shuriken there as Spooks is considering a gank.
So they know where the ward is. They back away. He is still going to commit, however.
Sivir is level 3, does have Spell Shield. I feel like this is the calm before the storm.
Being thrown out, not going to find Moss.
So far, the map's actually a very calm place. As you would expect, Bangkok Titans shoving up their lanes as much as possible, trying to encourage that invade-heavy style to come out of 007X. He probably has flashbacks of Game Point 5, where Elise was picked up and it didn't really work out to his advantage. But so far, Bangkok Titans not really changing much up.
And just to expand what Spawn is talking about, because they force all of their lanes into the tower, it locks down the Chiefs members on their own towers, which opens up space for 007 to run into the enemy jungle, and just means his laners can get there first. So if anything should happen, he's got backup.
Well, Ejim's going to get stunned here by the passive from Moss. Nice boomerang for the double tap onto the Thresh, who's now down to about 300 health.
You saw Ejim's face there. He was not happy with how that went. Now 007X in the bottom lane. They need to be careful.
Yeah, Death Sentence onto Moss. Able to get some damage back. His ready. The heal comes down, but first blood goes to 007X. This is the aggression we were talking about from the Bangkok Titans.
We certainly is, and that's 007X winning the lane twice for his team. First he gives over the Gromp, then he comes down for a nice gank. Make sure he's the one that takes the initial turret shot because he was never in danger of dying, and all of a sudden that bottom lane, which should be going heavily in the Chiefs' favor because of the champion picks, they're 10 CS down and give up the first kill.
Just textbook maneuver from the Bangkok Titans. Again, every single lane is pushed forward, whittling down the Chiefs members and opening up 007 to be the playmaker.
Yeah, and this is something that I was really surprised about. 007X really impressed me with how he played last IWC, and this time hasn't had a horrible tournament by any standards, but just hasn't been his aggressive self, and starting off game one the right way definitely is good for the C region, because when he gets rolling, he is very annoying to deal with.
But this is naturally the gamble that comes out of the Chiefs. You know, you understand that you can fall back to your macro-oriented self. You could look for a lane swap. You could try to beat the Bangkok Titans around the map. But this time around, trying to get the superior 1v1s and brute force the Bangkok Titans down, this time around, kind of biting them in the ass.
Just a little bit. Spooks considering a gank on the top side of the map. Krugs are being taken by 007X, so he's in the area if anything should happen. But decent vision from the Chiefs as well up the river means that they know that no mid lane is following at this point.
This is actually a good counter gank from both people. They go in.
Yeah, there's the fish onto Warlock. He's in a lot of trouble now. Down to about 100 health. Playful Trickster comes in. Swiper grabs the kill in the top lane, but 007X, he's very strong. Swiper needs to be careful. One more auto attack will do it. The Burrows there. Pre-Seeker nets in the kill. Spooks can't go back in.
Yeah, and I want to see, was that actually the Fizz that got the first kill?
I was just about to ask.
Yeah, so it is. So huge advantage actually for the top laner of the Chiefs, because if anyone can snowball a lane, it is going to be the Fizz, but good answer back out of Bangkok Titans. More action in the bottom.
Yeah, Moss takes a whole bunch of damage, but just zoning the Chiefs away so Lloyd can get farm. 52 to 46.
But they're pulling the aggression because they have advantage of the lane and they know where Spooks is. Because he showed himself in the top lane, immediately Lloyd and Moss pull the trigger and rush towards Raydeer and Egypt.
Oh, Swiffer, he's going to get ulted here in the mid lane. Charm comes out but doesn't find the target. G4 just backs away.
So this is actually the part of Ari's kit that makes her one of the most preferred mid laners against control mages and assassins. She's actually got sustain built into her passive, and it's overlooked so much of the time, but it means that as long as you have mana, you can kind of stick in these tough situations. But the other side of that is that G4 also has 14 CS advantage.
He is eating through minions right now. So he's just trying to take care of the lane. Goes in aggressive onto G4. 007X is hanging around.
I'm actually surprised 007 isn't deciding to invade right now. The fact that Spooks is locked up in the mid lane and G4 is pressed so far forward, would have thought for sure that he was going to run in and at least drop a ward on that blue buff. But instead, he's actually going to spend some of his well-earned gold. Again, this is a 2-0 Rek'Sai, has the completed Cinderhulk now.
Chiefs continue to get pushed in here on the bottom side of the map. Raydeer able to take down a cannon creep at least. That is definitely important.
Chiefs are getting absolutely destroyed on like multiple fronts right now. Jungler is very far ahead, 2 kills, 10 CS. Mid lane is a whitewash, and he's going for Trinity Force first. Wow, haven't seen that out.
Yeah, typically it's the static Shiv rush out of Yasuo, just because it's going to be a very cost-efficient item, help empower him to clear waves, but more importantly, that crit stat for how it synergizes with his passive. Typically, Trinity Force is seen as the secondary pickup item for Yasuo. So.
Oh, wow. The reverse wind wall stop.
G4 showing that he's no stranger.
Well, in comes Spooks. Top lane once again. The focus here from the Chiefs. Nice
flash
out from Warlock, but is it going to be enough? Spooks down into Spider Form, flashes forward, grabs it with the Venomous Bite, and he'll get out.
Strong gank on top lane for the Chiefs. Unfortunately for the Bangkok Titans, there's 0 response. That said, with so many resources of the Chiefs expended in the top lane, again, Lloyd just pulling the trigger is able to push that far forward, and 007 stealing away the red ball.
Yeah, straight away, just gets aggressive. G4 goes in as well. Swiffer's going to have to ult.
Yep, able to use that ultimate to get out of the way of Moss as he makes his way in. Vengeful Maelstrom was there threatening.
And the Chiefs actually swapped the lanes.
Oh, there's the flash in though. The ultimate comes down and Bangkok Titans rinse and repeat. That was perfect.
What's so key about this is that Moss made the initial attempt on the gank, forced the ultimate out of Swiffer, and then did the reach around for round 2, knowing that the Spirit Rush wasn't available.
And that just means all over the maps right now, 3,000 gold is actually the lead for the Bangkok Titans. Give them the red buff from the Chiefs, give them the dragon as well. And the Chiefs committed to this. They wanted the standard lanes. And this has really, really been a difficult early game for them. You see, there's a CS advantage on the AD carries, a 30 CS advantage in the mid lane.
It's just unfortunate because the Bangkok Titans, they beat them in the 1v1, the 2v2, and now they're technically out macro the Chiefs. I mean, they're trading the objectives fairly. If the Chiefs expend their resources top, they make sure that they get the bottom tower. If the Chiefs take the top tier tower, they make sure that they trade it for the dragon. There's nothing that's going unresponded.
Wasn't even able to grab that red buff either with Spooks. G4 back here in the mid lane, just farming up a storm like you mentioned. Moss not going to be able to steal away the Rift Scuttler, but the Chiefs now just trying to turtle this one up, get themselves into a decent point. Another wind wall backwards. I like it.
Okay, that's actually really interesting. So naturally, the comeback on Ari's Q is going to
Oh,
be.
we already mentioned it.
No, but I haven't noticed him throw it backwards yet. I'm sorry, I'm having my eureka moment. I was like, of course he's just going to block the Ari charm, but he blocks it on the back half because that's where the plus damage comes through.
Oh, they're going in.
That's pretty cute. Swiffer gets knocked up, but the charm's going to refuse the ultimate out of the Yasuo. Descends comes in. Warlock, he's teleported down. Swiper's there as well. Cocoon doesn't find the mark. G4 takes down Swiper. It's a bloodbath already. Spooks trying to get in amongst it. G4 is so incredibly low. There it is. Gets the takedown, but it's 1 for 3 in favor of the bloodthirsty Bangkok Titans.
And this is another example of Chiefs going for early game fights when they do not need to. Culling going to be burnt here to try and clear out the minion wave. Raider's in danger of being dove.
A twisted advance would spell disaster for the Chiefs right here, but meanwhile, in the top lane,
Yeah, that's Sivir just killing everything.
Taking 2 turrets.
for
They
free,
barely-
untraded,
Well, it was not even for free. That was worse. It was like for 3 lives.
of the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't expend anything to get that.
Well, didn't quite work out here for the Chiefs so far. 4,600 gold, now the lead for the Bangkok Titans.
So what happened here is that Swiffer and Ejim thought they could be aggressive, but Moss was there, so the commit comes out. Straight away, Swiper actually gets exhausted, so a lot of his damage is mitigated. He gets ultimated, and Swiffer gets exhausted as well. Double exhaust means that the assassin play out of the Chiefs just not as effective. Spook, sure, he picks up a return kill, but that's 3 for nothing, and the AD carry wasn't even there.
Yeah, the big thing is just for the duration of Fizz's health bar, pretty much either up in the air or exhausted.
Well, Swiffer trying to go aggressive, but Moss
One
waiting
more
to win.
time. And this is kind of what other teams have done the whole tournament long. Cheat their support players towards the mid laners because there are so many assassins, and if you get them behind, it is much more punishing. And Moss has just been much more superior to Ejim this game, you have to say, throughout the laning phase, and now with the mid lane presence, just beating him to the punch.
I mean, but here's the thing. We always expected Ejim to go for that level 2 gank onto the mid lane, and this is actually the first time it hasn't happened.
Well, Moss is going to get Descent. There's the playback as well as the Dark Passage comes in, but they just destroy him. Slicing Maelstrom did some work, but Lloyd has so much damage right now.
So much regret. So much regret on that. Hey, we got a pick. Never mind, I don't want this.
Well, he certainly wouldn't. He's a very dead spider lady.
It's a very far ahead Kenneth.
0-0-6, picked up
Look
his
at his. I was
Seeker's
gonna say,
Arm
look at his itemization. The fact that he has the Seeker's Art Guard. J4. G4 now using his wind wall to zone and secure that tower for his team, but already the Bangkok Titans, 13 minutes into this game, look at how open this map is with all the outers down.
This is a counter pick that G4 was able to secure. Yasuo historically has been one of those riskier champions, but if you can make him work just because of how good the wind wall is in these siege situations, allows them to get the turrets.
Should be noted that he did complete his static shiv as opposed to rushing the Trinity Force, but had an early phase, possibly for some early skirmish power and sticking power.
Yeah.
So-
Also, the health don't want to be blown
Yeah.
up by the assassin if anything does go wrong, and it certainly worked out for him.
Lloyd grabbing a blue buff as well here as G4 does not need it. Cooldown reduction, not exactly the best stat on a Yasuo. Only affects a couple of your abilities. Radiant going to take the Lantern out as G4. Surprise, surprise, some split pushing.
But once again, as soon as that happens, Swiper feels comfortable to move up in the top lane. He's probably the last viable win condition as Moss gets caught.
Time to exploit the support player can Swiffer. Only that Morellonomicon built up yet.
So this now comes down to what's the best objective for the Bangkok Titans. So now that all the outers have fallen, how do you attempt to siege up onto tier 2? So the most immediate objective is going to be that dragon on the 1-minute timer. So what the Bangkok Titans are doing is they're invading the Chiefs' red side jungle, placing down that triangle vision, and then shoving out all of the waves in the mid and bot lane. They have complete control over the bottom side of the map because those outer towers are down. So now it's about waiting that 46 seconds, getting on top of the objective, and trying to snowball from there.
Yeah. In response, the Chiefs just need to isolate the top side of the map. You
Yep.
can see that they've gone with the reverse vision because they feel like if anyone can win a 1v1 right now, it's probably the Fizz. Don't know whether they've got the best faith because that's a pretty tanky Maokai for this stage of the game. But, you know, if it is going to go right anywhere on the map in a team that is already 5,000 gold behind, it will be there.
No, I completely agree. I feel like as 007's actually caught.
Oh, they
Hey,
missed
tunneling.
2 skill shots there.
I was going to say, I feel like the Chiefs can only look for skirmishes right now around the Fizz and the top side of the map. If they look towards a 5v5, they're just too far behind the clock that it would almost be devastation, especially against the Maelstrom ultimate. And
Both Maelstroms.
I was going to say both the Maokai and the Kennen ultimates, that massive AoE damage. So the Chiefs just need to let this go. If they can get an objective in return, that'd be fantastic. But for now, they're just buying themselves time.
The question is it going to be enough? Of course.
Probably not.
Yeah, thinking about the Maokai Yasuo plus the Sivir in the later stages of the game, especially when you've got a Kennen as well who's building his Zhonya's Hourglass as his first fully completed item.
Skirmish potential. That's what the Chiefs need to do right now. Defensively, ward up your own jungle, get control of the vision on your side of the map, and just start standing in bushes. There's still so much pick potential on this composition with the Descendants, with the Cocoon. Again, you cannot look for a 5v5. Look for a 2v2, a 3v3.
Oh, Radiant. He has to know that he's there now.
G4 just says, all right, cheers for the leash.
Trying to snipe it with the end of the Q.
Cute Windwall, going to deny that one for now.
I think he just missed.
Yeah,
I think they both missed.
targeted skill shot. Confusing term,
Mistimed.
potentially. But 25 CS is the lead here for G4 in the mid lane. You can see Swiper only a couple of CS down. Does have his Trinity Force completed now, but bottom lane Radiant doing his very best to collect the farm as it heads toward his tower.
And this is one of the things that we noted about Bangkok Titans is they're great at racing out to this lead and then they slow down a lot. The reason for that is other teams in the GPL, from what we've seen, do like to still contest objectives because they have confidence in their team fighting, and from what I've seen, I can't really blame them because they're such a good team fighting region. But the Chiefs are just going to continue to bleed, and you know, as long as they can keep that vision control that they have up, it's going to be very hard for Bangkok Titans to increase the lead, but they'll still be able to maintain it and become stronger until they can finally die.
No, that's actually a really interesting point. The fact that the Bangkok Titans aren't used to being super proactive about objectives on the map as opposed to fights. Like right now, they're just hunting for the Chiefs.
You can see that they're just taking away the vision control and they're like, eventually someone will fight us. Whereas the Chiefs, they're probably just happy to see the map as much as possible without giving up anything like a Baron, like a base turret, anything else right now. If they can trade it for the right price, they're like, all right, we'll do it.
Well, at the moment, 7,000 gold is approximately the lead here for the Bangkok Titans. Hasn't extended too far, like you were saying. Chiefs doing well, trying to turtle their way out. G4 is going to have his flow procced, but that is about it. We'll see whether he wants to go for a potential dive
He's been
if that
sitting
tornadoes up.
on so much gold. He's had a static shiv and a phage in his back pocket for like the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, he's got 2,200 gold, so he can go back. Hopefully grabs that one outright. Then the fun will well and truly start. Spook's caught though.
Oh, Charm actually lands Spell Shield from
That's
Lloyd's
twice
stop
Spooks
it.
has missed his cocoon, by the way. That's, I'm going to say, nearly inexcusable. Like, the spell shield goes off and it's a choke point. Lloyd lives, and it looks like Bangkok Titans finally able to out-rotate the Chiefs.
Yeah, and that's a really unfortunate situation for the Chiefs because that was pretty much best case scenario for them if they're able to lock down that Sivir, just because the Bangkok Titans are so spread out over the map. Skirmishes.
Radiant able to collect some farm. Bangkok Titans well and truly in the Chiefs jungle at the moment. Death Sentence not going to find anyone here from Ejim as there's the slicing Maelstrom. Moss is in trouble though as Swiffer's going to go aggressive. The ultimate's still there. The fish lands. Swiffer grabs his first kill of the game, and the Chiefs, they get a pick.
And this is an example of what we were talking about and why the Bangkok Titans never really feel secure. 3 members go back, 2 want to invade the blue buff. What happens? The Chiefs get a 5v2, still nearly lose a kill, but in the end, Swiffer able to pick that one up.
Here comes the rest of the Bangkok Titans, though.
Ejim going to get knocked up, but outside of vision here as Ejim flashes over the wall, but it's going to die. That's the ultimate onto Swiper as he gets knocked up. The exhaust is down. Playful Trickster gets him to relative safety, but the flash forward into the Arcane Smash slows him down. Knocked up another time and spiked by G4.
I mean, the unfortunate thing at this stage in the game, that gold deficit that Chiefs have, they can't even fight 5v4.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, Moss, he's still back in base, will run out now. This will probably be the Baron started up unless Spooks gets a miracle steal. This game is looking very hard for the Chiefs to come back from.
No teleport from Swiper as well. G4 is going to eat a cocoon. Not too worried about that one at all. This Baron is going down so incredibly quickly. Bangkok Titans only need about a smite from here as Spooks gets in, but he's going to die.
Where was this Bangkok Titans over the course of the group stage? It's like we're finally seeing their final form. wow, just absolute destruction across the entire lane. Every single lane was won. The jungle was won. Flawless performance from 007.
Yeah, the one area that the Chiefs arguably did pretty well was the Fizz top lane, and that is just a losing lane for Maokai, so you can't even really shout that out too loud. So right now, Chiefs look like they need to look towards second game. It's 10,000 gold and a Baron buff at only 21 minutes in. And you know, they got their comfort picks, but it just hasn't worked out for them.
But it was the standard lanes. I just have a feeling that you need to unlock Ejim in the early game to get Chiefs to a point where they can snowball.
The double-edged sword to that is that you also then unlock Moss. And Moss and Ejim are probably the most bloodthirsty. I mean, look at this guy right now. He's thinking about 1v3 for that red buff as the Kennen support.
And you know, you can say that, but at the same time, Moss, when it did get to where the supports were roaming around the map, beat Ejim like 3 out of 3 times. So game isn't even at the point where Ejim's had the best performance. He's 0-2. He was one of the first kills that went down in the bottom lane and didn't have a great laning experience against Moss. So Moss at this point just getting much more work done.
Swiper jumping around, getting some crits here from his Trinity Force.
The road to this point for the Bangkok Titans, though, showing up to the first international wildcard on a technicality, not having much time to prepare.
Well, the Chiefs actually all in on an engage here as 007X is going to get charmed up. Ejim very, very low as Moss blows the ultimate. Swiffer gets exploded as Warlock grabs the kill. Radiant picks up one on the back end. The support's down. Swiper's here. G4 comes in. Is he going to go for the dive? No, he's not. There it is. The ultimate as he takes down the Lucian. Chum the Waters is there as Swiper trying to get around. G4 falls, but you can see the Chiefs' life bars are so incredibly low.
And once again, probably a best case scenario. That was a 3 for 2. But what Bangkok Titans get off the back end of it, a turret, they're going to be able to move into the bottom lane. Swiper and Ejim probably can't even defend the mid lane. And all of a sudden, Bangkok Titans knocking on the first inhibitor.
They just fell way too far behind way too quickly. So at this point, I feel like, yeah, you gotta look towards the rest of your series. Best of 5, long drawn out series. This strategy didn't work out. The Chiefs, they have multiple versatility. You know, they can play the micro, they can play the macro.
Yeah, and once again, let's take a look at this. They commit super hard, the Chiefs. Radiant doing a lot of damage on the back end, but they don't get 007X. That would have equalized it. Moss with a great ultimate. Puts out so much damage, and Warlock is just a brick at this point of the game. G4 able to get the knock-up off the Arcane Smash, delete Radiant, collects a fish for his trouble. That will mean that he eventually falls down, but Lloyd just does way too much work.
Yeah, the Swiffer relatively untouched at that point as well as Swiffer hanging out in the mid lane. It does need to be very careful as G4 and Moss are here. He's still trying to hold on to this game at the moment.
And this is why blue side became really popular, because you could blind pick control mages. Yep. This game, the Chiefs, they blind pick an assassin, although probably the most magey assassin there is as they look for an engage on Warlock. But G4 punishes them. This is why red side for so long in League of Legends was the contested side of the map, because you could counterpick the mid lane, and that's exactly what's happened. It's unlocked the rest of the map. And now the Chiefs are trying to trade objectives, but Bangkok Titans just pushed way faster.
There's only one minion there, though, so that helps.
They've got a creep wave behind them. It's just a little bit cute, though. Lloyd ate 2 tower shots.
Well, they do take down the inner turret. That's all of them dead as 007X gets hit by double skill shot.
Oh, they got
There's
G4.
the hook onto G4, uses the QSS, turns it around onto Spooks, the repels there, Charm. Not going to find anything as Lloyd with a fantastic spell shield once again. The culling comes down, G4 finds his way on top of Swiper. Everyone is melting on the side of the Chiefs. That looked like Moss with a celebratory ultimate is going to be able to pick up something. I believe it is going to be Swiper who fell, and Ejim now has to deal with Lloyd critting him in the face. That last one was massive.
And that's going to be the game at 25 minutes. Bangkok Titans completely destroy the Chiefs. This is 2 bad performances in a row out of the Oceanic squad. And their micro game just doesn't seem to be on the same level as a very informed Bangkok Titans.
After a 2-0 victory over the Bangkok Titans during the group stage, the Bangkok Titans strike back, and like you said, just pretty much thrash the Chiefs in the first game.
Yeah. And the laning phase as well, in the mid lane especially, The fact that G4 just had Swiffer's number that whole time just looked to put the Chiefs into this position that they're not really used to. They're used to having this mid laner who's in control of his lane and able to take things down, and just wasn't there this game.
Yeah, I'm actually going to blame Spooks for that, like 100%. If you have a support, a jungler invading, and all of a sudden Swiffer is just stuck underneath his turret, that was the style of League of Legends that Bangkok Titans played. They just pushed all the lanes. Bottom lost first, and then it just snowballs the rest of the map, and that's why it's so frustrating being a mid laner, because if you got a Kennen walking into your lane, if you've got a Rek'Sai taking your red buffs and blue buffs, there's nothing Swiffer can do but sit under his turret and ping for help.
And that's the thing, though. When all of those lanes are pushed forward, it opens up the potential of a counter gank or even a gank. So all of the pressure is on Spooks to perform there, and he got his carnivore style of jungler. He got the Elise where he's supposed to be aggressive and unlock the map.
Yep, just wasn't quite able to make it work on the side of the Chiefs, but a huge performance by the Bangkok Titans. Then they were able to ride that momentum that they got against Detonation Focus Me. That was a match last night that got a lot of their kills out. You know, they needed to try and loosen themselves up. I think 67 kills in about 30 minutes is probably enough.
They just stretch it out. No, but the cool thing about the Bangkok Titans, that game in particular, and, you know, we talked about how the definition of this match is kind of like macro versus micro, the power versus strategy. And the Bangkok Titans, you know, more about that 5v5, the chaos, the 3v3. Their macro play in this game, their map movements, when we say macro, that's what we're implying is their warding and their map movements in general, were actually really clean.
Yeah, they won both.
They stalled it out a little bit, I think, in the, I don't want to call it the middle game because this is a 26-minute game.
The middle of this game.
The middle of this game, it was kind of a question of, you know, hunting for the Chiefs. But once they figured out that the Chiefs weren't going to give it up, that they were just kind of giving away all of their objectives, they switched gears immediately, took a very early Baron right as it spawned. So good identification of the Bangkok Titans to their win conditions as it happened.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we talk about all the time. You can criticize teams that are 5,000 gold up at 16 minutes for not doing anything on the map, but there's not really that much to do at 16 minutes in the game. As soon as the 20-minute hit, they just won it. So what a performance out of the Bangkok Titans and the Chiefs. They need to go into their locker room and see if they have something to bounce back with.
Yeah, exactly right. It is a best-of-5 series, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs have a couple more opportunities, but we are going to throw it out to Pastry Time and Rusty for some further analysis.
Thank you very much. And what a first game there from the Bangkok Titans. We expected them to come out swinging after the group stage, but that was a big punch they just threw.
Look, we call them bloodthirsty all the time, but that is just taking it to the next level. That was a complete whitewash of a game. And, I mean, Bangkok Titans, they came out swinging, and they really took down the Chiefs.
Yeah, they looked awesome. There's so much pressure, very crisp ganks, lots of energy, lots of aggression. And despite the picks looking somewhat defensive, even double exhaust there on the team as well, managed to undo a lot of the Chiefs' aggression and hard work. And then as soon as they were able to, they just steamrolled them.
Yeah, it does feel like you look at the draft and base it off the style of the teams. It might have felt like Chiefs had a little bit of an edge there, but the wildcard picks actually played a big factor in that game.
Certainly did there with Bangkok Titans still mixing it up. We have the team comps here as well. Starting the top line there with the Chiefs. You can see lots of comfort, lots of pick. Fizz, Elise, Ari, Lucian, Thresh. This is just textbook Chiefs.
Exactly. It's textbook. It's comfortable. It's what they're very good at playing, but it's also bottlenecked now into being a pick comp because they have to early pick the Elise. They had the Fizz. They've got an Ari and a Thresh. Their one purpose was to make picks, but they're against the side that built defensively. As you mentioned, the double exhaust plays a big factor into that. They can't assassinate people that they're picking because they're exhausted. Their damage is not available to them. So you look at the draft from the Chiefs, it's strong. Keep that in mind. Yep. Very strong. But it also plays into the hands of the Bangkok Titans team. Very, very team fight centric. And the wildcard Yasuo, of course, a very nice pick into the Ari. That's nice. But this one in particular, Moss picking up this Kennen, the reason that this is actually so important is it changes the style of what the Chiefs can do. And honestly, it limited it to 0.
Yep.
Because every single time that these guys tried to make a pick, Kennen was there. The one time it was even under a turret, Spooks hits a cocoon, Spooks dies.
Yep.
You cannot pick this team because there's a wind ball, there's a tank, there's a fed jungler, you've got a Sivir with a spell shield, and someone who will stun you.
Yep, and they got a lead and just managed to snowball it from there. It's great. I mean, Kennen with Sivir, not something we see all that much of, but think about the lane they're up against. Lucian, Thresh, they want to get hyper-aggressive, and you're just getting denied by Kennen, who's actually quite good in lane.
Yeah, so Kennen's a very good laner. He's a big bully and will try and just constantly pester you, keep your health as low as possible. And he's got the Sivir, who's a non-interactive champion, but will control the minions to the point where it's very difficult for a Lucian to put down damage and very difficult for a Thresh to connect with the death sentence.
Yeah, it really did. And let's take a look at our first replay now and just see how the Bangkok Titans got to this point. You can see up 2,000 gold. They've had a strong early game, but things start kicking off here, Rusty.
Yeah, so this is where the double teleport comes into play. Moss is waiting in the wings and Ejim's trying to make things happen. So we'll roll this one out and just keep in mind the teleports come in as G4 connects the Flash and Tornado. It doesn't actually let him use the ultimate because of the charm. They're connected. G4 gets the ultimate here from a Maokai Q. Does this multiple times in the game. Immediately takes down Swiper. Swiffer's very close to follow. And this Bangkok Titans side, they did not look like slowing down because this is a Chiefs side skirmishing against the side that is designed to team comp. But a skirmish with multiple members becomes a team fight.
Yep.
And this is where it plays into the hands of Bangkok Titans.
And we saw, like you said, the double exhaust come up big there onto the big assassins. Maokai's blocking all this damage with his ultimate. Like, the tools are just there to say, if you want to get aggressive, especially if you're behind, we just have everything we need to deal with it.
Exactly, and had all the ways to deal with that. I think the biggest thing to note about both of these teams is that it's macro style of play, which is very high-level strategic movements that don't involve killing champions, just rotating around the map and working towards your advantages against the team fighting team. And the Chiefs, they picked to fight, and they got out-fought.
Yeah, absolutely didn't get to, as we're going to have another replay, and things do not get any better. The Bangkok Titans, they go from strength to strength. This one's quite a bit later into the game, Rusty.
Yeah, and this is something you have to keep mind of, is Yasuo just styles on everybody at this stage. He has got his 2 core items set in stone, the Trinity Force and the Static Shiv in place. And we'll roll this one out. They're trying to secure their blue buff after what was already a pick onto Moss. The cannon's not available, but Ejim dies before he can even think about using that flash. Swiper gets ulted, immediately knocked up, and tries to get away for his troubles. But the biggest thing about this is not only does Swiper go down, they've now got complete control of the map. They're invading the enemy blue buff. They can translate that into a Baron very easily because they've got the damage from an AD mid laner as well as the Sivir, who was really far ahead. And just like that, the game starts to get completely out of control.
And again, the Bangkok Titans, they start aggressive, they get an edge, but it's a very calm play. Invade the blue buff. Your Yasuo is crazy strong with 2 items right now in the mid game. And this is what the Chiefs do to people all the time. So to see adaptations from Bangkok Titans, again, it's the same style, lots of fighting, lots of aggression, but so much more crisp than we've seen. Very impressive for the first game in the best of 5.
It does feel more refined in the way that they're putting it into place, but keep in mind, they're still going for the champions.
Oh, yeah.
They'll never go for an objective if there is a champion within half of the map from where they are.
What are you talking about? I thought those were the objectives, Rusty.
They're glorified minions to G4 and the rest of Bangkok Titans as far as they're concerned.
Well, they're worth a lot of money, and we're going to have a final replay to demonstrate a little bit more of the Bangkok Titans' bloodthirst.
And this is now the desperation moment for the Chiefs. They're 11,000 gold behind. They're trying to make picks and just make things happen for their team. So roll this one through. Swiffer has his say in this fight right now. Uses the ultimate to get in. Radier gets 007X so low, the red buff doesn't pick him up. He manages to get away. Swiffer's already used a lot of his ultimate stack, so Moss can stun him up. Again, the strength of this cannon. And Chiefs, they look like they're okay for the moment, but the Maokai Q one more time gives Yasuo that ultimate. He takes the fish, but doesn't take enough damage from it, honestly. Swiper does well to take the lantern and live here, but they're just so far ahead that any pick is the map.
Yep, and you can see the damage being done there. We've talked about G4's Diana. Good mid-game power spikes can just, when gets ahead, very firmly stays ahead. It's not quite as hard for Yasuo, but that Trinity Force build, a big mid-game spike, and G4 is back to his old tricks again.
Exactly, and you have to question from this particular game, what do the Chiefs change? And I believe they're on the red side, so the most important thing is to not early pick your Ahri mid lane when G4 has assassins to counter you.
Yep, certainly red side looking good there for that counter pick. G4 coming up big with the Yasuo. And with that, after one game down in our best of 5, let's check in back with the hype train, Rusty. Have a funny feeling the old girl's going to need a bit of oil. It is now in trouble.
A little bit of shaky road here for the train. It's not the ideal scenario, but being one game down does not mean that the Chiefs are out of the best of 5. Bangkok Titans, they have started in emphatic fashion, destroyed their opponents, but they can come back in game 2.
They certainly can, but the Bangkok Titans off to a blazingly good start, so let's pop back into the caster desk to get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And when the train is on some rough road,
Yeah.
you know that something's going wrong.
I was going to point that out. First, Rusty went with a ship metaphor with the train in the pre-game. Now we're talking about roads and trains. So I want to get that mad.
Yeah, if a train is either in the ocean or on the road, you've got a train in
No
trouble.
wonder things went so terribly that game.
I know.
We're
He
driving
built our
trains in the
train.
ocean.
Back on the rails, please. Man, well, we'll have to check back with it, see whether the OCE hype train can get back on, because after that game, it's most certainly in trouble.
Yeah, and I want to hit on what Rusty was talking about. All of a sudden, like, blue side doesn't matter in this tournament. In fact, if Chiefs have taken it every single time because they were the higher seed, they might be in a little bit of trouble because counter pick is just incredibly important if assassins are popular.
Well, we raised the question, why isn't Azir being played? And that's the thing. Blue side is strong because you can just pick up that free control
Lulu,
mage. You can get the
Azir.
Lulu, the Victor, the
Ariana.
Azir. But you know what we're playing in this tournament? We're playing assassin. So that empowers red side so much more
And do you
for
know-
the counter pick.
Do you know why assassins aren't played? Because Lulu exists right now. Like, it's
Glitterland.
really confusing me, guys. We've had the conversation, but I would really like to see a composition that empowers another member of the map that isn't the Swiffer mid lane right now. They've gone with the Elise. They've gone with Swift as assassins. Get him on a control mage. Orianna, Lulu, he's been playing them for a very long time. Make sure that you're building up someone else because we've shown that G4, honestly, just seems to be the player of the tournament so far. So why would you try and fight fire with fire? Just put a wall up, do the easy hoon, and just make him kill someone else. Like, stop killing me.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree, especially when you have an AD carry like Radier behind you. I mean, this guy's the all-star of the OPL. He's the best AD carry in the region. Just empower him. Make him go fast.
Exactly
Zippy.
right.
Yeah, you can also continue to have Swiper on the Fizz, keep him on a champion that can do damage, just create more of a utility focus there in the mid lane. Remove that from your list of places to control and move forward. But it sort of makes sense that the Chiefs would be playing there because that's how they've been able to win games during this tournament. We'll just see how agile they are, see whether they can rethink their playstyle, move into something else. And we know that Swiffer can play the control mages, not necessarily just the Victor with the dump of damage. It could be more of the zippies and the command protects and all that sort of stuff.
But
Yeah,
why
it's-
not just dump your damage? Why not just pick Maokai Victor against the Bangkok Titans who you know are going to try to fight you and just have ultimates that just are empowered so much for that massive AoE in that 5v5?
Yeah, you have to
Zyra,
go one or
bring it
two
on.
ways.
No.
So you have to go one of two ways. I completely agree. You either go 100% back to your macro gameplay and just rotate them around
Lane
the map,
swap,
see what you
Tristana,
can get.
Sivir,
Yeah,
Jinx.
just run them around. Like we've seen the Jinx be successful. Or in that sense, you pick something that spikes earlier. Take a really early spiking assassin into the mid lane. I'm talking someone that doesn't need any items, someone that just needs a level 6. Take the Fizz into the mid lane if that's a champion that you want to play, especially on the red side, because right now, Ari, she's great at staying safe, but with the wind wall, her wave clear was destroyed. And honestly, Moss single-handedly won that lane after it was he snowballed it. So it was already won. The CS discrepancy was there, but then the Kennen was just all over the map, making sure that, and it's not the Kennen, it's just Moss himself, making sure that he's helping everyone else out.
Yeah, and the bottom lane was so much further ahead as well. The fact that they got pressured out early on, they had so much help with the Gromp. You mentioned the fact that 007X was moving around his jungle so much more effectively, able to give over that Gromp with the extra smite damage so they could get to lane faster. And that honestly just threw the whole thing out of balance for the Chiefs because they were on the back foot from the word go.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Now, that said, he won't be able to do that this time around because, again, the changing of the map is the changing of the terrains. So they're only going to have the Krugs available to them if they are on the bottom side. But, I mean, you can technically do the same thing, but it's much harder to do with the Krugs just because you're going through too many monsters as opposed to one on the ground.
Yeah, it certainly is. They still slap at you with those dang Krugs, but we'll see whether... I honestly don't even think it's just going to go into 2v2. I don't think the Chiefs have proven that they can win that situation without their Callista. So just don't play to that. And Bangkok Titans, once again, need to see if they can scout it out because cannot speak highly enough of their bottom lane. Lloyd and Moss are just really good in 2v2 situations and have continually taken it to a very good bottom lane duo.
And we talked about the adaptation of the Chiefs in the initial game, banning the Alistar as third ban in response to the Braum ban, and then priority picking the Thresh. So trying to limit Moss's champion pool, and him as a player, pulling out the Kennen support, but being just as impactful as we've seen him be on his signature Thresh. Props to that guy. This has been a fantastic tournament for him.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, I'm actually going to go the opposite way. I'm going to say he wasn't as impactful. And if that game was on Thresh, it would have been even more horrible to watch as an Oceanic player.
I don't know about you, but he just walked into Swiffer's lane. Swiffer blew ult, then just walked all the way
But
around
he had
and
to
killed
wait till
him.
level 6 to do it. Thresh, it would have been level 3, and it just would have been donezo. Moss is a monster.
Well, I mean, Lloyd may have then had a little bit more trouble in the
No,
lane.
he would not.
He's
He
Sivir.
had first blood at level 3. What do you want from this lane?
You don't lane against Sivir, you lane against creeps.
I'm going to let you in on a secret, Max. If you're looking for a positive, do not rewatch game 1.
right.
because they were few and far between
If
for
you're-
the
Not to be
Chiefs.
confused with game 0.5.
Yeah.
If your game
Yeah,
ends
good.
at 20 minutes, 26 minutes, things did not go well.
I'm going to write that down in my notebook.
That's actually professional
26 mins.
professional analytical opinion. If the
Yeah.
game ends at 26 minutes, everything went wrong.
Okay. Unless Chiefs won the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Good.
Get your train on
Okay.
the rails.
Thank goodness we're back on the rails. I found the correct form of transportation for said vehicle, and we're going to be absolutely fine. That being said, the Chiefs, they certainly
They're a
need to
different
do
story.
the same thing. Yes. And look, we'll see whether the bans do change. I'd be excited to see whether that Yasuo it's just banned away.
I
Because
actually-
it was difficult for them to
No.
deal with, and Swift
This
doesn't
guy
play it.
has played 5 unique champions out of 6
Yeah.
games. Yeah, the only champion that he's played twice, and we're talking about G4, is Diana. Like, you don't throw an assassin ban. You're pretty much screwed.
Well, yeah.
You pick something super safe, and you try to beat in different lanes.
Oh, you like the other thing is like Warlock had there was the Shen ban on the Bangkok Titan side, there was a Gnar ban on the Chief side. Just take the Maokai for yourself. Like as much as I think that Swiper is
Maokai.
a really good carry top laner, do you know who shuts down assassins throughout the mid game? Maokai. He just presses W on them, point click CC, knocks them up. All of a sudden, there's another form of knock up removed away from the Yasuo. So like there was definitely things that the Chiefs went for a snowball 3-threat win the map comp, and that's just not how they've won at all throughout this entire competition.
Yeah. So it was comfort picks, but together they didn't necessarily
Well, it's an
work out.
oceanic comfort pick. This is not what works internationally, and we've seen it time and time again.
Well, we'll see what they can do as we move into the next game. And Frosker, what are your sort of predictions for what is going to happen? Because this is going to be the
Oh,
blue side.
I get a
Yeah,
prediction?
you get a
Yeah.
prediction.
Oh,
now. So
okay.
we are into champion select.
Lane
Blue
swap
side, what is going to be the priority pick?
from blue side?
Yep.
Well, if they can get Callista, they
Maokai.
will. I think that's actually a good one, is Maokai. I think more importantly, though, that the Chiefs are going to lane swap this game. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. Just an inkling.
We shall see. Anyway, Braum and Twisted Fate have been banned away from the Bangkok Titans. Shen and Rek'Sai on the other side of the map as the Chiefs make that little change. Rek'Sai not going to be seen in the hands of 007X.
They're trying to bait Warlock into a Gnar pick here. So would not be surprised to see either a Thresh or a Maokai taken away as a last ban out of the Chiefs and see whether they can get him on his last comfort pick, because the guy's just shown that time and time again, give him a tanking is a class act, so they're going to first pick it for him. We'll see whether the Chiefs have something in store.
Well, Maokai going to be banned on
Wow.
blue side.
Callista is
Interesting.
open.
She is indeed.
Don't do
Chiefs,
it, boys.
Yeah, are they going to leave it?
So that's why they
Oh,
banned
goodness.
the Maokai, and that's what I really like
Yep.
out of the Bangkok Titans, because now the Chiefs have to choose between Thresh, Callista, and they have to let one through. So we'll see where their priority lies, and it is the Callista.
Not going to make that mistake again. It hurt them against Detonation Focus Me. They're saying nope, 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 nope. Leaving that one down. But Siva with the priority
Priority.
pick.
Okay, so they
Radio
can now
Jinx?
take a second rotation Thresh to deny that one away from Moss. I would not do that. That said, the thing about hovering Rise, since Sivir has already been picked up, is Sivir synergizes very well with Rise. Hey!
There it is.
We're not on comms with them, we promise.
Spawn is actually head in hands right now. So excited to see the Glitter Lance now on the Rift.
But what I was saying is that Rise actually synergizes really well with Sivir, just because the thing about Rise is he needs a gap closer to get on top of you. That's the one thing he's kind of missing in his kit. He can also obviously press his ultimate, make himself run faster, but if you've got an on the hunt to do that for you, bam,
Yeah.
give it to me, please. I just made that speech. Warlock, please.
Gnar is still available, so I'd be surprised if Warlock did play something new. Thresh also up right now for the Bangkok Titans. We've seen that they like to prioritize that. Expecting jungle support to go across here if we know anything about this lineup.
To hide their hand.
Yeah, give them at least one counter pick.
Yep.
Echo being considered here. Ooh, 007X.
That's a Bangkok
Trip
Titans
down
Shen.
memory lane into
That's
the
a specialty.
Sejuani. I actually got really confused watching their VODs because I was thinking, what patch is this? He's
And it
still
was like
playing
last
Sejuani.
patch.
And then it was like last patch. And I'm like, oh, okay. He's just still doing it. No
And
worries.
it just fits so thematically well with the Bangkok Titans. They love to fight. They love to skirmish. Naturally, Sejuani, post-level 6, has that massive ultimate. You got the stuff. This is a murder comp. You don't even need to see the counter pick.
You don't even need to see the draft. You know that they're going to pick a murder
The
comp.
Bangkok Titans are here. It's a murder comp.
But the thing is as well, we talked about the Chiefs needing to pick people that don't need
John,
items. They don't need items right now. Bangkok Titans, they have like level 6, just the long range of Mumu. Like Sejuani just literally throws a Mumu at your team. That's what an ultimate is.
Oh my god, I want Jinx Janna right here.
I'm just saying they need to pick up Janna because they've already got Gragas. So the nice thing that they please no. The nice thing that we
Well, it's happened.
well, Ejim's a really good Alistar player. I was saying though, the nice thing that they have is they have the Gragas ultimate. So you have a murder comp coming out of the Bangkok Titans. They at least have one disengage in the cask where they can reset the fight and force the Bangkok Titans to regroup. So
And
that's
Tristana also has a second reset. So even though it's not a Tristana level reset, it is blow whoever is in front of you backwards. So bad Jinx has been picked up on the side of the Chiefs. That is, of course,
Bad
Tristana.
Jinx. Okay, good.
If Janna and Jinx had a child, it'd be Tristana.
Tristana, yeah.
Oh, Diana's still up. So G4 can grab that one
That'd
if
be
he
a
wants
beautiful
to.
baby.
Whoa, what? Are we back in the hot tub, Frosco?
I tried to convince them to give us a hot tub for the finals, and Benji was like, no.
Nah, we'd get all like wrinkly. Being in a hot
Not
tub
at this
for
rate, we
amount of
wouldn't.
time.
27 minutes times 3.
Wow.
Whoa.
Too soon.
Yeah,
too
way,
soon.
way too soon. I think next year will be too soon, Spawn.
Hey, you guys know what wasn't banned?
Yeah, Diana.
Diana.
I said that.
Yeah.
You were busy talking about hot tubs. But actually, no, I was the one that brought the hot tubs. Don't worry about it. Counter pick now available potentially if Swiper wants to play that Lulu in the top lane. We'll see what Swiffer decides to do.
So what I will say right now is that if they run a 4-man unit and a Diana split push, they have no damage. Sivir doesn't do enough damage.
Mundo does 0 damage.
Mundo does 0 damage until super late game. And even then, he just runs around and does damage when you hit him because he has a Thornmail.
That said, on the other side, the Chiefs don't have a ton of damage available to them.
Well, actually, if they get something else, like a second damage threat in the mid lane,
pick it up here.
yeah,
Why don't you get a
they've
Fizz?
got Tristana that is going to be able to be empowered. And you're right. Right now, they can look at an aggressive top laner, something like an Olaf, something like a Fizz to be able to go head-to-head with that Mundo. See if you can keep him down at the earlier stages of the game.
Something like a Fiora.
Yeah, pick something up that can grab an Ignite there in the top lane as well. Hecarim or Fizz, both of them can go the teleport Ignite route if they want to, and that way the 1v1 matchup probably going to go quite well against the old Mundo.
Especially because they're so slippery that they don't need to pick up
Oh,
the
it's happened.
escape. Likewise, Olaf can do the exact same thing, so he can trade out his
He will not. So this is something that
Swiper will do.
Swiper runs Ghost on Olaf. It's just something that he definitely is a fan of. The reason being is because during the laning phase, sure, you have to keep Mundo down, and he can do that by maxing out axes and just harassing him. If Olaf ever goes near farm, Spooks and Swiper's CC chain is just too much. So the threat is already there. But realistically, Lloyd's going to press his ultimate and be really fast late game. And that's Swiper's job. Late game is not to deal with the Olaf. So why would you get summoner spells for the first 7 minutes of the game and then not use it again versus being this huge juggernaut at the 40-minute mark when you are just there to delete the Sivir. Like, he is going to be the good old NFL linebacker, like, just come off his mark and just see how hard he can smash the mid-range Lloyd.
I actually understood that reference.
I didn't. I had no freaking idea. But I did like it. It sounded like he was enthusiastic. The thing that I really love about Olaf as well, running after a Sivir, is that you get resets on your axe, so you just run, pick it up, and then you say, Spell Shield's got another 14 seconds, you jerk, die. That sort of thing.
Wow, you're passionate about this matchup.
I most certainly am, but I was sort of responding to yours. Look, we lost the first
But I'm
game
an
in
Olaf
26
player.
minutes.
I'm an
I
Olaf
wrote it
player.
down. It's bad. Right here. Oh, my
wow.
goodness. It's on my sheet of paper.
But
and
the other thing
everything.
I do want to point out is not only now is the synergy with the control mage in the mid lane, with the Lulu, we do have another pause, guys. We'll get you on the Rift as soon as possible. It's also with the Olaf, the Whimsy being able to speed him up, giving him some more damage with the help picks. Not to mention that he can take your Glitter Lance where it needs to go.
The thing, though, is that you sacrifice your exhaust. That's the only point that I wanted to make. The fact that Olaf is choosing to go with the Ghost, and I completely agree with your explanation of it, the fact that you're using that Ghost through the entirety of the game as opposed to the 7-minute kill window for your own lane with the Ignite against the Mundo, but you sacrifice your exhaust against an assassin like Diana, against G4's assassin like Diana, because now you're taking 2 Ignites, you're taking it on Swiffer, and you're taking it on Ejim.
Do you know what's better than an exhaust?
Lulu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just turn him into a critter. Deal with him later.
Polymorph.
Deal with him later.
Yeah. The procrastination
I
method.
understand. I just need to see the execution
Oh,
of it.
100%. You know, everything is great on paper. Yeah, that's why we play the game of League of Legends. But right now, the idea behind it all is without Diana, there is no damage on the Bangkok Titans lineup. Sejuani actually does a lot of damage late game, but from about 20 minutes
I said there
throughout
was
the
no
whole time,
exhaust.
it's just going to be pretty much only G4 doing any work.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But look, we'll see whether Warlock can get to that massive stage as well, because Mundo, this is the thing. We're talking about not a lot of damage, sort of not a lot of upfront damage, but if you
There's no damage.
If you spend time
Mundo does
walking
no
next to a
damage.
Mundo,
There's
He
no
does
damage.
0. He does negative damage.
negative damage, he heals you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Man, the Chiefs 6v4. This is ridiculous.
They're going to need it after that game.
Yeah.
Mundo is legitimately like the melee absorb of League of Legends. He's just this big tank that stands at the front of
Meat
it all
shield.
and catches everything. He is very physically a meat shield, and that's the difference between these top laners. Warlock's job, catch every spell you can and make sure that Tristana is hitting you. The Olaf's job, on the other hand, is to actually go kill Lloyd. So they're very different jobs, and we'll see who can execute a little bit better, because that's the primary difference between an Olaf and a Mundo.
And effectively, it comes down to execution again, because you have very space oriented composition coming out of the Chiefs. I mean, you have the Cask, you have the Whimsy, the Wild Growth, you have the Alistar Headbutt. So there's all of these tools to empower Radier to kind of be on his own, to sit into the back and to put out all that damage. On the other side of that, you have so much dive potential coming out of the Bangkok Titans. You have Diana's reach, you have the speed up from Sivir, the pick potential from the Death Sentence, as well as the backline dive from Sejuani. So it's really, I mean, the win conditions are clear set. Both these teams want to kind of do completely the opposite things in the team fight. So it's, do you hit your skill shots? Do you land that flay?
Yeah, and the other thing is 007X needs to be really careful with his ultimate, because the last thing you want to do as a Sejuani is throw it at an Olaf. He just hits his R button and runs past you.
Swings his stuff around.
Definitely not going to be a good news story. So 007X in the past has actually proved that he's a really patient Sejuani player. I like the way he plays the champion. It's why he can get away with still playing it on the current patch when there are very aggressive junglers running around. But he just needs to always have that at the front of the mind. It's kind of like the Ashe Arrow conundrum with Brahms in games. Like, why did I pick an Ashe?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why did you pick Ashe into Braum?
I don't know. I feel like there's some subtext to this end of the conversation.
Thank
so
you
we
for
are gonna
beating everyone
move
else over the
forward.
head with it.
Yeah, look, come on. I just
It's
needed
cool,
to make sure that
3-0,
everyone
doesn't
was here,
matter.
joining in with this the moment on the desk, but we don't need to. Let's just skip through it. And I really like that you brought up the ultimate coming out of Sejuani, because it's so impactful, but it's not going to be. And the fact that the Chiefs as well, with the fact that Olaf wants to be diving the backline, they're going to have a spread out team fight. They're not necessarily going to be clumping together to try and get everything down.
Yeah, definitely is the game plan coming out that they want it to be spread out. They want to reset it. They want to make sure that Tristana can use a kit to move around and negotiate terrain, things like that. That's a benefit of Tristana over Jinx. Jinx is very good at going forward and backwards, but not really side to side because of the terrain of League of Legends. Tristana can make sure that she gets the hop, knock people away from her, or set up a little bit more zone.
And in my limited experience in watching the Chiefs play, I actually think that this caters more to their play style, just because you guys like to say it, they sack Radier. They'll kind of leave him to his own devices, so he needs to be on a self-sufficient champion like Tristana, who has her rocket jump for escape, who has her buster shot to kind of reset fights and reset positions, as opposed to Jinx, who's pretty much entirely reliant on her team to not be assholes.
Yeah, and the one thing about Tristana, as opposed to Jinx, is Trist is better at actually hitting the same target over and over again. Jinx is better at swapping it up.
Yep.
And right now, you think
Juggling
that
her weapon aggro.
yeah, maybe Radier is probably going to have to hit Warlock a couple of times, so probably going to be very good, at least with Lulu, to take care of the Mundo.
Well, we'll see what happens. We are under the rift, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 of the IWCQ. It's the Chiefs all stacking up across the river. Things have gone down here from the Bangkok Titans as Lloyd puts a ward in. They don't destroy it. Chiefs not getting that extra 10 gold for the good start.
Level 1 invade.
That's actually really cheeky out of Lloyd, especially if there was a body slam on Spooks.
Lloyd is actually going to get shot there by Radier.
And they want the lane swap.
Yep. So the Chiefs invading here, they're placing their deep vision behind or in between the two back towers, because they're checking to see who's going to come down into that lane. So we talked about, the Chiefs possibly looking for a lane swap here to get the macro outplay. This is awkward.
Oh, dear. Misses it.
That moment when Olaf walks into your lane, throws his axe, misses, and then just walks away.
But the one thing you will say right now is that the Chiefs have a really quick double jungle. Olaf Gragas is ridiculously fast, and in that regard, Olaf actually wants to get incredibly low. His passive, of course, the less health you have, the quicker you slap things with those axes, so going to be able to help Spooks get a little bit more of a quick jungle going on here. And Olaf, also a very good 2v1 top laner. That's why he generally saw play when he was very popular, and slowly is coming back into the meta.
here we go. The Chiefs are actually on the top side of the map, so this should be the E-Gym special where they give all of the experience of the Krugs. The other thing is I was thinking about a Krug and how a Wombat's been described to me.
You've never seen a wombat?
To fit with a Krug. People tell me that they're just little
boulders. We're going to the zoo later, Frosker, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to show you a wombat.
But they're going to give these Wombats to E-Gym, which will give him the level 2. And he's going to walk into the mid lane. There he goes.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, Bangkok Titans take down the Cane Toad. They are going to be moving towards the Dingoes as well. So E-Gym making his way up.
No.
Yeah, no, we're doing it for every single one of them. He started this.
So what he did is he walked back into the lane to pick up a single CS to get to level 2, and now he's on the roam with the headbutt pulverized combo.
And G4 is actually taking a lot of damage here and hasn't been able to clean out the wave.
Oh!
Flashes out of the way
before
of Swiffer.
E-Gym's here, all of a sudden this is much more dangerous. If a Glitter Lance lands, G4's dead.
Yeah, well, there's the help picks. Glitter Lance does land. There's the headbutt pulverize. Ignites down as well. Moss, he's made his way in. The play is going to save the mid laner for now. As Swiffer's down to about 250 health. 007X finds his way in as Spooks is waiting in the wings. But man,
Moss is
close.
a legend.
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay, so Spawn at the moment is actually just showing Frosker and what a wombat looks like.
It
That
looks
is
like
what
a
the
Krug!
Well, if you're happy with that assessment, I'm happy for you
It's
to
a
continue
wombat
to
on
go
his
for it.
hind legs, I think. A fat wombat. Really fat wombat. Anyway,
Moss caught out.
Potentially.
Maybe they go for the 3-man dive on Mundo now that they've chunked Moss out. At least made him go back the other way to lane. This is when Mundo can be exploited, and Spooks is up here.
Yeah, level 2. Spooks with the double buffs here as well as E-Gym. He's making his way, and they're looking to try and just take down this turret.
Wow, look at the respect that they actually gave the Bangkok Titans. So because Moss wasn't on the map, they assumed that he was coming up the lane and said, 2v3 on this tower dive? I don't think so.
Yeah, and if there was one thing that the Chiefs learned about the Tristana tower dive, is that it can go incredibly wrong. See the Chiefs versus Bangkok Titans, Dark Passage game.
I was going to say, it was
Yeah.
DP.
So they make the very wise choice of not going for it. In saying that, right now, Olaf versus Sivir is a pretty scary matchup for Lloyd, especially given summoner spells, so needs to make sure that he gives as much respect as possible to the Olaf.
Swipe up.
Spell shield's out. He should just go.
I don't think he has vision on 007. License to kill there.
And he's actually just counter-jungling away Spooks' jungle here on the bottom side of the Chiefs area of the map.
Chiefs once again looking mid lane.
Yeah, no flash on a little bit of a target on his head. Moss and Warlock with a pseudo 2v2, interesting style.
But look at the adaptation for the Bangkok Titans. So we expect them to constantly be pushed up in their lanes. Now, naturally, that's much harder to do when it's Thresh Mundo against Tristana. But everywhere else, G4 and Lloyd both pushed up, and 007, usually he plays...
I don't know.
I don't know why he's between the towers, but usually he plays to the between mid and top side of the map, but because his mid and his bot side are pushed up, just kind of making that adaptation, invading the bottom side jungle and continuing with his counter jungle trend.
That was really weird.
Yeah, he was postured really far forward there.
Yeah.
So I had no idea what Spooks was doing. He was trying to help Swiffer go back, I think, as Ghost burnt.
Yeah, Swiper. Trying to get in amongst it.
Gets a flash out of Lloyd, sorry, so that's very good news.
Spell shield down there as well as Spooks sets that one off with a barrel. Looks like they're just trying to break potential freeze here. Side of the Chiefs.
Well, they have to get it to the turret now. As soon as you reverse the wave, you can't let it not hit the turret. Mundo's still in the top lane, throwing out trophies. There is a 10 CS advantage right now for the Olaf. We said that he'll have a little bit more of a better time.
Man, he's getting hit by guitars.
Are they guitars? Ukuleles, maybe?
Yeah, he's getting like the banjo. Banjo to the head.
Definitely Wombats.
Yeah. Oh my god.
They're everywhere.
Things aren't a wombat. Boomerang over the top here as the barrel's just trying to clear out this minion wave. Swiper. Oh, misses the cannon. And now Swiper just wants to give Lloyd a kiss. I don't know. That was a bit strange.
So what he wants to do is try and force Lloyd under his turret so that cannon creep dies. But Lloyd is unblinking in how he wants to reinforce this freeze. In fact, now actually reverses it, shoves it out nice and hard. And we'll see whether we get standard lanes back.
Should be noted that the Chiefs have done a good job getting a lot of significant damage onto this top tier tower. Pretty much a stiff breeze before that one will go down. They should now reverse their 2v2 down to the bottom side.
E-Gym, Headbutt Pulverize.
He's got nothing.
For fun.
He actually had a Swiffer in the wings. So
Zippy?
They have.
He's got Wildcard as well. There's 007X.
So now what they need to do is they need to take Radier and Ejim and move them down to the bottom side of the map.
They need to not fight here. G4 coming up. He has his ultimate available. 007X is also there. Teleport is about to become available for the Chiefs top laner, who's still down bottom. He's got double Duran's blade, so not in a bad spot this time around. And look at how much night and day the Chiefs are when they're able to play the map as opposed to Bangkok Titans.
It's just really important right now because the top side of the map is pushing. I'm going to keep hammering on this. The Chiefs need to pull the trigger on Dragon now. Yes, Warlock does have his teleport available, so he can be there, but there's a window of opportunity where they can just collapse with their 5 people on the map because Swiper is still down here, take the Dragon, and then Olaf can get back to the top side of the map without burning his teleport in time because the top wave is so far forward.
Yeah, definitely agree. They'll be able to pick up the blue buff, see whether they do pull the trigger. Dive is also the other possibility. It's a lot higher risk, but it means that Mundo has to burn the teleport to get there.
And they don't have to expect a 5v5 on the Dragon Pit.
So we'll see whether that is the call. Looks like it's going to be. Chiefs want to go for it.
Okay, level 4 Alistar.
Yeah, Moss actually already starting this one up. Takes so much damage from that Undertow as Radier jumps over the top. Lloyd, he's just being left there as first blood goes down for Radier. Lloyd also very, very low as Warlock. He's found his way in. Boomerang over the top of the Chiefs.
This is dangerous.
Here comes
He's
the
round
stun.
the side. The 4-man Sejuani ultimate. Everyone getting torn to shreds. Radier just Goomba stomps the Sivir. Ejim with the double knock up. There's the barrel as Warlock's going to die. It's Mario here for Radier as 007X trying to get everything he can. Ejim and Spooks. Oh my
Here
goodness,
comes
that
Diana.
headbutt was incredible. But
G4.
G4, is he going to be able to do it? There are so many wards.
Radier does have rocket jump available to him.
Yeah, he's trying to get away.
Gone
There's the
out.
ultimate. He jumped
Lulu
out
needs
away
to-
from it.
Oh, he walked back
no! He just missed the flash.
Okay, so in the end, it comes out even. The Chiefs are slightly ahead simply because they got the first blood there, but still, that call. In the Dark Passage game, they did exactly the same thing. They went for the tower dive as opposed to the Dragon objective.
And I want to say that it did come out a little bit more in the Chiefs' advantage because Mundo had to
Oh, burning
teleport,
the TP, so
and
getting
all
the
of a
cooldown.
sudden that lane is pushed so far up, and he has no ultimate for a couple of seconds. And what that means is this Olaf that we've just continued to talk about, he's gone with an Undertow max. He's such a bully in lane. Probably can't approach farm, so now the pressure's on Bangkok Titans to start the Dragon
No,
up.
I completely agree with that assessment right there, especially because Swiper still has his TP available, so as long as they hold that wave, they have the 4v5 advantage as soon as Warlock appears on the top side.
But Swiper pushes it out. Looks like he wants to get busy around the map. Frustration everywhere.
I just threw a
My
pen.
goodness.
G4 is 2 levels above Swiffer. Radier got 3 kills. That's another important thing to note, where it was 007X that picked up a lot of the gold in the last fight. And the Chiefs.
The thing I want to talk about here for the Chiefs is the fact that last game, 007X was the one that got a lot of the early gold, and he was able to snowball that money so effectively for the Bangkok Titans. See whether this game he can do the same thing.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that Radier, your AD carry, is going to be your big front runner right now, but that's how this composition works. I mean, it's about creating space. It's a ukulele. It's about creating space for Tristana.
As Spooks is being cut off here. G4 is heading up. 007X has the ultimate, can just nail him if he wants to.
Another barrel goes down. 007X doesn't know quite where to go. Neither does G4. Body slam over the wall. And it looks like the Chiefs will just wander away.
Point is, Radier's fed. He has the gold, but the Bangkok Titans have answers to kill him.
Huge tanks. And they also have this huge beefy front line where in the end probably doesn't even matter because he's just going to have to put so many bullets into the Sejuani, into the Mundo at this stage of the game.
Well, G4 searching for Swiffer. Level 10 to level 8. How did Diana's... They
Teleport.
get more... They just get more farm. I
It's
don't know.
not Mordekaiser.
It's teleport, man.
Seems to be a pretty good summon spell for this situation, but Moss hanging around, trying to find some opportunity for a hook. 007X walks over a ward. The Chiefs understand that they probably need to be careful.
And Spooks is the one that really needs to be careful right now because once again, he's getting a little far behind. And 007X's presence on the map has been much more efficient. As Moss goes forward, looking for a hook. And look at how much pressure there is on the Chiefs.
Yeah, G4 just waiting here.
Once again, Lulu cannot follow Diana around the map. So as long as Diana's in Fog of War, bad news for the Lulu.
whether he can grab himself the elusive Rift Scuttler. Oh, 007X nails it. Pretty intense battle there as Moss takes an auto attack. Radiant doing some damage now, but hasn't been able to put any pressure on this lane. Raptor Sense is popped by 007X. Might see that there's a ward in that little brush.
Wow, just the confidence of the Bangkok Titans right now. So effectively, because G4 is so far ahead, so hold on.
Yeah, G4 turns it right around on a Swiffer. Wildcard's already down.
Egypt's
Moonfall's
there.
there. Ejim finds his way in. It's one knock-up. Swiper makes his way in. Radiant sort of cornered over to the side. It's a single-person ultimate as he rocket jumps, but G4's going to fall down. Radiant looks like he's fine for now as Warlock is eventually going to take him out. Lloyd, what are you doing over there as he gets eliminated? Swiper picks up that kill. It's 2 for 1.
And we just demonstrated exactly what happened. Sure, Warlock did get rid of Radiant, but he had to burn Flash, all these things. Olaf just runs at the AD carry, and there is nothing that Lloyd can do.
Helps that the AD carry, runs up the river on her own.
It's a little bit interesting.
Oh, the flash out of Swiffer.
Oh my goodness, over the top. There's
There's
007X
Egypt.
gets knocked up. Double knockups there as he gets turned into a cute little critter.
Teleport.
Warlock, pretty difficult to deal with at the moment as the headbutt comes back. Ejim sacrifices himself, but G4 gets the kill.
So the Chiefs get the dragon, but they overreach slightly, and the Bangkok Titans, again, just snap that bear trap close.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, this was something that we said the Chiefs had done. They had overreached, tried to go with things, not really respected cooldowns. And 007X, he's 3-1-3, super tanky at this part of the game.
Oh my goodness, Radiant is getting destroyed. Tries to get the bomb on top of G4, but can barely break the shield.
And that's what I was talking about. You have a fed Tristana, but Bangkok Titans have so many tools to deal with that Tristana. Not just in their tanky frontline, but in their Diana pickup.
They got an extra 2 kills on that tool then, just like in a blink of an eye. Goes back, gets a boots 2, has already finished off the Nash's Tooth. As Lloyd is top lane, once again, still needs to respect this Olaf pick.
Not going to be able to get any free time with this tower, that's for sure.
So what the Bangkok Titans are doing right now is that since the dragon objective is down, they're going to try to siege up that top tier tower. So that's why they're rotating their AD carry there. Although, like you said, Lloyd does have to be incredibly careful because that's a very long lane to run down should Swiper choose to start chasing.
And what I want to really point out right now is Bangkok Titans have the lead, and the reason that is so impressive is because it's equal in kills and they don't have a turret. So there is so much standing gold on the map right now for the Bangkok Titans if they win one of their team fights, whereas the Chiefs, they're behind in CS in most of their lanes. The jungle isn't even close right now. AD carry 40 CS, even though Radiant has those 3 kills. So it's about how well the Chiefs, I guess, can try and push down structures and use Tristana's kit versus the ticking time bomb that once again is G4.
Swiper looking for the safety of his turret. Chiefs are going to sneak themselves
Lulu
out of
in
turret.
trouble in mid lane.
Yeah, actually, Swiffer wild growth on himself. Lloyd doing a lot of damage. Flashes under the turret. Able to stay there and kill it while he's in there. Interesting.
And they're going to continue to push right now. Lloyd, Moss, they have the short lane.
Oh, G4 2-level advantage, trying to dive this turret. Doesn't really want to here against Swiper as he gets taken down to about a 3rd health.
But meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Bangkok Titans are continuing to push.
Oh, so are the Chiefs in the bottom side. This inner turret is in trouble. Lloyd takes 3/4 of that turret's health. They trade the inner in the bottom side, though.
But the difference is that the
mid
inner
lane?
and the mid lane gives you so much more passive vision and map control.
So we have talked about this a little bit, the Chiefs' preference for taking outside turrets because they do like to set up the vision in the jungle, and they actually use it as a little bit of a trap. The problem is right now, I just don't think you trap the Bangkok Titans. They're like, haha, yeah, we wanted to fight you anyway. So the Chiefs really need to be careful with how they play this. They need to be careful in how they move around the map.
I'm not trapped in here with
Yeah,
you. You're trapped in here with me.
Pretty much that.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Can they just be the Rorschach of this tournament?
Oh, my goodness.
They're not. Chiefs, however, do hit back with another turret, so it is overall 3 turrets to 2, and Swiper successfully held off the Diana split push, which is good news for the Chiefs so far. Had a couple of shots from the turret to help him out, so, you know, maybe it will be a little bit different. if G4 doesn't decide to do that. And Swiffer slowly catching up in levels in CS.
Wow. A thing that I want to comment on is Radier's build path. Just noticed that he completed the Infinity Edge, and that's not entirely out of left field from Tristana, but most of the time, at least in modern day, we see Tristana's looking for Blade of the Rune King, and especially when you're facing across from a Fed, Sejuani, and Mundo, a little bit interesting choice in itemization there.
Yeah. Sometimes they build a little bit like Kalista with the double attack speed first up.
Yeah.
Also gives her some sustain in her kit, which is good.
I just think it would have been the much more preferable
I
option.
think that Radiant cannot be in this top lane.
Not against G4. I mean, he's already learnt that lesson. That being said, not going to go for another dive. Ejim was hanging around.
I don't think G4 will care.
No.
I think he'll kill them both.
Yeah. Well, Ejim will take a little bit longer.
But if he takes care of the Tristana first,
Oh.
oh my goodness. Okay, shows himself.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, and look at Ejim. Ejim's like, I don't even want to do this.
Look at Radier's face right now. He was like, what?
It's like, please no, please no. Is 3 going to be enough? Not when it's 3v3.
Here we go.
Ejim
Skirmish.
thought out.
Yeah, able to get the headbutt back onto G4. That is ridiculous. That Pale Cascade, just one proc, so much damage. That's a shield.
So this is the problem with the double teleport right now. We said that they're not really that much late game damage. Diana definitely getting to that point. So the Chiefs need to figure out how they take the fights without Diana being there. That's the key. See if you can shove her around the map a little bit. Or better yet, keep Olaf to try and occupy her.
And that's the big key thing. Olaf to occupy her. You can't have Radier here. He's in danger. Like, Ejim's not going to save this Tristana should G4 realize that he can just murder both of them.
Well, Black Cleaver now completed here for Swiper in the top lane. So the Olaf starting to get to a point where he's going to be a bit of trouble. That being said, Warlock doesn't have a lot of armor to shred through as he's gone for that Spirit
They
Visage.
pulled the trigger on this.
Yeah, Moonfall down onto Radier here as he jumps on top of G4. Buster shots, their headbutts back as well. Here comes the teleport. Spooks has found his way in. G4 in trouble, has to use the flash to get out. There's another Hugh over the wall as Warlock. He's going to flash as well. Swiffer's here. The flash over, double knock up from Spooks as G4 trying to run away. Not a lot of mana just left, but the Chiefs, they can't find it. The rest of Bangkok Titans are around. The flash headbutt pulverize onto Moss. Radier gets exhausted. The 3-man ultimate from 007X, but the Chiefs still going. Radier very, very low. The teleport in from G4 Chiefs. They do manage to pick up the first kill. They grab it onto Radier, but he falls at the same time. Swiffer slowed down by the banjos or the ukuleles. The Bangkok Titans still on the chase.
G4 is coming around the side now.
Oh, flash forward from
Got
Swiffer.
him.
Looks for Lloyd. The heel's down. The Ignite's going to do it. That was a pretty long-range Glitter Lance.
Had the help fix on him, and all of a sudden they want G4 again.
Yeah.
Spooks is...
That was almost disaster, however, for the Chiefs. I was just looking at that. The only thing I was looking at is the timer. I was like, this fight is happening at 19 minutes and 48 seconds. If the Chiefs lose too many members here, that's going to be a free Baron to whoever walks out of this team fight alive. Fortunately, everyone was low health across the board, that we're not going to have that too big of a snowball over this team fight, but that could have gone sideways real quick.
And it was actually a 2-for-1, so you say it was bad news for the Chiefs, but realistically they're falling 60 CS behind on their AD carry. At some point they had to pull the trigger on it because G4 was zoning 3 people towards the top of the map, and they got the teleport out of G4, which means that all of a sudden there's a little bit less pressure because you're dealing with a Mundo, not dealing with this Diana that's a monster.
Yeah, some more wiggle room bought by the Chiefs. Rift Scuttler. Goodness, that is a very, very frightened Rift Scuttler.
And once again, the Chiefs just need to pull the trigger on this push, see if they can send enough members towards that side of the lane and deal with Mundo and grab another turret, because Dragon, not really a good objective for them to look at because they won that last team fight on a split situation by the skin of their teeth. And this time you give an area for the Bangkok Titans to group up around, it's going to be much harder for them to execute.
And again, their composition, it thrives in taking down the standing gold and whittling away down there with the Tristana siege, so I completely agree. There's no reasons to face check into a 5v5.
Well, Dragon falls down from the Bangkok Titans. Swiper was on the bottom side of the map. He's going to rethink his decision.
But once again, this just needs to be, okay, let's rotate people. Let's use our superior pushing to see if we can get something done to the Mundo. His wave clear still isn't great. He hasn't got that much armor. He should be able to take damage if they set up correctly for this.
They're just trading objectives here as the outer does fall on the bottom side, but inner turret going down in the top lane goes pretty quickly as well as Radier has got a lot of damage. Whimsy on top of him as well. That is a dead turret. So the Chiefs, they trade 1 for 1, and the gold now down to about nothing.
But it's a superior 1 for 1 because they traded an outer tower for a top inner tower. So definitely in the Chiefs' favor.
And the other thing is that when the Bangkok Titans do that, this is a demonstration of Bangkok Titans not understanding who their split pusher is. Because once again, they left Lloyd to take the turret. Just leave G4 there, get Lloyd back with the team. Because the longer they do this, the more the map opens up. And eventually, Swiper's just going to run at Lloyd, and it's going to be a 1 for 1 turret train, but the Olaf's going to train wreck the AD carry. They need to group up with the AD, and they've pulled the trigger here. This is a much better move out of Bangkok Titans. They have all the power right now. Make a power play.
Well, 22-minute Baron, definitely an interesting decision. As is G4's item build. Looks like he's going towards either 2 pieces of the Abyssal Scepter and the Zhonya's Hourglass, or it could be a Rabbiden's Death Cap.
I just really want to quickly touch on the Baron decision here. It's a very good play because it's risk versus reward. So if you do the Baron, it's not ward, you get it for free. If they face check you, because the Bangkok Titans are stronger now, they want that team fight anyway. So that's the decision making. So even though they don't get it there, I still agree with Jake. It's absolutely the correct call to make in that circumstance.
And you force the Chiefs to react to you. Bangkok Titans look so much better when they're in the driver's seat manipulating you around the map. And they don't do that like the Chiefs by like sneakily taking things. They're like the brute force. Like, we are here, come get us if you want. As I said, it's almost why the Chiefs don't want to trap them anywhere. And once again, because of the Mundo, because of the Sejuani, how tanky these guys are at this point of the game, they can tank a couple of Baron shots, and it doesn't really matter. Sejuani's already got a frozen heart.
It's just ridiculous. Kindle Gem there as well. So 30% cooldown reduction.
That's
Actually,
the
40%.
game maker.
Yeah.
The
40%.
Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Kindle Gem. 10% cooldown reduction. I just like maxing out cooldown reduction for Oscar. You learn
I
that
just
about me.
love how you said it. Spawn's like, hey, I've got the Frozen Heart and the Kindle Gem.
You got to defend all the different rocks.
Yeah,
you could
well-
potentially pick up at the end of
Radiant takes both ends of that boomerang blade.
it. They're able to answer back with it. What
he?
the hell
That
was
was
that
a-
damage?
That was double crit.
Static Shiv on a crit proc.
Yes.
Oh, the ultimate
Oh!
flashed out of by Radiant.
Woo!
So that was static Shiv, and then a secondary crit. So we got the first guaranteed and another one on the back end of it. And all of a sudden, Radiant has to go back to base. Gragas is low in mana, and they can just set up around the Baron area one more time.
Yeah, and even though the Bangkok Titans, they don't get the kill, they get the tower for sure. And like you said, denial of that Baron vision.
And it is the Rabbiden's Death Cap finished up for G4, so he's a monster at this stage of the game.
He's also got teleport, so the Bangkok Titans, again, going back to that power play around the Baron pit. G4, if he pulls multiple resources of the Chiefs to deal with him, he can easily take a free objective and buy his team time to dance around the Baron pit. If he kills someone, then they have the 4v5 advantage on the pit.
And this is the other reason I love double teleport on your assassin so much, because Mundo can tank the Baron. He's going to get his health back through the ultimate anyway, and all of a sudden it isn't your top laner split pushing who has all these tanky stats. It's your fed assassin in the bottom lane dealing with this Olaf, who is so key to the Chiefs' overall game plan, and Mundo's just with his team fulfilling his role as the meat shield very well. Although I don't like his Sunfire cape, if I'm going to be really honest with you.
Oh, don't be too honest. 1,000 gold is the lead here for the Bangkok Titans as we attempt to ignore the Sunfire Cape pickup. G4 making his way down to continue his split push. Swiper's still here. The Chiefs thinking of answering with a gank in the bottom lane. That
Just-
could spell Baron.
Really inefficient way to build tank stats, especially at this point of the game. A Rando and Omen is going to be much more cost efficient, especially across from a Tristana, because you'll be able to slow down her attack speed other than the Sunfire. You typically itemize it for lane just because the early
It's a pushing
and a pushing,
ability.
that's the other
and
thing.
Warlock's got his W.
Is to control the creep wave itself. So that's the comment about the Sunfire Cape and why it's very odd. Not just, I mean, first item, that's okay, but second item, you would much rather look for Randuins at this point in the game.
Just get a Warmog, augment him even further.
Yeah, with the Spirit Massage Warmog,
Spirit
synergizes
Visage
so
Wall.
well.
Yeah, and then you
with
can
Mundo.
just go Thornmail and completely deal with what they have at 3 items, whereas right now, he needs to probably get a little bit more HP because his HP items are so inefficient. And then see if they can go anywhere from there.
Put me in, coach.
Well, at the moment, Radiant going towards what looks like a Last Whisper as his third item. Probably wants QSS pretty quickly.
I just feel like instead of the ice shards that happen when he hits them with the ukulele, that it should be splinters.
Yeah, probably.
Just really disorienting to look at.
Although you do want a universal sign for someone getting slowed. I do understand what you mean, though. Swan doesn't. He's shaking his head. Doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, but two-man Baron is happening. Right now, Mundo uses the ultimate. Chiefs have no idea that this is going on. In fact, Swiffer's doing Wolves.
Yeah,
Spooks has the inkling.
007X.
Yeah, there's the pink ward over the side. Spooks is going to be here. No smite in the pit at the moment as 007X trying to make his way
They
around.
back away. Now there's a window for the Chiefs potentially to be able to get a team fight. No Mundo ultimate. He's half health. 007X chunked out a little bit as well. See whether they go for a dragon or just to push down the mid lane.
Yeah, it was a bit of a time waster there for the Bangkok Titans.
They've
as
caught
Moss makes his
G4.
way down.
G4's
they?
caught him.
Has
I
G4
don't
ever
know.
been caught this game? I don't think that's going to happen on Diana. Kill 4 people, that's fine. That's the fastest cow I've ever seen. Flashes into the headbutt, pulverizes. There's the Wild Growth Swiffer right in there. Radiant, interesting positioning, but it's a decent cast. The 3-man ultimate off the backside as well for 007X. Radiant not going to be hit by the death sentence, but not getting any damage in this fight. Egypt just trying to peel, but the Tristana cannot get any auto attacks in this fight. Swiper lasted so long, but is now going to fall to the Diana, and Swiffer trying to escape. The Whimsy's going to be there, hit by a Banjo. Raider over the top. Is he going to be able to kill him? He is! And now they're trying to turn it around. Moss, he's going to get taken out. Swiffer, Radier with the jump on top of the Mundo as 007X gets in there. The jump out from Radier. The flash from Warlock is going to secure it as Swiffer has to be careful. The shield, the double kill, and the ace for the Chiefs.
And on the back half of it, the Chiefs catch a lucky break because Radier finally remembers how to right-click. Just walk down the ramp.
Auto attack to a position on that little ledge, man.
Yeah, they just didn't have the vision control they needed over the ledge, and because he was chunked out so early in the fight, didn't want to make it happen. Let's take another look at it. They go hard on G4, and they have to use the knock up there to try and CC him, and he makes the right call. Go on Radier. And from here, it's actually the Swiper Swiffer show. They kite back so well with that line CC, the slows. You can see chunking out member after member. And honestly, Egypt just shouldn't go in there. They can continue to move back. Look how much work the Glitterlands and the Axes are doing. And finally, as they round the corner, bad teleport here from G4. He was way too low. Radier was actually petrified and then remembered that he has no health and got the resets he needed to clean up the back end of the fight.
That was an interesting build to stop that one. Did like it though. Definitely aggressive. Moss is going to die. See you later, Moss. Welcome back to the game, ladies and gentlemen, as 007X now caught out of position. Radier gets single man ultimated. The barrel of the bomb, sorry, not going to be enough, but he flashes into the auto attack. Double kill for Radier. Lloyd, what are you doing as he gets jumped at by Radier? The Crescent Slash just avoided by the Chiefs as Moonfall comes in. Spooks gone too far. The Wild Growth there though. Boomerang gets him on the way back.
That was a free Baron if the Chiefs would just take it.
Oh,
wow.
that double knock up onto Lloyd and G4. So much damage now destroyed. Swiffer getting all the work done as the shield's on top. Lloyd can get auto attacked as well as Radier is going ballistic in this fight. The Chiefs, they woke up, I think.
We've gone full Bangkok Titans. It's not about the objectives. They could have taken Dragon, they could have taken the tower, they could have taken Baron. They're sending a message.
Yeah, right now the Chiefs, they won the first game against the Bangkok Titans, playing this brawl-heavy style of League of Legends. They say, hey, let's just go back to it. Now they burst the base.
Yep, 20 seconds on all of the damage and the big tanky member in the top lane there as the inhibitor falls. And the Chiefs look at what they want to do next.
And look at this Olaf pick. It's bad now. It's going to get worse because he's 227 CS, 1, 2, and 7, but there's just no way that Lloyd can position against him.
He's starting... We're dancing on the desk
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
sorry. Spawn was just getting so enthusiastic with his hand actions. I just needed to join in. That was so good, that clearing out of the minion wave, by the way.
When raising your koalas to do it safely, keep the koalas at an even angle when putting them up into the air.
Don't raise koalas yet, guys. This game is so far from over.
No. You get those koalas and you raise them. You sit them on your head for the rest of this series.
Bangkok Titans once again going with a Baron call, it looks like. They still think they're the stronger 5v5 team. They started up.
Okay, here we go.
Teleport available out of Swiper.
Naturally, the big ultimate to watch is going to be that Glacial Prison.
Ejim, he's going in, looking for the fight. There's a double knockup, but only the cow in the pit at the moment. They're trying to burst down the Baron, and they'll get it as Radiant. He's been shielded up. Everyone's in the pit. The explosion's coming down. Descent's on Radiant, able to get out the blaze back. Radiant just not dead. How is he still alive? This is ridiculous from the Chiefs. The double kill for Swiffer. Mundo is able to take down the Olaf, but Lloyd still at full health. And every member of the Chiefs is low. They need to run away.
I don't know how any of them are alive.
What just happened?
That looked like disaster for the Chiefs right there. But Spooks on the run. 3 members of the Chiefs should escape with their lives, and only 2 Barons survive for the Bangkok Titans on Warlock and Lloyd.
And the really big thing from that is that now for a couple of minutes, there is nowhere for the Bangkok Titans to fight. They're a bad siege composition, so the big break gets put on. Let's take a look at it. Ejim goes very early and Radiant gets hooked.
Double
but
hooks
from here, there's a 7-1-6 Lulu putting shields on him. And what that means is that Radiant still hasn't taken damage. Swiffer, once again, able to give him a shield, I think, on the back end. Actually doesn't. Gives it all to Swiper. And Swiper's able to take over. Swiffer got a little bit too close to Lloyd, and the team fight fell apart. But now he's 9-2-9. And this Lulu, we said if anyone can control an assassin, it is a fed control mage. Welcome to the show, Swiffer. Probably going to have to carry it from here.
3-item Lulu as well. That is a cup, a big purple stick, and a hat. And he's doing a lot of damage.
I love it when Lulus choose to go for flat AP versus the penetration or the Lichbane style, simply because it empowers your wild growth and your shield to have a much larger base on that versus actually looking for the damage. I call it the Faker Lulu versus the Pawn Lulu.
Yeah.
And this is the Pawn Lulu.
And I'm going to call it right now. This should be a 6-item Void Staff. He should go Deathcap Lichbane before he even thinks about it.
Yep.
Because they're not going to win games off the back of him team fighting well. They're going to win games off the back of him making the Olaf huge, making the Lulu huge. Swiper might be a little bit caught here.
He is massive.
He's huge.
Can he get caught? That's a sort of a G4 situation.
I
isn't
just
it?
don't think that they have the damage available to kill him for how close he is to the tower, especially if his ultimate's up and available.
Yeah,
even if
and
they
Ghost.
CC lock him, he's just going to walk out of it.
Yeah. And Radiant now on split pushing duty. He hits turrets real hard.
The problem is if G4 has his teleport up and available, Radier's dead. Like, and G4 has the TP, so if he ever goes towards that Tristana, he's just gone.
Yeah, and they're actually going to try and trade objectives here. You feel that Radiant probably needs to get back to base.
Interesting.
Well, I actually don't disagree with it because he's waiting for his Blade of the Ruined King. He's super close to it and also has a QSS right now. So tanks probably need to be careful because Radiant's going to be able to shred them at this stage of the game. Spooks wants in.
Yeah, there's the flash body slam. Ejim comes in as well. Gets right onto the back line as Lloyd with a decent spell shield there. G4
Radier
still yet to make his way in. The choke point not working out so well for the Chiefs, but Radier getting the auto attacks down. The Bangkok Titans now on the run. No Q to land.
The
from
Glacial
G4.
Prison is still available.
Yeah, once again, 007X is super patient with that ability. Will not throw it out willy-nilly. Chiefs burn a lot to get in the fight. Not much eventuates.
But that's why we see the Chiefs being so cautious and not just funneling into that. That looks like a very clear victory for the Chiefs, but they know that ultimate hasn't been thrown yet. We can't funnel into a choke point.
They also know that there's an inhibitor down in the mid lane. So Ejim running really far forward. They're trying, trying to get to this turret to get some more pressure down before the Bangkok Titans can reset.
I love watching Alistair run really quickly because he honestly, when he stops, looks like he's tired.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And then if he uses an ability, he looks upset about it.
Oh, another
There's
hook.
sentence onto Radiant. There's the cooldown down of that QSS. Spooks takes a lot of damage as well.
Dreams were almost dashed right there.
It's really dangerous to chase the Chiefs lineup, though. I'm going to say it one more time. Glitterlance, Undertow, just great abilities at being able to slow people down
Multiple
and
people.
funnel them into specific areas. As the Chiefs haven't given up on this, they probably should.
Well, Radiant is going to get
Goodbye,
tagged. There's the
Radiant.
Moonfall. Oh my goodness, the 4-man ultimate barrel to try and disengage with the shutdown onto Radiant. Now the Chiefs trying to get out of this as Swiper is bleeding health. Lloyd picks up the cow. It's 3 people dead on the side of the Chiefs, and they overstayed the welcome.
Oh, but here comes the teleport from G4. He's looking for Swiffer.
He's looking for everyone here.
This is an ace. This is a game, Chiefs. Overcommit one more time. Another teleport.
Oh, Swiffer.
Just press
He's
B.
waiting. Oh, gets the kill onto Moss.
Does not matter.
He'll be happy about that.
That's GG
They're trying to waste as much time as they possibly can. He's not going to be able to get over there, but the Bangkok Titans now pushing forward.
10 seconds on the Tristana, 10 on the Alistar. 4 members still standing for the Bangkok Titans, and it's all their damage. Maybe the creep waves will be against them, but they have a Mundo.
What a gorgeous flank from the Bangkok Titans, though. 007 flawlessly standing over to the side to find that counter engage, but Egypt going in.
Yeah, Radiant trying to look for it as well here as Warlock continues to tank this one up. The shield's down. Lloyd, he's tanking a little bit too much as well as Egypt. He's just going to sacrifice his life. Swiper is still there, has the Ghost available, but they just don't have the men in order to defend, and they have to say goodbye to that inhibitor.
There was no reason to stay on the bottom turret. After Spooks had been chunked out, they didn't have the resources available to be able to fight that. An awesome ultimate out of 007X just meant that that team fight never in question.
Well, now it's going to be a free dragon here as well for the Bangkok Titans, evening that one out at 2 apiece. Baron going to be up in a minute's time as well, and the Bangkok Titans, now they have all of the momentum in this game. Swiffer with a huge creep wave to take down.
Gently,
Unfortunately, he picked up the Void Stop.
Gently lower your koalas for a moment, because the Chiefs need to set up perfectly for this next Baron. If the Bangkok Titans get this game will continue to further crack wide open.
Yeah, they're feeling the koala pressure, something like that. Maybe
They
not
really
top
need
that.
Blade of the Ruined King. I wonder if Radiant has it on this back.
He needed it
1900 gold, I'd say so.
probably like 15 minutes ago. That's
Yeah.
the thing. We talked about this in the initial itemization of the Infinity Edge over the Blade of the King, especially because Sejuani was already 3-0-3 at that point, now 4-4-12.
Whoa, Lloyd is so big right now.
Yeah, Lloyd's capped out, has not gone for a defensive item. Does a lot of damage, and we said that he needs to because this team lacks damage.
Well, he's going to be able to do some of that.
Look at this cute little buddy system, though.
And they're
Tristana.
starting up Baron straight away.
Yeah, Warlock's waiting in the wings now as well. Chiefs, they need to get some vision. You can see the 2 tanky members are over there. They actually do have a ward in the pit. Bangkok Titans are pulling away from it. Swiffer, there's the ultimate onto the Lulu and the Gragas, but maybe not his best one yet as Radiant able to get in there with the Blade of the Ruined King. Massive knock up in the middle of this fight. Chiefs take down the first one. G4 does use the Zonyas, but Radiant is massive with the wild growth now. Jumping forward, actually to the side there is Lloyd.
Wow.
He's trying to get the work done. Flashes over the top, kiting like a god right here, but Swiper able to take him down. Moss doesn't land the death sentence. Swiffer somehow still alive, and Swiper is being massive. Moss may just fall down. Luden's Echo was ridiculously close. That is a 3 for 4, and the Bangkok Titans pull out ahead.
But
what is going
from
on?
a gold deficit, Egypt just saved that fight so hard. And on the back half of that, Lloyd. Incredible plays from both Sivir and Alistar. The initial engagement, it looked for sure that the Chiefs were caught out right behind the Baron pit. Here we go. Look at this Alistar. Egypt goes forward, and he's just creating space and time for Swiffer. Radier then crashes in. They've got him in a choke point. They start to layer down all of the damage. It looks so good for the Chiefs at this point. But Lloyd, look at this Sivir. Look at these mechanics.
And the only thing I'm going to question is, Radiant, why did you jump forward? You are destroying the tanks in front of you. Just continue to play your game. You are the tank buster.
You outrange Sivir.
You outrange her. Why jump into her hitbox?
You do more damage if you're closer. Don't you know that?
No, you don't.
We'll call it the benefit of hindsight at the moment.
No, that's
Rush
not
of blood to
hindsight.
the head.
Yeah, that might have been a better explanation.
Welcome to the LPL, Radier.
Yeah. Well, OPL pretty similar as far as that is concerned.
But Chiefs can't afford to have many more of those fights. Now they don't have their teleport available. Means that the bottom inhibitor going to be under fire.
Which means that the Bangkok Titans just
pulled
need
the
to
trigger.
be patient.
Yeah, on the hunt has been popped here. 007X looking to try and get in there. Swiper, he's blowing the ultimate now as the Bangkok
Wow.
Titans. That massive 3-man ultimate as well as Swiffer able to get little answers across the top. Warlock knocked into the team, not exactly where he wants to be. Is Radiant. He's going to get stunned for now, but is able to stay safe. Warlock in a whole host of trouble as the boomerang across the team is a massive worry for the Chiefs, but they're managing to hold this one off at the moment. Dark Passage is there for G4 to take, and he will grab it.
there's no reason to fight. As I was saying, Bangkok Titans, you just need to be patient. Just wait for that super creep wave to hit onto the Nexus towers and play the 2 pressure points, bottom wave and Baron.
G4 going again.
Yep, Swiffer gets around the side.
They start up the Baron. Swiper's in the base. The Chiefs do know.
Swiper with no teleport as well. Swiffer trying to get some work done, of course. Still some low members. The turret is going to fall down on the Nexus, but look at this. Baron gets destroyed by Lloyd.
And now you have to get out, Chiefs.
And for
Now
the
they're on
next
defensive duty.
4 minutes, the Chiefs cannot make any map movements.
Unless it's towards super creeps funneling into their base.
They're about to
Even
be
then.
Baroned up super
As
creeps.
long as they're just at the front door. Yeah. They can move sort of just out of their living room at this point. Thankfully, Inhibitor is going to respawn. May just quickly fall as the Bangkok Titans have a pretty open door to move in there.
Thornmail picked up for the Olaf. I'm going to question an item that probably shouldn't be questioned, but the Spirit Visage, really don't like it. Needs a Frozen Heart and needs to have a second damage item. And the best second damage item on Olaf right now is the thing that builds out a Hexbreaker that I always forget.
More of Malmortius.
More of Malmortius.
The Maw.
Yeah, just because of the way the passive works with Olaf's passive means that he becomes this juggernaut when he's on low health. And Bangkok Titans now with that Baron buff going to stream into the base.
So many swords on this Sivir too.
They need to just give up this Inhibitor. If they fight for this and die, game over. Give the Inhibitor up, live to fight another day.
Win the team fight, win the
That's
game.
if they can. Moon falls down as there's a flash out from Swiffer. Spook's going incredibly low, but no one dead just yet. Radiant is able to flash his way to relative safety as Moss. He's going to get turned into a little critter, but Lloyd, he's going to deal with Swiper. The Bangkok Titans still looking for more. Ejim so incredibly low. Inhibitor falls down. 1 turret to go for the Bangkok Titans. They are so close to this Nexus. Radiant needs to put in the hero play. Low health bars on the side of the Bangkok Titans. They do need to be careful as Ejim, he's going to get critted to death from Lloyd. Spooks as well. This is almost going to be a potential pentakill late for Lloyd, and it is. The Sivir completely wrecks the Chiefs. And the Nexus is going to fall.
Sivir goes absolutely bonkers in that game. Lloyd, with a Zephyr instead of boots, is able to just put out all the damage they need. And in the end, the Tristana that had all these tools to be able to get going just wasn't able to get it done.
The patience and the confidence coming out of the Bangkok Titans. The Chiefs were in control for that game, but they overreach, and the Titans remind everyone, do not give us that second chance. We will pull the trigger, we will fight you, and we will win.
Don't jump on our AD carry. He doesn't like it when you try and jump on him, man. He might turn around and kill you.
Yeah, and he did, and his play, his kite was so fantastic, especially around that Baron. That was just so impressive out of Lloyd. That whole game, the laning phase, how they played it out in team fights. This guy is just so good.
And you know, we talked about the Chiefs would probably change it up, that they would look for a macro type of strategy, that they would look to lane swap to try to beat the Bangkok Titans around the map. They take the double teleport strategy on G4, and they're able to make it work, survive out long enough, and then come back from behind. Again, the Chiefs overreaching and then immediately punished.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, once again, got to shout out 007X. His ultimates, maybe apart from one, were really good that game. And the one that he missed, they still won the team fight because of Lloyd's fantastic positioning. So really shout out to the Sejuani player, able to make it work in the current meta, and the Chiefs are reeling. They're down 0-2. Need a reverse sweep, Atlas, if they're going to make it through to the world stage. But right now, Bangkok Titans look like they've got them beat everywhere.
Yep, channel some Invictus Gaming here, or maybe even look back to the winter qualifier for last year's Worlds qualifier, which is what happened to them by Legacy. And look, Ejim's there. He knows exactly how to do it. Might be able to talk our Chiefs through that situation. But the Bangkok Titans were just so beautiful.
You need to reach real deep for that.
Look, I got the information's there. May as well just yell it out. But we do have Pastry Time and Rusty waiting alongside to take us through that game.
Thank you very much, Atlas. And I don't know if we can take you through it. That game was absolutely insane from both sides. The Bangkok Titans coming up huge in the late game with their AD carry Lloyd. We talked about G4. He's supposed to be the big player. Don't get me wrong, he had a great game, but Lloyd, the AD carry, the true star of that game.
Look, there was a lot of questionable decisions from G4 in particular, the way the team worked with strategy base around split pushing. But Lloyd, as you said, he's meant to be the secondary carry of the team. He's stepped up to the plate in this game too, in a game that honestly, they didn't look like winning. It was always so even. The Chiefs, they pulled it back. They just farmed better, honestly. Bangkok Titans, they just stayed up in farm.
Yeah, it really did. And you can see the comps, really wacky stuff from both sides. Very different. Nice to see the teams still keeping things fresh here. And this pick here from Warlock, what is this Mundo?
So it's a super tanky champion. The reason that people pick Mundo, generally speaking, is because you go one type of resistance. So say you're against a Rumble top and an AP mage mid, usually stack magic resistance. Now the big question mark is, he's not against that. So why would you go for the Mundo? And the answer is that it just works with his team comp. He's got a Sivir, and all they want to do is be in front of this low-range carry. So they pick someone that is quite literally, as Spawn said, a meat shield who just stands in the dead front and just absorbs damage. And that's what he did. He did it super well because Tristana, Raider, could never take anybody down, and Lloyd was wrecking everyone in front of him.
Yeah, huge front line, lots of protection. I mean, look on the other side there for the Chiefs. Control mage Tristana. You have the front line. You've got the Olaf for a bit of extra damage and anti-carry. You can see what they were trying to do there, but it's not what we've seen, honestly, from the Chiefs. Bangkok Titans taking a very, honestly, Chiefs-esque comp from the last few days. Big front line, big carries, and the Chiefs are trying to run something that's just, again, Swiper not being on a tank. I do like Swiper on carries, but it's just not looked the same at least the first two games.
Granted, the Olaf is a carry/tank in one, so he's doing a lot of damage, but he's also just running at the backline. So the difference between the tanks is the Mundo kind of zone controls an area that is in front of the Sivir, whereas the Olaf just goes at your backline, tries to kill them. So he's not tanking for anything, he's just running through them to try and push away Lloyd on this Sivir. But Lloyd did too much damage.
Certainly did. Swiffer was trying to be more of that protection role, I guess, but couldn't get enough. Let's do the replay, though. We do have, back at the start of the game, it was quite a long one. I believe this is first blood, Rusty.
Yeah, this is very early in the game. This is a numbers advantage game from Chiefs. This is where they started to get a ball rolling, of course. Not crazy amounts of ahead, but ahead enough. So we'll roll this one out. Swiper goes in, and they actually go straight for Moss here first, because Raider gets a reset from this. Swiper's actually the one exhausted, which does not matter. They get that reset. Now, Sejuani, keep in mind, coming down on the minimap, is about to show up above you, and this is where a perfect ultimate comes in. But somehow, the Chiefs actually turn that one around, and things just look up there from the Chiefs. I don't even honestly know how from this moment, where that Sejuani ultimate connects, the Chiefs managed to just win. Warlock's got his ultimate running. He goes down from a jump auto attack. He was that close to living. 007 flashes back in, actually gets a double kill, and was that close to getting a quadra kill. Honestly deserved the quadra kill from the ultimate that he had. 007, a super patient man, and Raider actually, you have to say he deserved to live this one also.
Yep.
Jumps out of that and then flashes into a wall.
Yep, awkward.
You know, it happens.
It certainly
happens
does.
to the best of us.
It does. And I mean, well fought from the Chiefs. You can see the early game damage from Tristana making those early trades, and skirmish is quite good. But G4 was down there. Swiffer couldn't make it. Sona got cut off by the Diana. And a very back and forth moment. But once again, the Bangkok Titans always there when they're collapsing.
Exactly. They're always there. The Diana has control of the lane because Diana actually possesses damage, whereas Lulu's usually stuck trying to wave clear and rotate a little bit later. So during the laning phase, G4, particularly from the Bangkok Titans side, having that teleport advantage also, being able to work around the map pretty much anywhere that he would like, just influenced everything. And irrespective, basically, of the fact that Chiefs got themselves a kill lead, started to snowball the game from there, Bangkok Titans, they kept up in farm. The gold was even with a turret advantage for the Chiefs, and that was just exactly what they were looking for because they can scale with items.
Yep, certainly are. But game got even more chaotic. We have another replay now, and things are starting to heat up. We've actually fast-forwarded quite a bit in time here. Now 30 minutes in, and these team fights were brutal and bloody.
Oh, they were completely insane. There is kills left, right, and center. Roll this one through. 007, he is caught out of position, only hitting Raider with that ultimate and getting very low. Raider actually flashes to secure that one. This is just where Raider goes ham. He just destroys everyone, just jumps in again and again. G4 doesn't go on the right targets when he goes back in, and it's really unfortunate for him, but Warlock also taking pressure on the side. This is where they try turn this fight back around, but Swiper is the point of focus, and immediately Ejim hits this fantastic pulverized combo, and Raider can just turn back around, auto attack. Swiffer, you have to give credit to Swiffer where it's due. He stepped up to the plate, and he was probably the sole reason, even though Raider was jumping around destroying everyone, that the Chiefs were ahead at all.
Yeah, and again, the Chiefs, they need someone to control the flow of team fights. Sometimes it's Swift on control mages. Sometimes it's Ejim on like a more supportive style champion. And sometimes it's honestly just Swiper on a big tank that they can help peel. But someone needs to help control, and it was Swift for this game.
Yeah, and look, you have to give credit to Bangkok Titans, though, for the Maokai ban, because that's what the Chiefs needed on Swiper. But he had to go to that Olaf, and Swiffer, he definitely did his job. He definitely controlled the pace of the battlefield. But you do have to question why they're not just putting him onto something that can carry. Maybe putting Swiper on the Lulu. I guess he doesn't play it.
Well, we'll have to see. I think he does, but again, it's kind of tricky distribution. Let's get to our next replay, though. Still going through. We've got quite a lot of content to rip
So much
through.
action.
This game was so long and so crazy.
Now, before this even begins, just keep your eye on Egypt, because he engages here, knocks them all up, and it was fantastic, but it was slightly early because the rest of his team couldn't get there in time. It's all to stop the Baron from going down. So we'll roll this one through. Egypt goes in. Fantastic combo. Knocks them all up. Keeps them around the Baron area. But of course, there's no one near him. So no one's focusing him. And he had to use the ultimate just to not go down from any damage. Raider gets hooked. Has to jump away, but it gets flayed. And this fight is all Swiffers from here. Raider barely gets out and just tries his best to live. Swiper just runs at them. Lloyd goes off in these fights as well, because this is a period of time where Lloyd's damage was through the roof. And the Chiefs, they make some good fights, but every single time they make a pick, every single time it looks good for the Chiefs, Bangkok Titans, they make trades. There was never a situation where Chiefs outright destroyed them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talk about the collapse of Bangkok Titans. They play together as a team. They're great in these big skirmishes. And they've been getting ahead, honestly, in the last few games, even though Game 2 was much closer for the early game. Bangkok Titans are always going to be good when ahead, but they're also pretty good when behind, or especially equal. The Chiefs, they're getting beaten to every rotation, it feels like.
Yeah, now the Chiefs are better when ahead, but when they're behind, they seem to struggle. So even being even with the side that has a lot of kills, such as the Bangkok Titans, who just look for kills constantly, they don't look for objectives, they will keep coming at you, and it seems to be this pressure style that actually pushes the Chiefs on the back foot.
Yep, it certainly has these last few games. We have another replay now as well. Once again, game was devolving quickly, and this honestly was the Chiefs' moment. They're up a little bit in goal. They've got initiative. They're starting to siege, but they can't quite execute this last little siege.
No, and Moss has actually put a lot of pressure down onto Raider already. He has no QSS available from an earlier hook. He's going to get engaged on in this fight, and just keep your eye on essentially his inability to do anything. Swiffer's stuck next to him right now also. They're trying to siege, but it almost feels like they don't need to be sieging this turret, but they've got control of the map. So roll this one out, and this is their last-ditch effort, essentially. They want to siege and get this down. G4 engages, Sejuani ultimate connects from 007, and again, no QSS available for the Tristana, so he is just straight dead. Ejim, Swiper, all that really remains of this front line of the Chiefs, they're soon to follow. G4 teleports to try and catch them out of position, and from there, you can see they start to win.
Yeah, and again, Bangkok Titans just winning these fights cleaner, getting the picks where it mattered. This game was very close towards the late game. Both teams scaled surprisingly well, given the sort of quirky nature of their compositions. And again, in that situation, it comes down to execution, and the Chiefs has just not been as crisp as we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, definitely not. It hasn't been as crisp. And I think one of the biggest factors that you need to consider is forced itemization on this Tristana. Raider couldn't go for a Bloodthirster, couldn't get that overshield to actually sustain through the burst of the assassin that is Diana, because he had to go for a QSS for the Sejuani, had to go for a Blade of the Ruined King for the Mundo. It was a really bad situation.
Yeah, it was. We do have our last replay now as well. Once again, a very long one. Not the last fight of the game, but kind of one of the last Baron fights here, or the last one, I think.
Yeah, yet again, another desperation fight. Bangkok Titans, they're in complete control, trying to make things happen. So we'll roll this one out. Lloyd, he is the MVP of this fight.
Oh,
because
yeah.
The damage that he just puts out is absurd. Moss and 007, they play that frontline tank, and G4 honestly is completely mispositioned. He goes down very quickly here. And from this particular position, it is on the Chiefs to win this fight. This is their fight. Bangkok Titans, they just made one of the biggest mistakes you could ever possibly have.
Yep. And then watch this guy here and this guy here. Because this guy does the right thing and Raider, maybe not so much.
Yeah, so they pick off the Diana, and Raider just decides he's going to go
Yep.
in. Lloyd, the crit lord himself, destroys Raider at his own game, wrecks him.
Ejim gets crit.
And because of all of this effort to actually take down the Sivir that otherwise shouldn't have happened, they don't win the fight. Swiper goes down. They almost pick up Moss from the Luden's Echo Pro,
Yep.
but not close enough. And that was Raider's fault.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Spawn say it on the desk, just jumping in too aggressively there. And again, the Chiefs, execution, they're setting up the good moments. They know how to play around the map, but when it comes to straight 5v5, almost as expected, Bangkok Titans have had their number.
Exactly. Bangkok Titans, when it comes to execution individually in these team fights, they just seem to almost be exclusively superior.
Well, we're going to have another check-in with the hype train. The Chiefs currently 0-2 down. Bangkok Titans looking awesome. And it's done. It's off the rails. We can get it back on potentially, but the Chiefs, they're going to have to rally back 3 straight.
Look, based off these 2 games, they've lost in team fighting, they've lost in early game. There doesn't feel like there is a direct answer from the Chiefs. They're going to have to pull out something new, bring out all the stops here for this hype train, or it is going to crash.
It is. It's off the rails now. Got to be careful, but credit to Bangkok Titans where it's due. They've been playing amazingly. 2 very different games, 2 very convincing wins for the side as well.
Yeah, definitely. Feels like they went home last night, they spoke to their coaches, and they're back reinvigorated, and they've almost got the Chiefs' number.
Certainly are. They've got championship point now on the line, so let's throw it back to the caster desk for game number 3.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And my goodness, the hype train, it's off the rails. We don't know where. Honestly, it was already off the rails. It was on the road. It was in the ocean. So, look, we're fine. We're used to it. It's going to be okay. 26 minutes wasn't what the game was, so it couldn't have been that bad.
And I actually kind of want to almost debate Rusty a little bit in terms of convincing victory back-to-back from the Bangkok Titans. Yes, they're convincing in their team fighting, but I feel like that game was actually thrown by the Chiefs rather than earned by the Bangkok Titans. They came back in the end with fantastic team fighting, but it was the consistent overreach of the Chiefs that really led to that demise.
100%. The Chiefs need to be a little bit more patient. Like, Raider, in that team fight, I cannot stress enough, like, mid lane had already been crushed, like broken open. Raider, all he had to do was stay alive, because even if he stayed alive at minimum, that's a 5 versus 3. They walk into the base, they take their second team fight seconds afterwards and win the game. Instead, he just jumped into people and like completely reversed how the whole trend of the fight was going. So, you know, every now and again, you have to take a deep breath, take a step back and understand where you're at in the game, because 40-second death time is unforgiving, and that's exactly what happened to the Chiefs.
Yeah, and Radio was punished for his movements over and over again at the same time, so he probably could have pivoted at that point and thought, look, okay, if I'm jumping on top of people, I'm going to die for it. And when you've got so much latent AoE, like there's burning stuff running around Mundo, you know that that's there. There's also a big old flail hanging out around that big boar, so just don't jump into the middle of the fight. You got massive range at the end of the game.
Well, Sejuani was dead, and Mundo was, once again, not doing very many damage. The problem is he just put himself in the range of
just
the
saying
Sivir.
in general.
No, so that was a one team fight, and Sivir like just was able to unload on Raider, when realistically, as long as the Olaf is alive, that should never be an option, because you should just be able to follow your tank into the fight, be able to put out max DPS from that range. And Raider had the augmentation there. He had the Lulu with the help picks, giving him all the extra damage. Just needed to wait for the window.
I call it a front to back composition. What I mean is you say line of scrimmage. So you need to set up the line of scrimmage. Your tank lines are there. And just run through. Tristana outranges Sivir. So as long as you just don't go melee range, you're going to end up winning that team fight there, especially when you're Lulu. For a moment there, Swiffer was like 9-2 and 9.
Yeah.
So
he was absolutely massive, and you know, the more fed he gets, the more damage that Tristana does, and that's why it was honestly, even though Swiffer has all these kills, it's Raider's team fight to win or lost, and unfortunately he lost it for them.
Yeah, and look, I'm just really upset because you're using more football references, and I just feel like I'm left out, so it's really upsetting. But look, I'll learn. I got to learn about football so I can understand League of Legends, and analytical points aren't necessarily.
I got
football.
You got to set up your first row and your second row.
Okay, cool.
Pretend like, so these are your foot soldiers,
Yep.
aka Olaf, and these are your archers, aka Tristana.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So there's 2 different lines.
Yeah.
And we can say scrimmage because it's a fun word. Apparently, everyone is off the rails. Thank you very much. Our lovely producer, Benji, just letting us know that, in fact, everything has gone wrong. But I just want to talk about 007X, because this is the guy for me who's really been the changing factor for these games as opposed to the 2 that had already gone down during the group stage, because he's picked up 3 kills in the early game in both times, and he's been able to utilize that in order to get them ahead.
I also think it's the adaptation about how 007 is playing around the map. So we've consistently seen from the Bangkok Titans look for this. Every single time, they're going to shove their lanes forward, and it's to open up and create space. Hold the Chiefs down in their lane, open up for 007 to slip in and start invading. So typically, he bounces between mid and top lane. This time around, he actually invaded the bottom side because that's where his lanes were strong since we had the initiated lane swap. So just, again, the continued adaptation from 007, how heads up he's been on the map, what he's been doing when he gets the kills available to him. I believe he went Sightstone both times. So he transitions his lead into early vision for his team that open up picks for, I always want to say J4. G4 down the
Hopefully
line.
he plays Jarvan, then you can be correct on both
The,
scores.
That would be
the one person
wonderful.
I want to shout out is Lloyd. He was going against a 3-1 AD carry. Radiant got the 3 kills. 007X got the other 3 killed. Lloyd won lane. Like, I have absolutely no idea how. He was up 100 CS. Like, that is inexcusable as far as, like, there was a point in the lane where Radiant had BF sword, pickaxe, dagger versus BF sword, and Lloyd was bullying him around the lane.
Well, the beauty about it was that after the initial 3 kills went down, or the initial snowball went for Radier, is that Lloyd actually swapped out of the lane. Remember, we saw Sivir go into the top lane, and then there was that consistent, 10-minute mark where Radier was constantly around G4 for some reason, and the Tristana and the Diana were matching up.
Yeah.
And during this time window, that's when Lloyd started to skyrocket ahead because he was just free farming lanes and jungle creeps.
Well, it was a little bit unfortunate there. We are going to have champion select very, very soon. We'll see what the adaptations are going to be. And you can see it's already all the way through. And it looks like a mirror of the last champ select, but with names on the other side. Sivir is going to be first picked. Let's go through the bans just quickly. Rek'Sai, Yasuo, and Maokai are going to be taken away by the Chiefs. And Kalista, Braum, and Shen are going to be the answer there for the Bangkok Titans. Take it away.
Chiefs need to take Diana.
I'm actually shocked that Yasuo was banned instead of Diana.
Yeah, Chiefs need to take Diana right now. They need to run the double teleport because Bangkok Titans have proven that is the answer to the macro play around the map, being able to have twice the resources available to get the job done.
Well, standard Bangkok Titans. First 2 picks here on the red side is going to be the Gragas and the Thresh. We'll see whether they heed your call, Spawn. And the
Just-
Elise is back up as well.
Just blind pick it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the strengths about Teleport Diana right now is that you can blind pick Diana mid.
Yeah.
Swift has got 2 plays of it during the regular season, so definitely does have it in his champion pool. We'll see whether he's able to take it.
There's also the fact that he has to blind pick his mid lane generally anyway, assuming that G4 isn't going to pick it in the next round. So, I mean, if you're going to do it, you may as well do it now. But we'll see. 18 seconds to go. Spooks looks like a ghost.
Braum Diana. I would just grab it.
Well, Braun's actually banned, so Elise is going to be the one there, as Annie is going to be locked in here from Egym. And they love the Annie Sivir lane. There's a lot of burst damage there.
All of a sudden, mid-range AD carry. G4 doesn't take it now. Swiffer doesn't take it next.
Oh my goodness. Okay, no, he's just cycling. That was frightening for a second there as the TF was an option.
It's going to be absolutely terrifying if he decides to commit on that Zed. Again, G4 is a famous Zed player. And he denies Diana if he connects with Lulu.
Does he?
I believe
Didn't
so.
seem to work last time around.
It worked
It
fabulously.
worked really well.
It's just
until
hard when
Radiant
your AD
jumped
carry
on someone.
jumps forward.
It's like,
Well, 20 seconds to go. Shyvana going to be locked in here for Warlock, by the looks of things, assumingly. That could go anywhere, let's be honest.
No,
Could just
that
be
could
G4
definitely
played in
go
mid
into
lane.
the top lane.
No, it could go into mid lane. G4 could do it, I believe. That man has done all sorts of crazy things.
so do they go the Twisted Fate? I guess that's the biggest question right now. Egym will be able to help out early in the lane with Annie if they go for a lane swap. Annie is equally as good as Thresh, if not better.
Yep,
Wow.
they did.
That's what they go with.
Okay.
Well, Twisted Fate can answer the teleport with both the Destiny and the teleport. And it was how they managed to take a victory once against the Bangkok Titans, I believe.
Swiffer had some very flashy plays where he ganked 2 lanes at once. He
Yep.
Destinied to the top lane, got a kill, and then he immediately teleported to the bottom lane, picked up another kill.
He also backdoored the game, so it wasn't exact. Like, backdoors are always nice to watch, but I always think they're not the most convincing victories.
We didn't even get to watch it. We just looked over, glanced in, and then it was the last hit on the Nexus. Ah,
Meanwhile, in the base,
exactly.
And this has to be the Diana pickup.
he's got teleport already locked in.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic matchup into Twisted Fate just because the thing about TF is he takes realistically 2 abilities into the lane.
Oh, the classic counter pick.
Rip. So he takes 2 abilities into lane. What I'm talking about is he's going to take his pick a card and he's going to take his wild card in there. Or is it wild card when he tosses it out?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. His other one is going to be an augment to his auto attack, and it's not like in the middle of a 1v1 duel. TF's like, let me press ultimate and I can do massive amounts of damage.
Yeah. So it looked like Swiffer a little bit hesitant to trade with Egym there. In the end, he does hit the button.
Says no, I want Annie. Oh, goodness.
Doesn't fare any better in the matchup, by the way. So we're going to have the classic counter pick here. You mentioned it, Atlas.
Yeah.
It is going to be the Fizz into the Twist of Fate. And the danger of this is that Fizz, if he ever gets control out of the lane and is able to shove up, TF cannot follow into Fog of War to try and use the Destiny because Fizz can just land that Chum the Waters, nail him, take him off the map. So, once again, very heavy macro here. Needs to be executed well.
Yeah, and I think this looks like it's largely off the back of the Chiefs managing to get these picks the same way it was in game number 1. The fact that the Elise, the Cocoon needs to land, they need to be able to get that forward vision. Because if the vision is there, then there's no worry about Fog of War. They don't need to be too frightened about that situation. But as soon as the map gets dark, it becomes a very scary place for the Chiefs.
I mean, if I was G4, I would just push the wave into TF, and then I would just walk and stand to the side brush. And just either force him to use the Destiny early, or if he attempts to make a roam, effectively you're just holding down Twisted Fate in the lane. And then by pushing forward again, you're creating space for 007 to make plays and impact the map.
One thing I will say is that this is a great lane for Fizz if things go in his favor, as we do have another pause, guys. However, Twisted Fate can surprisingly get a lot of control over the lane if he goes stack deck second, because you don't want to shove the lane into Fizz because he has such a good bounce of the wave when he goes flask.
Yep.
So you go stack deck second and you just put as many auto attacks. It's the Fizz Orianna lane, but with an actual stun there, and you just try and put 2 potions worth of auto attacks in him in the first 2 levels, and you can try and shove him around just a tiny little bit.
Burn
we'll
through
see
his
whether
flask.
we can do it.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Could be difficult, especially considering the fact that, he does have that nimble fighter passive, able to get rid of a bit of the damage from those auto attacks. No one remembers that passive. It's just, he has a Phantom Dancer and can take a little bit less damage. I like it. Always have. Okay, you're giving me these patronizing looks.
No,
so
I'm
let's
not giving
move
you a
forward.
patronizing. I was actually listening to that because I knew he ignored unit collision.
Yeah, it's like
Kinda
he's got a
swims
little
through them.
mini Ninja Tabi.
Or Doran Shield, maybe.
Yeah, either or. I think it's pretty much the same. But Swiper is going to
2
take
points in the defensive tree.
Yeah.
What else has that?
Oh, maybe he's going to take all of those items and then,
Oh,
all of the
just
auto
immune
attacks
to
not going
it.
to be able to
Just
do
so
anything.
we
Old
can
school top
counteract
laners.
Yeah, something like that.
the level 2 all-in from TF
Yeah.
on auto attack.
Yeah, so he's
Exactly
going to
that.
need about 3,000 gold to
Gold,
do it.
level
We'll
one.
see whether
Okay.
he can do it.
Good. Watch out for that.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff. But Olaf
you
into
off
the
the rails?
Shyvana. Let's talk about this. Olaf into Shyvana this time around. And I didn't actually see Warlock switch over to a Smite
He
or an
didn't.
Ignite or anything like that. So still going Teleport Flash.
Yeah, so you have to because this is something that we talk about a lot, but Olaf's change CC in lane means that if you don't take Flash to be able to break one of the axes, it's just so much follow-up damage. And honestly, every time I see Olaf and Elise or Olaf Gragas, I'm just like, your job as a jungler is to get level 4 as quickly as possible and then sit on the top side of the map and give your Olaf an advantage because he is a monster when he's ahead, but is one of those snowbally top laners. So you need to give Swiper, if you're going to put him on a carry champion, you need to give him the tools to carry.
Well, he also has a Destiny now as well, and we all understand how Swiffer loves to head towards the top side of the map.
Swiper's favorite mid laner is TF. Swiffer
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
really like playing it anymore.
No, especially not into Fizz, which he has had to deal with in the past as well in the Oceanic Pro League, but we'll see how it goes in the hands of G4, because this is an assassin in a brilliant matchup for him, and I'm really scared for how the Chiefs are going to deal with this Fizz.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's going to be very rough. We are onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs taking on Bangkok Titans, looking to try and find the will to do the 3-0 comeback.
But on the other side, the Bangkok Titans looking for game, set, match for their trip into Worlds. And as the C representatives, first attending the International Wildcard on a technicality, and second visit to the International Wildcard, earning their place by beating out the Vietnamese powerhouses.
Yeah, on their own merit this time around. As the Bangkok Titans looking to have another defensive start. No invades or anything like that.
Did he just drop the beat?
Yeah, Prom Queen Annie, man. She's partying. That's what she's going to do.
Skrillex, that's what all the kids are listening to these days.
Oh, apparently.
What's
Apparently.
that song
have
that we
no
play
idea. I
in
listen
between
to-
our...
Dodo Sin?
Dodo's in, yeah.
That's what it is. That's the beat.
You're damn right it is. That's no Skrillex, though. That is the best. We could actually layer some of that over the top of this. We could have people like raising their koalas once more, but at the moment the Chiefs need find themselves an advantage, and we'll see how they're going to go about doing it.
Looks like it's going to be with a lane swap as Radier and EGM are rotating towards the top side of the map. So it didn't work out the last game. Going to go back to their macro loins and see if their map movements will prevail.
Oh, macro loins.
Macro loins.
That sounds tasty.
Oh, tasty was not going to be the adjective I was going to use.
I was going to say
Definitely is
hot.
an interesting one. Yeah, hot, tasty. I guess similar things. Well, Bangkok Titans hanging out as a group of 4 here in the jungle as Moss and Lloyd going to get a smite and head towards the bottom lane, but they're not going to find anyone there. A similar thing is going to happen towards the top side, but without a smite.
And I wonder if they'll make the adaptation and give it to Moss. No, they don't. They share it.
Oh, yeah, that would be cute.
So typically what happens in a lane swap is the things that are going to be immediately affected is going to be your jungle presence and how you have control over the Dragon Pit. So naturally the Chiefs are giving up their control of the Dragon Pit because they have the numbers advantage on the top side of the map. The other thing though is that it isolates the mid lane. And in this matchup, the Fizz versus the Twisted Fate, this can be really scary if Swiffer doesn't play this perfectly.
And you see both of the junglers having a look to see if they're starting the camp.
007X having to deal with a little Annie here as Moss makes his way in. Urgent Strike down onto Swiffer.
And he has. He's gone stack deck second. So Swiffer understands that he needs to put some cards into G4, but right now not really working out in his favor.
Oh, Ejim almost able to take down Warlock, but now may have overextended here as 007X.
His team's in backup.
He's
got looking for it.
They have complete control of the top side of the map. They have the numbers advantage there, so the Bangkok Titans have to leave.
And Warlock used his flash. So now, as you pointed out, Spawn, it's going to be very difficult for him to go into lane against Nola, even though they're in a lane swap situation. But still, I just want to got excited.
No, it certainly is, and they've actually teleported to the top lane. This is suicide.
I don't know what he's
Warlock,
doing.
No, it's the direst treatment as 007X makes his way up here. Spooks very, very low. Has to be careful. Doesn't have the repel just yet, but he is safe, able to make his way out. Teleport's coming in from Swiffer in the mid lane as he's got the gold card. There it is. First blood goes to the Twisted Fate. He needed that. Fizz is on his way up. The Chiefs have to be so careful.
No, they can still just continue to push them out.
Urchin Strike's there. There's a gold card though onto G4. He's now too low to go back in.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, Chiefs have complete control of the map, and they have an advantage on the TF, the one member that shouldn't be able to get ahead.
And that was back-to-back
wow.
blunders from the Bangkok Titans, thinking that they could contest for the red buff when they weren't strong on that side of the map, and then continuing to try to get on top of the tower.
And now Swiper is in a lane on his own against Lloyd, knowing that everybody else was on the top side of the map, able to pick up this wave of CS.
Yeah, the one thing you will mention is that as far as 1v1 AD carries go, Graves probably the best.
Yeah, true.
Because like the closer you get to him, the more he just puts pellets, I think shotguns shoot. What are it, shells?
Yeah, pellets. Pellets will do.
Pellets,
Yeah.
shells.
More than one
Depends
is
if
the
it's
problem.
a scatter. I have no idea. I'm
How
out of
about
my
just
depth.
bullets?
Yeah, bullets.
I think we'll go with bullets for now. I think it's
Party
skin
pooper.
dependent.
Merca.
Yeah, Froskerin, come on. Julian. That sort of thing. You
Let's
should know
not go
about.
with that
No,
one.
let's not. Let's just not do that. Okay, well, we're not allowed to have guns, so we just don't understand what they're about. Swiper, going to smack things with his axes. I think he may have missed that cannon creep, but thank goodness we didn't see.
I actually think he got it. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, beautiful. See, that's the faith, the raw, unadulterated faith coming out.
But look at the immediate shift in power dynamic between these mid laners. The fact that Swiffer now has an advantage, getting the push on this Fizz and really punishing the range versus melee matchup.
I told you, it's a horrible matchup unless, like, certain things play out. And generally that is fall behind 10 CS's Fizz, get level 6, get a shop in
Kill.
and win the lane.
Yeah.
But right now that didn't happen, so a lot more safety.
That said, Moss is trying to change that up.
Everyone is. 007X also on that side of the lane. Going to find Ejim.
007X is now level 3 though, as all gold card has been held here. Moss is going to get the flash out. The Flays back there as well, as Swiffer is in so much trouble. Ejim, he's going to come and get collected as well. Dark Passage is there for some reason. Gets a nice double stun as Moss. He might fall down. No, it's not going to be. The turret changed its mind. Moss is going to survive.
But all of a sudden, mid lane, right back where it started.
Not
Because
gonna
a
be able to get
very
advantage on the
greedy walk up out of the Chiefs mid laner.
Whoa, and Swiffer chooses to itemize into a Sheen first.
Not Abyssal, yeah.
That
Gonna
is
argue about that.
uh,
Interesting.
risque. How about that?
Most certainly.
Oh, he's got the minions.
Wanders casually away from the
Level
body
6.
slam.
Goodbye, Swiper.
Yeah, he's dead. Lloyd able to take down that kill with the collateral damage, and Bangkok Titans answer back with 2 swift kills. That being said, gold lead still in the hands of the Chiefs for the moment.
I cannot
that
believe
may
he went
change.
Sheen first into a Fizz lane.
Probably just wants to shove as quickly as possible and get the heck out of there, but might not be an option anymore.
That said, what the Chiefs can hang their hat on is they still have pushing potential and pushing control over the top wave. So some freestanding gold as Moss now with the top lane.
Doesn't find it. There's the stun, though, out of
Nice.
Chiefs. Nice spell shield.
That's much better play out of Radius. Staying up nice and aggressive. That will give them the turret. And this is what the lane was relegated to, which is why cooldown reduction boots, some mana regen.
That's the
of
thing. He can't afford to aggressively trade with his Sheen right now just because G4 got the kill back to him. So like you said, you would think that you'd see Lucidity boots, some sort of mana regen, either some sort of MR, so he could just sit in the lane, continually use his gold card, and at least farm up safely. Look at how far back. So he's not even on the same screen. We can't even get them in the same image.
Well, it does make a bit of sense. There are 3 members of Bangkok Titans hanging out towards the upper side of that lane.
And all of a sudden, Spooks also has to be careful here because they want to invade on the blue buff. We'll be spawning very soon.
We need to try and get some kind of vision down, Spooks.
Ah, really nice smite. I like this against 007X. In fact, I would smite that camp every time.
Spooks hanging out over the top. There's the Chum the Waters from G4. Spooks just going to get annihilated. He saw them there, but couldn't get out in time.
3 members of the Chiefs in the bottom lane. See if they can get anything happening down there. Spooks also, Swiffer, sorry, also cheating.
Oh, the Destiny coming in. He's already under
beautiful.
the turret. There's the gold card. Collateral damage. They ain't going to help you. As Radius, is able to net that kill. Second one of the game for the Chiefs.
And they also burned the teleport cooldown out of Warlock in the top lane. That said, he does have the push going down, and I believe he's either already taken that tower. No, he's just farming behind it.
So the Chiefs actually going to be able to get 2 turrets. Warlock should be able to pressure that one down, although teleport is available at a Swiper. He is choosing to foot it, though.
Yep, legging it up
Oh.
there. Ejim.
There is a Fizz there, Agent.
Oh, the Cromp!
Fizz still there, though. He's
Yeah.
not going anywhere.
I don't think he has
Radier as
Fish,
well.
yeah.
He's hanging around. That's a really, really fast Annie. That's a mobility boost rush, so he's at least able to book himself out of there.
He's got the boots with the fur laced up, ready to go.
Oh,
So-
apple bottom.
Now do they put the Sivir in the mid lane and see if they can just dodge the Fizz matchup altogether?
Move Swiffer to the bottom side.
Jungle? I don't know, somewhere.
No, I agree. I think you should move TF into the bottom side. He's obviously has his Destiny. You're playing around your Dragon cooldown. You also have your teleport available on the top side or not. But move Sivir in there to start sieging up towers. Get that freestanding gold to try to get yourself back in
Wow,
this.
look at the
My
attention. This looks
goodness.
like porn playing it. They go, oh,
Yeah, Chum
Teleport.
Waters is short though. Teleport's coming in. Spooks able to flash over towards.
wow,
Oh!
G4, you're psycho.
Yeah, there's the massive AoE as Ejim. He's super low. G4, he's trying to get his way in there. He's so low. That's another auto attack right here. Able to lock down the kill. Swiper even grabs one. Cards in from Swiffer. Takes down the Dragon Lady.
That was suicidal. I don't know how else to explain what G4 just did. Blindly face checked a brush with his troll pole. Like, normally you walk in and then try and get the heck out if there's people in there. Instead, he just puts his beak in there, and the Chiefs get 3 kills.
And the confidence. Watch Radier during this team fight. So here we go. Starts up. Spooks is just now trying to buy time for this teleport to come in. He flashes back to safety. The troll pole into the bush. Hello, that's Annie. But Radier flashes over the wall here. High fives 3 members of the Bangkok Titans and starts chasing down 3 kills.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I don't need this
My goodness.
flash.
Yeah, exactly.
I watched that again, and I am just as perplexed as to what G4 was hoping to achieve without ultimate the second time I watched it.
Oh, it was enthusiastic.
It was. Oh, if anything, blindly optimistic would be the way I would phrase it.
Radier
Kind
did
of
a
like the
similar
jump
thing.
out of Radier.
Yeah.
I think I can. You cannot.
So before this tournament was the tournament of walls. I feel like this is the tournament of, or the series of hops.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, let's get in there.
No.
No, it's going forward. That's what it is. It's the tournament of going forward. Let's not try and disengage. Let's just jump onto people.
Keep it on the rails.
Yep.
And it
Doing what
is
we can.
going to be double offensive items out of our top laners. Something that I'm awfully happy about.
Yeah, Warlock. Can you take us through why you go for... Well, I guess, without Smite, what do you do on Shyvana in the top lane?
Are you asking about why Shyvana's itemizing into Blade of the Ruined King?
Yeah.
I mean, your split push pressure, again, the fact that you're playing against a Twisted Fate, I would itemize for a dueling weapon there because you're going to be looking for a split push threat out of Shyvana.
Oh,
Likewise, Shyvana in her dragon form is going to... Yeah, looking at this mid lane setup again.
That looks like, honestly, I've said it twice now, it looks like they're playing against Pawn.
Swiffer can't be in the same screen as G4
But
because
once
there's
again,
20
they can
people
dive
there.
Void.
Void trying to get some auto attacks here.
Good
Flashes
flash.
all the way back to his inhibitor turret. Still takes half of his health, but Spooks is here. They've got him away from the creeps.
Basic point about Shyvana, though, is she scales off of resistances, so she's going to get naturally tanky through her dragon form through leveling up versus health. So, happy the board, not awful. It's going to go resistances after.
One thing I do want to point out that was happening whilst all that shenanigans around the map is that
Well down.
Swiper actually got the flash out of Warlock and was able to force him back to base. So maybe the top laner of the Chiefs getting a little bit wow.
Oh, the explosion onto Spooks only takes half of his health. That
nice.
Tibbers was god tier as in goes Swiffer right into the middle of the battle. 007X trying to get him out of there. G-Force making his way around, but Swiper, he's bringing up the rear. Warlock now very, very low. Fish hanging out in the trees as another stun comes in. Swiffer well in amongst this fight, takes a turret shot, flashes out of the way. He'll be fine. Radius hunting for fishes and crits his face off.
E-Jim coming up huge on this anti-pick. Back-to-back team fights, back-to-back multiple stumps, and the Chiefs are banging down on this bottom tier tower.
Yeah, Moss not going to find the play here as well.
Wow, Moss actually gets chunked.
500 health on that Thresh right now. Swiper doesn't have very much mana as Lloyd makes his way in. Descent's not going to find Radier as E-Jim, he's very low. 007X looking to find his way in. That's not a barrel that's going to hit anyone as Swiper looking to get himself in position to body block.
And the top wave is pushing back. Random thing to bring up, but there's just so much farm right now available for the Chiefs. They're pushing back the bottom wave. Top lane is pushing back as well because of the positioning. And they've got the farm on the right places. The thing that we talk about when we talk about gold distribution and why kills are sometimes better if you're even on gold is because it's on the people you want. Think about the Chiefs this game. They've got the turrets and the kills on the people they want. 4-1 and 2, TF. 3-0-5, Sivir. All of a sudden, the huge carry threats are available, and Swiper hasn't been denied farm, and farm above all else is what top laners really do enjoy. So Chiefs, a little bit more better poised for success this time around. But Atlas, I've seen Bangkok Titans team fight, and I'm still really worried.
Yeah, I'm still really worried too, Spawn. It's okay.
I'm just watching two men die on the desk slowly as the series goes on.
One thing I definitely want to put a shout out to is the fact that Swiffer built the Sheen first. Everything was like a bit of a worry for this guy who was going to have a difficult time in lane. And he had like 4 people hanging around the mid lane, did not die that whole time. And the Chiefs just took the rest of the map around him. Fantastic play out of this mid laner to know that he just couldn't step away from that turret at all, ever.
And I'm glad that you clarified your statement of the back half of that. Fantastic play out of Swiffer. His itemization, not so much. Not ever going to support that Sheen build.
Well, he eventually probably wanted it.
Eventually, yeah, fantastic. But his Sheen wasn't doing him much good when he was playing 2 screens away from Fizz.
Helps his last hit.
Man, thank goodness I can Sheen crit these Raptors.
Hey, look.
Teleport once again.
Yeah, Destiny comes in. They are possibly able to take down the turret, but they're not gonna. They're gonna get the kill onto Lloyd. Swiper grabs an extra 300 Gs. And, okay, Ejin flashes over the wall. Nice flash from G4 to get on top of him with a playful trickster. The Annie falls, but the turret does as well.
But once again, this is the difference between the two teams. Chiefs, they get a kill and an objective. G4 burns his flash for support. I'm going to say that wasn't even worthwhile in the end. Sure, he gets a little bit more gold, but if he gets caught out of position from this TF in the next couple of minutes, he would really like to have his flash available.
No, completely agree, but now Spook's setting up for a pick.
Yeah, looking for 007X. Moss going to flay back Spooks. The box is there as well. In comes the teleport. Chiefs over the top as Radier just recharges his mana with that box. Warlock gets exploded. Swiper is so big in these fights. G4 just says, nope, I'm out of here. Double kill for the Viking, and he is going nuts.
And something really cute there was it was actually 2 teleports on the 1 ward, and I don't think they knew. I think they thought that was just going to be the Olaf, and then all of a sudden Twist of Fate also at the back end of the fight.
Ridiculous stuff. Chiefs able to then transition that one into the outer turret in the mid lane. Not entirely sure where the Dragons have gone this game, but one of them went to the Chiefs. Don't remember when, because there's been so much fighting.
Well, welcome to the series, Chiefs. It's glad that you finally decided to show up. They have complete control of the map now, as well as this Dragon Pit in the next 26 seconds.
It's 2-2. Calm your horses. We beat them twice during the group stage.
I like how you're saying we now. This is the caster, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Very impartial.
So the thing that is really humorous to me, because I feel like we've seen this scenario multiple times, where Spooks gets caught and he just repels and he's like, guys, please come save me, while he's up in the air. He drops down, the rest of the Chiefs are there, and they just mow through the Bangkok Titans at this point.
Yeah, completely agree. I still think that double teleport is so cute.
Yeah.
And the other thing I will point
Adorable.
out is that I really like watching the Bangkok Titans play League of Legends still. Even when they're behind, they just continue to try and, wow.
Yep, Moss going to
Fight?
flash away.
Yeah, continue to try and fight.
That is so beautiful on the screen, proving your point. While it's all happening, Lloyd able to take a blue buff for himself there as G4. He's trying to get out of this one. Spooks nails him with the cocoon. Tibbers comes down. Happy birthday. Here's a teddy bear, and you're dead, G4.
Something, something, flash.
something.
Boy, I wish he had Flash right now. It's funny, too, because he was locked up by Egypt, so
Yeah.
it's like, was it worth it?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, dear. Well, the Chiefs going to get their second dragon.
But Warlock hits back with the turret in the top lane, so first structure does fall for the Bangkok Titans. He's starting to become a split-pushing threat, although maybe not as accelerated as the 4-1-5 Olaf.
Oh, my goodness.
Swiffer just threw his hands up in the air. Don't know if you caught that on the camera. Like he just doesn't care. Thank you, producer.
I think it's don't care at that point. I don't know. Oh, dear. Well, Lichbane almost completed now. Does have the home guards as well as those Lucidity boots.
Would you say he was raising his koala?
I think that may have been what he was doing, Spawn. Then if his arms were raised, he definitely did care. You got to take care of your koalas if you're going to be raising them, guys. They're an endangered species. Yep.
Don't forget to raise your kiwis.
Yep. Kiwis as well. Definitely need.
We hit 2.
Support.
What's New Caledonia?
New Caledonia? Not entirely sure what their native animal is there, Spawn.
So at this
Caught me
point in the
off guard.
game, since Dragon's been taken down, the next most important objective for the Chiefs is going to be the mid-tier tower and the top-tier tower. Primarily mid-tier because it's going to, again, grant you the most passive vision and map control. So what you need to do is you need to pick up all of your vision and your wards from that Dragon Pit, start moving it over into the Bangkok Titans' red side jungle, which is why you see Ejim, slowly kind of peeking his head in there, doesn't want to face check into a Gragas or a
Slowly is the
Fizz.
fastest little girl I've ever seen.
But he's doing it very cautiously. He's not
Yeah.
just like walking up to these bushes like troll pole into it. He's like,
Not going full G4 on the brushes.
like a
What do you say?
G6.
Oh my goodness. It had to find its way in there at some point. I'm really glad it was you, Frosty, and thank you for that.
But once again, Twisted Fate ult available. They've got someone isolated on the top side of the map. This is how the Chiefs really like to use their Twisted Fate. Make sure it's isolated 1v1, and I feel like they want another bottom lane gank. That's why they haven't really moved their vision, and Swiper's pushing up so aggressively, because at any moment, Swiffer can join him. And if they send more people to answer the Olaf, all of a sudden, Baron very much on the table.
Yeah, and you can actually see this in Swiffer's play. He's posturing to that bottom side of the lane, so he is checking in with Swiper.
G4 relegated to taking down some Raptors here as he meets the creep wave at his inner turret. Radier,
Warlock
not
is
scared
so
of Warlock at all.
starved. You know, he's got farm, don't get me wrong. Like, you're like, 111 CS, how is he starved? He must have last hit perfectly, because he's level 10.
He has
They're going for the
111 CS at 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's a cocoon onto Moss, who gets G4 into this one. Still looking for more as Swiper, he's going to make his way down, answering the teleport from Warlock with the Destiny. That is going to take the inhibitor turret. Chiefs looking to try and put their stamp on this game very early on.
And without the Diana available, and it was open for them to pick, they decided to look for the counter pick in the Fizz, but without that teleport, they're just getting ripped around the map.
They could have taken teleport.
I was going to say, I think that is actually the teleport as opposed to the champion
No,
selection.
and I agree. Like, it's but it's what that champion shores up for them. You said it last game, the fact that Diana kind of is easy mode for macro rotations just because you have the double teleport there, and that's the most common champion with tandem ability that we see that on. But they had the option, they didn't take it, and now they're getting burnt.
Well, 9,000 gold is the lead here for the Chiefs at the moment as G4 just going to clear out that top side. Little scrying orb ward is going to be taken out there by G4, who says, get rid of that one, don't even need a sweeper. No worries at all. But at this point, Warlock is only going to get tankier. We'll see whether the Bangkok Titans can get themselves to a point where they can fight effectively.
Yeah, I feel like this game is really a demonstration on how Chiefs should have approached the series and what it still means for the Bangkok Titans to recognize the fact that they need the second answer to the macro play. They didn't respect the Twist of Fate for whatever reason. They banned it game 1, did not ban it game 3, and all the Chiefs are proving right now is that their one strategy still works. They're not showing us anything new at this point of the game.
The scary thing, though, is that, I mean, it's okay for the Bangkok Titans to
100%.
let the TF through. Like, they can afford to continue to make mistakes. But now that the Chiefs, if they win this game, because, A, we still have a lot of play left here. Yep. If they win this game, they now have demonstrated the blueprint. Okay, the Twisted Fate, pulling you around the map, macro-oriented play.
Oh, Spooks might be caught out here as he gets eaten by the fish. Repels down, able to get over the other side of the box. Destiny comes in. G4 gets caught out, takes the lantern, trying to get himself to safety. Troll pole still there as Warlock hanging around the side. 007X so far forward. That gold card went so long. Wildcard's just the tip. Will take down the fish.
Again, Spooks is caught out, but not really. He just repels up, and by the time he drops down, there's 20 people there.
It looked like he targeted the box as well.
And it's so funny because like you're watching a Fizz do it, and Fizz is like, "That's my trick."
Well, Talisman down. Lloyd's going to get caught. There's the flash tip as Lloyd is dead. So much damage now down for the Bangkok Titans. There's 10 seconds left on G4. Can the Chiefs get more? Yes, they can. Radier, here's the minion wave I prepared earlier, and they'll take down the inner turret in the mid lane. All 6 of them now gone. Tibbers tanking the turret like a king. Moss is going to get caught. Exploded by the Chiefs. Warlock, not a tank right now. And the inhibitor is going to be broken. Chum the Waters is down. Swiper says, yeah, I'll take that. And the exhaust is there, and 007X, now it's his turn. Taking it in turns, starting off this fight, and the Chiefs well and truly in control. The surrender comes in from the Bangkok Titans.
Raise your koalas, boys, because we've got ourselves a series.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
No.
Please.
Calm down,
Thank
calm
goodness
down.
that camera didn't get back on to us immediately.
I have a feeling that the OC hype train is most definitely, you know, he was off the
in
rails.
trouble.
I think it's still in trouble.
Are we still in the ocean?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, if you take a look at back to how that game evolved, it was who got the farm and who got the kills on the Chiefs. Even though they were knocking down turrets, this time they were able to get it on 2 members and pressure a portion of the map. It's so important for Chiefs to control at least half of the map.
I completely agree, but the point that I was making before that, you know, like 45-second fight that ended the game started in that jungle, is that they've now created that blueprint, the Twisted Fate, and that is so easy to take care of ban, and I doubt we'll see Swiffer get his hands on that champion again. So now, what's the adaptation going forward from here without that teleport Destiny available?
But the thing is, it's just, Destiny is sure a part of the kit, but he can play any teleport mid laner. Take the Diana, run the exact same pick. Diana teleporting to a turret means you have to back off just as much as Twisted Fate Destinying in. And the way that they do it, by using Swiper as kind of that guy that shoves up obnoxiously far on a tanky bruiser that can put out the damage, just means that there's not really much of a response. And that's why I would have loved to see Diana, because she is the response to that gameplay.
Yeah, is there an option to then take teleports? Just make that sort of the meta of the mid lane here for both of them.
Yeah, that's what's
Doesn't
happened
even matter.
That's what's happened to all tournament long.
I don't think there was a teleport on the Lulu is what I was saying. Just say, no, don't take the Ignite. Let's just go teleport Lulu in the mid lane.
So
I think that Doinby did it in the LPL.
Doesn't work on Lulu because she needs to be a lane bully to actually have any usefulness as a mid laner. Otherwise, you just run her as the top and run something else as a mid laner. The reason that you can do it on things like Diana and Fizz and Twisted Fate is because they have genuine kill threat or CC without the needing of an aggressive summoner spell.
And the other nice thing about Lulu is that she's a counteraction, or she counteracts the assassins, but likewise with her whimsy and her mobility, she's able to kind of compensate for the fact that, yes, you don't get the immediate teleport, but you still get the same idea of you can quickly rotate around the map.
Yeah, it's a very good point. But we are going to throw it out to Pastry Time and Rusty to take us through the Chiefs' first win in this series.
And the first win indeed there for the Chiefs, pulling it out when it counts here, winning finally a game, and it's game number 3. The Bangkok Titans still 2 match points to go, Rusty, but the Chiefs having a very clean game.
That's exactly right. The Bangkok Titans, they still looked okay. It just didn't feel as refined as their previous 2 games. But the Chiefs, they're the ones who stepped it up in that. And they took it to the Bangkok Titans this time. They didn't relent.
They really didn't. And a very crisp, clean team comp, as you can see. You can look down the Bangkok Titans side. You see a lot of the stuff we've seen from them already. Aggressive choices in the bottom lane. Assassin for G4. Gragas in the jungle. But look at this Chiefs comp. We've seen this from them in the group stage. And this man right here on Twisted Fate did exactly what he loves to do.
Yeah, so in the first game of the tournament 2 days ago, Bangkok Titans took on the Chiefs. That was their first ban. They removed Twisted Fate from the map. They're aware it's a big deal, and Assassins are very strong in laning phase. The Fizz, Diana, Zed from G4, they're all very strong during that laning phase. But if Swiffer can impact anywhere else, and that's exactly what he did, then the game starts to snowball out of control. Not only was the Twisted Fate there, the biggest thing that I really want to bring up is this anomaly here, the Sivir. Raiders picked that up. He's taken it away from Lloyd. He insta-locked Graves. He was confident. He wanted that, but they didn't give it to him. They swapped lanes around. They rotated. They played their macro strategy style really effectively. And the Sivir plays a big part in that because you can just press your ultimate and everyone gets there quicker.
Yep, and what a better person to enable than Ejim right on the end there on a trademark pick for him, Annie. We've seen, honestly, quite a few bans. He hasn't gone to it yet at all in the tournament, I believe, but pulling it out in a crucial game, and he made wonderful things happen with one of his favorite champions.
Oh, exactly right. It's his most played during the regular splits. All the Thresh focus, the Alistar, the Braum bans that he is receiving. He's always got this one just sitting in the pocket waiting to go. Brought that out in this game, the most important game for them, and actually goes massive. The Tibbers connected on so many targets, even during laning phase, pressing the W and stunning multiple targets every single time. He was really clutch in that.
Yeah, and we saw that as far as the multiple stuns go, the clean map movement. But let's have a replay now and dig a little bit deeper into how the Chiefs were able to get this game going.
So this is one fight that seems to have consistently dumbfounded Spawn. He had no idea what Bangkok Titans were doing. But we'll roll this one out. Swiffer, he hits the gold card as the fish doesn't connect. That's already down, and Spooks is caught out of position, but the hook misses, and the teleport has arrived. And now they're just playing the numbers game with no Fizz ultimate available. Ejim hits a great stun at the same time as Swiffer, so they lock down a lot of important members. And it's really difficult to kill a Sivir. It's really difficult to kill an Elise at all because he's just a really slippery champion. And the Chiefs, they played that fine, but the Bangkok Titans, they shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have dove into that area.
Didn't have G4 for the damage. Ulti already used to try and get Twisted Fate out. And he talked about Sivir being able to rotate quickly using that ultimate. Lloyd was coming up, trying to quick draw through the back of Dragon. Got there in time to see, I think, his Thresh die at that point in the fight. And Chiefs collapsed wonderfully.
Yeah, exactly right. And that was one of 2 fights that happened earlier on. There was one earlier that started to snowball the Twisted Fate. But that particular fight snowballed the entirety of the Chiefs. And they started to steamroll the rest of the map from that one pick. And honestly, I feel like the difference between this game and the last game, team comp-wise, wasn't all that different. It's the way that the Chiefs played the game. So you saw them in that last game was almost team fight heavy. They were bringing the cannon involved. Everyone was just grouping up as 3 or 4 members. In that, it was 2. 2 members were starting fights, and then double teleport would come in. Suddenly it's 4, but it's in their favor.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to have a replay to demonstrate a bit of that now as well. Again, lots of mid-game, good, strong movement from the Chiefs. Break it down, Rusty.
Yeah, so we'll roll this one out and keep in mind the Tibbers at all stages. Spooks, yet again, just likes getting caught, but Ejim's there, perfectly timed with that Tibbers, stuns them all up. Swiffer makes his way in here. He gets knocked under the turret, hooked around by the Thresh a fair bit, and Warlock is putting down enough damage, but Raider hasn't been touched. Keep that in mind because he is just sitting there hitting people. The playful Trickster doesn't exactly make it over the Gromp wall, so he does go down for his troubles as he's looking for Swiffer. But Swiffer didn't die. That is super important for this team. And Bangkok Titans, the execution just didn't feel like it was there in this particular game.
Yeah, and again, G4, no ulti, no summoners, couldn't find a fish, couldn't get around because the Chiefs collapsing from 3 different sides effectively. And again, we've seen this from Swiffer time and time again. Ejim on the Annie, Twisted Fate there as well. Plenty of setup, and they can just be everywhere. We've seen it when they've beaten Bangkok Titans in the group stage. They play the map, not the team.
Exactly right. And what they did was play the map really effectively in this game. The team is the added bonus, whereas you look at the difference between these two. The Bangkok Titans, they play the team. The map is the added bonus. So kill champions, work towards the Baron. Whereas the Chiefs, in this particular game, the perfect example, they would play the map, forced the Bangkok Titans to come to them, and the champions just came to them for free.
They did. And our next replay is a great example of the type of collapse and map movement. I could not contain myself when I saw this. I was so surprised. Rusty, take us through it.
So, Spooks, let's just say this
He's
was all
bait
a
at this
part of their
point.
master plan. He just gets caught every single time. He takes a lot of focus, though, by getting caught. So roll this one through, Spooks. Let's all act surprised for a second that he's about to get caught by Moss and 007X. Uses the repel. Here comes a teleport, but it's not one.
It's two.
It's two members at the exact same time, and either their synergy is just perfect or it was a mistake that it actually was on the second. 007X is caught. Moss has already escaped over the double golem camp. He hooked his way out. He threw out the dark passage for someone to take it to safety. He said, come on, guys. My tower's just here. No one took it. They just didn't want to.
Nobody wanted the free ride out. And again, same story. Strong collapse. And again, good play from Medium and Swiffer. Nice teleports from both. And I like the comp there from the Chiefs because everything else supports that sort of big, aggressive skirmish and collapse. Elise and Olaf, great for when things are getting really hectic.
Yeah, so it feels like this particular game was like an adaptation of games 1 and 2 put together. So they've got the pick comp, they've got the team fighting styles. They meshed into one style of team comp that actually suits them, and they just put it together.
Yep, they did. And we have one more replay now to demonstrate just that's quite a long one, Rusty. You can see again the Chiefs. We've got a massive goal lead at this point. Bangkok Titans still back against their own base. Take us through it.
Yeah, so just start this one up. Ejim started that talisman. He's looking to go. Flashes immediately, and they catch Lloyd out. This is already after another pick happened earlier onto G4. The Chiefs, they look like they're in a very commanding position here. They work towards that middle turret, and they're just moving from strength to strength. At this point in the game, the gold lead was already so accelerated that the Chiefs are just super far ahead. And one by one, the Bangkok Titans, they work their way in, and they start to fall down. The Chiefs, they did not ever look like slowing down from this point. The snowball had well and truly begun, and try as Bangkok Titans might, they couldn't prevent that from happening.
Yep, they get ace. They pretty quickly after that throw in the towel, like you can see. I mean, I actually like this surrender a lot from the Bangkok Titans side just because the game's out of control. Your game plan isn't working. You're getting collapsed on. Just reset. You've got 2 more games to play at least. Hopefully you win the 4th game and ice the series 3-1. But just don't play that game anymore because it was not getting any better for you.
Don't give them the satisfaction of last hitting that Nexus. Surrender there. Keep it early and reassess your situation. You don't give yourself more time by any means, but you just save yourself with what was going to be a losing game regardless of what was happening.
Yeah, it was. And we have another check-in now with the hype train. The Chiefs pick up their first win. So where are we at now? Apparently we're back on the rails. Gonna say it's probably a little shaky. Maybe need some WD-40 there, but it's getting going. It started to get back on track.
Look, our computer does what it wants. It's
true.
assessed that we're
It
on
knows.
the rails, so we can't argue with this one. It seems to me like things are looking okay for the Chiefs, but as you said, they've only won one game. It's a best of 5, and still the Bangkok Titans are 1 game away themselves from going to Worlds.
Yep, they really are. And you can't forget how well this team has been playing. I thought, honestly, after the group stages, clutching their victory to get to this point in the final, I thought we were done seeing how good Bangkok Titans were. I was very wrong, and I'm very happy to say that given the final.
And again, a lot of credit has to go to the coaching staff actually showing them what to do coming into today, working around all of these changes, and they came out guns blazing, but the Chiefs have fired back.
Yep, both teams going to have to really look here. The hype train is back on the rails, but can it start picking up some speed? We're going to throw it back to the cast desk for game number 4 to find out.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And I have a feeling, back on the rails for our little hype train computer is like any sort of thing. Like, I think the train might be upright, is what we've definitely confirmed.
Rusty is a gentleman and a scholar. That hype train is in big trouble still. To call it back on the rails is a stretch, but as you said, can't argue with a computer.
It's true, it's a computer. It's smarter than us. Must be.
It just knows something that we don't.
Yeah. I wonder what that is. Bangkok Titans going to forget to ban Twisted Fate, maybe. I don't know.
But that's the thing. So we were talking about this before we threw it out to Rusty and Julian. They did a great job breaking down all those plays. What is the option for the Chiefs? They've now demonstrated, so we're going to play the map. We're going to play a macro-oriented game. We need the teleport. You don't necessarily need that in the Twisted Fate. As Spawn was saying, you could pick it up in, a Diana with a teleport, even in a Fizz with a teleport, just because you have the assassination there, even though you're sacrificing your kill summoner for the TP. But do they go that direction? Do they try something else entirely new?
Yeah, I have no idea. And, if you're Bangkok Titans right now, this should be like one of the easiest draft phases. Ban Twisted Fate, first pick Sivir, get your game plan exactly where it was in game 2. run away with the game because Lloyd's already shown that he's a monster. Moss is doing great things. 007X, that game wasn't as great, but, you know, I'm going to call that a team fault. Once again, you can't point the finger at one individual. Everyone would have said, yeah, you're safe to TP back to that top lane turret, and every member of Bangkok Titans was wrong because that was a very questionable TP.
Yeah, and one of the things that did go differently here for this game is definitely the fact that, you know, you didn't have 007X massive at the start of the game. So maybe if we have a look at, you know, what has been consistent for this series for the Bangkok Titans is the fact that 007X, when he's ahead, the Bangkok Titans look fantastic. When he's not, you know, there is a twisted fate there. There's a lot of other factors, but that could be somewhere that the Chiefs can try and aim their swords.
And I think that's also why you need to continue to lane swap against the Bangkok Titans. It's not just about opening up that that ramp to the structure goal by trying to siege towers as quickly as possible. It's the fact that it uniquely changes the jungle versus jungle matchup because it's about the double jungle and it's about how the junglers are impacting the side lanes. If you give Bangkok Titans a standard lane phase, the 1v1, the 1-1-2, they're just going to push in and, again, open up 007 to run into your jungle and just start slapping you around. Make them double jungle. Make him tie up his time and kind of babysit Warlock. Don't let him do what he wants.
I 100% agree. I'm going to take it a step further. Spooks, pick a jungler that can fight back. You've looked the best when you're on Elise. Pick something if Elise is banned that can at least fight back. That's why a Gragas is a minimum. I'm going to say avoid Rek'Sai altogether and like go towards aggressive junglers like an Evelynn, a Lee Sin, something that can have Echo would be fantastic. Something that has the ability to boot 007X out of your jungle because you know he's coming for you at some point in these games. And you know that if he gets farm, as Atlas has pointed out, that he really gets rolling with his team. So Spooks needs to be able to control that part of the map. That's his job.
It also shuts down the opportunity to pick up Sejuani as well, because we know that her weakness is in her early jungle clear, is in the fact that she takes a little while to get rolling. She generally needs that level 6 to be super effective around the map. Pick Lee Sin. Just go and kick her in the head.
Maybe that's too far, but I agree with the sentiment.
That's what I want. Yeah, look, I'm
Head
excited.
kicking?
Head kicking.
Okay.
Yeah, just start the action off early, and it's been pretty good for that.
She's on top of Bristle. She's at least like
Yes.
15
His one bit
feet off the ground.
of LoL lore has now been demonstrated, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful stuff. I just like how this has happened. Always gets a leg
cheeky
in.
bristle in? Yeah.
Cheeky bristle. Beautiful stuff.
That's
Look,
the only piece of lore knowledge I know, by the way.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Hey, Frosco. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. Do you want to bring us back onto the rails?
Yeah, let's talk about the Bangkok Titans.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we've kind of demonstrated what the Chiefs need to do in terms of the macro strategy, and Spawn talked about, just ban Twisted Fate, just get the 1v1 standard lane. As far as the Titans with the assassin play, I kind of feel like they almost need to go control mage this style, and like you said, go back to Lloyd, first pick and prioritize the Sivir.
Yep.
But I think more importantly, open up G4 to either go to a Zed, so again, you open up and you compensate for the macro strategy, opening up the 1-3-1, because anytime Zed is picked, you open up split push potential, so you open up a 1-3-1, or go the Lulu, go the Orianna, and just play an entirely hyper-scaling, protect the AD carry comp. Because the Chiefs, this is their last chance. They cannot afford to fail here. More often than that, teams will play very conservatively in the early game and try to ramp scale into late game because they don't want to give up their series on a random level 1 snowball.
Yeah, definitely can agree with that. And I think that what you just demonstrated is the Bangkok Titans still have more choices. They can either go with A, a hyper split pusher to try and counter the macro, or B, go with a really good team fight behind Sivir who can force objectives. And the Chiefs, we think they have one choice left, which is to play the map and hope they get a lane swap. So this series, which is why it's so right now in favor of Bangkok Titans, I feel they need to lose at least one more time to prove that they've run out of options with the assassin, because we believe even losing with an assassin that they still have another pick in there that just split pushes a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, and the main point here is the fact that the onus is on the Chiefs to find a strategy that's going to work against the Bangkok Titans, because the Bangkok Titans look like the more flexible team at the moment.
Well, find a second strategy. They have one strategy that
Yeah.
works really well. We just feel it might be banned.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's the fact that we didn't realize where the Bangkok Titans ceiling was. Pastry Time said it out there, we didn't expect to see this ceiling appear from the Bangkok Titans. We thought that we had seen the height of their play, and then suddenly they come out into the very first game of this finals and just a 26-minute quick 1-2. So it's, okay, this is their final form now. Is there anything past this? Because frankly, the Chiefs really haven't pushed them yet.
Well, they certainly did in the last game because they managed to win. But
that's the one
is that-
style that's already
Yeah,
been demonstrated to beat them. So it's like, if the Chiefs can pull out and beat them here, then okay, that's pushing back on the Bangkok Titans. But can they elevate? Can they go one step farther?
Yeah, so the Chiefs have shown two things. That with Kalista, they're able to 2v2. And with anyone else, they're not able to 2v2. So the Bangkok Titans, that's where the Kalista ban comes from.
Yep.
Chiefs have proven that they can beat them around the map with Shen, Twisted Fate. That's why I think the other two bans just have to be Shen, Twisted Fate. Take away the Sivir and, you know, all of a sudden this rotation, chase you around, really spread you out kind of gameplay isn't as effective. And the other thing I do want to point out is that game was a much different story because Ejim had a very hard non-committal engage tool in the Tibbers in the Incinerator of the W. We haven't seen him play it yet this tournament. I think that was the first game. But that was his most played champion throughout the OPL, and he looked terrific at it. So maybe that's another potential look in to see if he can take it away.
Yeah, potentially. That being said, I mean, Ejim has a lot of other tools that he can use. May not necessarily be the area that they need to focus, but we've actually seen Annie bans against Ejim
that's
during
his
this
best
tournament.
champion. He is a very good Annie player, and I was actually surprised that it took this long for it to come out, especially Annie Sivir. We see it run a lot, because if you ever knock down that bottom turret, all of a sudden, mid lane is always in danger because they disappear through the red buff vision, and you're like, they're coming for me. Like, they're running top speed, they got a bear in a backpack, and they're going to hurt real hard when they get here.
Yeah, bear in a backpack, or it's in a little purse, you know, because it was the little prom queen Annie. She's probably just got this tiny little purse, got a little bear doll in it. Not too bad, but look, it's just more efficient with that skin. And it runs so quickly. I just love it. Okay, going back to that one was probably completely unnecessary. We are going to get into Champion Select very, very soon. In fact, right now, there it is, saved by the bell. Twisted Fate, bit surprising, is going to be banned away here, as Maokai are going to be taken off the board as well. Shen and Kalista are going to be the answers from the Chiefs. They don't want to give that to the Bangkok Titans either. We'll see what their final ban is here.
Bangkok Titans banning Maokai means that they must really want that Sivir first pick.
Yep.
May have to be banned here by the Chiefs, but Diana might get through.
I think Sivir is far more important at this stage in the game because, again, she's one of those champions where you can run multiple teleport champions into that mid lane, but Sivir, with her ultimate...
The Olaf ban.
Empower...
That was Spawn's mind exploding.
Empowers you to rotate quickly in between your side lanes. So again, it's just shoring up these teams' lack of maturity for the macro play.
Well, what do the Chiefs do here? Do they decide to ban away the Sivir?
Maybe. The reason I'm so mind blown by the Olaf
okay?
is that means that they think the Bangkok Titans don't think they can get 1v1 lanes, because Olaf is just such a good 2v1er, and that's how the Chiefs are using him right now, that they removed him because of how far ahead he gets in the 2v1.
I swear we're not on comms with the Chiefs.
Oh, dear. Well, Bangkok Titans taking a little bit of time.
Gragas, Thresh, they're the normal prioritization from the Bangkok Titans.
I would think it would be Thresh.
Well, Diana's there. I mean, Annie as well.
Lucian, also.
Thresh, yeah.
Because I'm just looking, these are two new
You
bands.
can pick up Braum as well. Braum, Thresh.
Yeah, Braum, Alistair are the two
jungle as
bands that
well.
we've seen the whole series long that have now been able to sneak through. So we'll see whether they are prioritized. Double wall comp. G4's already shown that he can play quite a stellar Yasuo.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't talk about Yasuo comps anymore. I think I've overdone that one throughout this tournament. But the Thresh is going to be at least considered here by Warlock for the moment, and they're going to lock it in. So the Chiefs, they can go for the Braum if they want to, and they can pick it any time they want.
I expect this will be a Gragas rotation.
Surprise, surprise.
That said, it wouldn't necessarily be the aggressive jungler that the Chiefs...
Elise is still available. I just don't think that they will take Gragas over Elise right now. With the mind game, the ability to bait people into a specific circular area and then pounce on them unsuspectingly.
Am I caught or are you caught?
And once again, right into our web.
Oh my goodness, is he going to do it? The question is, can Swiper play it in the top lane? That would what be... Whoa, okay. So Diana's going to be locked in here by the Chiefs, and now G4 needs to answer a potential mid lane Diana pick.
So the reason I've been on this for a very long time is that Lloyd has proven that he is exceptional at mid-range AD carries. Sivir, Graves, Lucian. Every single one of those champions has to go within Swiffer's range to be effective in a team fight. And Radiant was on Tristana, who has much bigger range and wasn't able to make it happen. Right now, Lloyd's thrown down the gauntlet. But Swiffer, all he has to do is press R, and everyone else should be able to do the rest.
Well, we'll see. Lucian has been picked up here. 007X locks in the Rek'Sai as well. Was fantastic on that champion in game one. Swiffer and Radiant now with their opportunities.
I would love to see G4 pull out the Lulu as opposed to the Orianna. They're going to do very similar things, but it'd be an SKT-esque composition.
Yep. Yeah.
And empowering Lloyd to be on that front line.
And
using
he
the whimsy help
needs some
picks.
tool to be able to get in there, because Diana probably going to pick up an early Abyssal Scepter. Shockwave not going to do much to her at the start of the game. Of course, does a lot as the game progresses. But they need something to be able to disrupt Swiffer as he dives on and tries to assassinate the carry. And the Chiefs might beat them to it this time.
I love the mind game here. So absolutely, the fact that Lulu would work... I promise we're not on comps with the Chiefs. That Lulu would act as a perfect interruption, act as a perfect interruption to this Diana pickup. So by denying it, flexing it in between the top lane.
Yeah, and even better now is that the Chiefs have the ability to dive in with the Diana, and then Braum piggybacks it with the stand behind me, layers the knock up. All of a sudden, you can raise this Diana up, get a secondary knock up available.
So now the question becomes, what does Radier commit on as his AD
Jinx.
carry?
Jinx.
Tristana
Jinx.
maybe, if he wants to.
Please no.
Jump
Don't
away.
give him a jump. Just don't give him a jump.
So it'll probably be the Lulu top lane, Diana mid lane, is what I will be thinking 100%. And
I'm 100% on that as well.
I actually, pretty familiar with Swiper's champion pool. Does not hold a Diana in there at this
He's
stage.
played against it before. I think Minky Well plays the old Diana.
He does. Minky Well, unfortunately absent from the tournament.
Yeah,
So
Carlos
the-
is God as well if we look back through the history books of the OPL, but Chiefs now with the option, and Yasuo and Mondo have been locked in.
Well, the reason why G4 is picking up Yasuo, not only because he demonstrated a fantastic Yasuo earlier in the series, but because, never mind, they're not going to play support Yasuo, unless they were,
Support Yasuo?
no, I was...
AD carry, Yasuo,
Yeah, I was
double
thinking,
knock up.
because they're trying to deny the Braum wall, but
Yeah.
we've already got like a triple flex going on.
So the
Yeah.
reason that I really am going to question the Yasuo pick this time is because Yasuo has to take exhaust to be a split push threat, because he needs to get multiple Qs into someone to be able to get his combo off, so he can't die within that area. So that's why exhaust is so good on him. However, Diana doesn't really care about taking the exhaust, going to be able to take the teleport. And that is a blast from the past, and something I thought he was banned from playing,
But
actually.
it's actually a fantastic matchup against Lucian, theoretically, considering the fact that you can get out of the piercing light.
So-
Or you could just play Jinx and outrange him.
Yeah, so Radiant, a historical
outrange
big
piercing light, does it?
Ezreal
For a
Vayne
mini?
player. So back on track, Radiant, huge historical Ezreal Vayne player. And they are the two champions that I had thought the Chiefs had forbid him from ever playing on Summoner's Rift ever again. Like, I 100% know there is a blanket Ezreal ban for the AD carry player of the Chiefs, no matter how strong it is. And Vayne was supposed to be in that category, but Vayne Braum is actually a relatively good lane swapping lane, because Vayne's a really good 1v1 player.
Why is Vayne banned away from him?
Because he does very questionable... You thought the jump in with Tristana was bad, that's all I'm going to say.
I hope everyone's ready to go Vayne spotting.
Yeah, well, look, we could have... Okay, I'm not going to go to where I was going to go, but it'll be interesting to see how Radiant plays this one out.
And the reason I really like the Vayne, if I touch on it one more time, is that it unlocks Braum to rotate around the map, and Mundo cannot 1v1 a Vayne. So all of a sudden, the lane swap, even though it won't be a fast push strategy this time, is a real kill threat against that Mundo.
And it works perfectly with already what the Chiefs have demonstrated their strategy to be. Unlock Ejim, have him impact that middle lane at level 2.
Yeah, and
You don't even need level 2. Braum's level 1 is absolutely ridiculous with the magic or bonus magic damage on concussive blows.
is there also a problem on the side of the Bangkok Titans with the fact that we do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen.
Of
but
course
with,
we do.
With the fact that they have a little bit too much sort of physical damage on their main carry threats, and the fact that Mundo sitting up there, not going to be doing a whole lot of damage. Apparently he heals you. So that's going to be a problem for them. Whereas, there's a Lulu there, Diana, lots of damage on
So the
Vayne.
one thing I will say is that because of the last breath, giving like some armor shred in there and the itemization that generally comes out of Lucian, like they should be able to get through because there's two mages on the side of the Chiefs. So it's not like they're running into this tank heavy comp.
good
And
point.
even at the best of times, probably going to get a frozen heart and a locket out of your release, not really this heavy armor stacking. So we'll see whether it does come back to bite them, but definitely will mean that the stand behind me from Braum is a little bit more tuned up this time around, and also fantastic at getting the Unbreakable up to block out the first tornado from Yasuo, because there's not many other tools. Flay, Unburrow. They're pretty telegraphed out of the other side. So see how it goes. It's not the Maokai. Maokai is just impossible to dodge out of because he gets on the back line, and Arcade and Smash is just such a good tool.
Yeah, and I really like the Unbreakable in this comp as well. The fact that you can block out the culling with that ability is fantastic. So their counter siege will actually be fairly strong on the side of the Chiefs.
The thing that I'm actually really scared about for the Chiefs is their wave clear. The wave clear is pretty abysmal. You effectively have Lulu's Glitter Lance. And yeah, when Vayne is on creep, she could kill them. I expect to see an early item, not an early itemization, but an itemization towards a static shiv versus a Phantom Dancer to try to help compensate for that, because Diana's not going to have safe wave clear. Vayne has very short range in her wave clear, and they need the static shiv to compensate.
So what I was going to say is I was actually going to go with a second item as well, but not Static Shiv. I think Phantom Dance is pretty core. I was going to say top lane doesn't have the benefit of getting a second item Death Cap.
Yeah.
Must go for the Sparky.
Luden's Echo.
Luden's Echo.
Sparky, I can't believe I got that.
I was going to say Luden's Echo was going to be a
That
cool
was
one
like
too. Yeah,
color
Sparky's
caster
interesting.
charades over here.
Yeah.
Swippy Swappy.
I thought you were talking about that old item that actually got removed from the game. I don't even remember what it was called.
Built out of a ruby crystal.
Something
and
Spark?
Yeah, Ionic Spark.
Ionic Spark, that was the guy. Beautiful stuff. Now is a Static Shiv, of course, so
Made
still
Shen
theoretically there.
so broken. So broken.
Right now, what we have the teams doing is they're both invading on either side. The Bangkok Titans.
Port here.
He's going to get Glitter Lance. Swiper didn't notice, I don't think.
The Bangkok.
Vision.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't played much Lulu, to be honest.
The Bangkok Titans set up in
Yeah,
a 5
sorry, go
point.
Frostron.
As the Chiefs invaded, they saw that they were invading. They adjusted their net, so they spiked forward on the top side of the map, and they placed deep vision wards to check for lane swaps on either side. End story.
But
But
I believe that the Chiefs saw it.
everyone
so they
saw
can
it.
just walk
Everyone
through their base
knows.
gates if they want to.
But the Chiefs are going to go towards the top side of the map. No, now do the do-si-do because they see the Mundo. And it will be a lane swap successfully achieved.
Cute stuff here.
Question will now be how will the Bangkok Titans adapt to this? Sometimes if they don't get the lane swap, they'll push the lane in as hard as possible, attempt to bounce the wave, and then back in between the creeps.
Cute stuff there as well. Shout out to Spawn Swiffer taking his W first for the trading potential.
Because he doesn't want to die. I think that's what the technical term is. Taking Q on Diana is the easiest way to die in lane.
We see it so much though.
But
Do
you
we?
have so much, you have just as much pushing power if you have your little, I call them the Mario Kart bombs.
Yep. Okay.
You ever played that battle? No? Okay.
Yeah. No, I most certainly have. Little spinny one. Go around you. More like shells.
Ooh, Swiffer in a lot of trouble here. Gets knocked up.
He's been exhausted here as G4 might be in trouble. Flashes over the wall. Oh, G4 over the top. First blood goes down for the Rek'Sai 007X. Once again with a decent snowball in here. Winter's Bite from Ejin. Flash out from Spooks. As, one more would have stunned up Warlock, but he was still fairly healthy and Moss was coming in.
Early kill onto 007X. Benefit is he does have teleport, so he can get back in there. Shouldn't be too much of a big deal, but still just an early advantage that you don't want to give away to the Bangkok Titans.
And frankly, just too far up forward.
Just really wanting to fight G4. None of the mid laners now with summoner spells though.
I mean, to be fair, he probably didn't expect as many members to be there simply because they initiated the lane swap, so they technically have the numbers advantage on that side of the map. But we've seen pretty much horizontal jungling even though lane swaps are initiated.
And this is something that will go to the Chiefs' advantages. There's a deep freeze in the top lane, meaning that Lucian won't be able to pressure that turret. Very hard to reverse that much of a wave without sending all your members up.
It's just like it's completely reverse. That's what's funny, because typically Lucian's going to be the sieging AD carry here just because he can shred through towers with his double tap passive, and Vayne's more about, freeze it, bypass my weak lane phase so I can get to my killer late game.
Yep.
But this time around, the Chiefs pull the trigger, they make the adaptation on the mid lane gank, and they take the first tower.
Yep, so we're going to get knocked up. Oh, no flash available. Flayed back in. 007X, close to falling down. There's a hook, though, onto Spooks. He didn't need to die there, but that's a double kill for G4.
Yeah, I have no idea what the Chiefs were thinking to accomplish there. They just got the bottom lane turret, and therefore maybe bought a little bit more of a gold lead back, but they just give assist galore across to the Bangkok Titans. And you can see Swiffer and the player can head in hands. He's not enjoying this at all at this stage of the game.
And
Rallying,
disaster,
man. He's rallying.
because it's on to G4. He picked up 2 kills.
Well, That wave now crashing into the turret. Swiffer making his way back there. Only 4 CS behind. Does have himself an extra Doran's ring, but it is going to be the Phage start here for G4. Interesting. He does like to get that item very early.
Yeah, he did this last time. He actually, I think...
Went Avarice Blade first.
Yeah, had a Avarice Blade into it, but...
The thing is we've only seen it into both Assassin matchups, so I'm curious if he would do the same thing into Control Mage, because again, the health is adding to your survivability against the initial burst from the enemy champion. So...
Chiefs break the freeze in the top lane.
Yeah, interesting. The fact that Spooks came around there, picked up level 3, and then is going to get out. Moss, he's level 2. Steel Tempest not going to land here in the mid lane.
And this is something very common that we see out of Elise when she was a big power pick, is that she could just walk into any lane that she wants, drop down a Spiderling, and immediately break any sort of freeze, because she has so much wave clear and pushing potential into her kit.
And really interesting adaptation that I didn't notice early on was that Warlock went Smite. Ooh, Radiant cancelling auto attacks galore. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Ardent Blaze lands. There's the hook. Radiant walks out of the side of it.
That would have been disaster. Does have both of the summoners available to launch. However, big disaster is still going to be this mid lane.
Well, it is coming in. Spooks trying to get some work done, but looks like they are going to try and break this wave that's been held there from G4 for quite some time.
And this is the only lane with the advantage. Once again, Swiper, you're not on a big carry like Olaf this time around, but you're going to have to do your best Olaf impression.
Well, he's also allowed to be that far forward, to be that big of a bully, because right now Spooks has vision of where 007 is, so he's in no threat of any sort of counter gank. So see if he can make something happen on the bottom side.
Oh, wow.
The knock up onto Spooks, able to use the repel. There's the Moonfall down. Spooks not dead just yet, but Moss is here. That's a cheeky shield. Completely unnecessary, but grabs him an assist.
That was a beautiful setup out of G4. He just walked past the mid lane, nailed the tornado, and secured another kill for his team. 2,000 gold the lead.
And this is where the Bangkok Titans thrive against the Chiefs. It's putting down Spooks. Again, we talked about 007, when he gets ahead, how he's able to snowball his lanes, how he's able to impact the map, but more importantly, how he's able to put down the Chiefs jungler.
We said that was going to be Spooks' biggest job. See whether he can repel the continual invades that will come out, and you can see that it's really hurt his mid laner one more time. Swiffer probably started this one, so all's fair in love and war, but he's down 20 CS.
And Raptor's being taken as well by G4. Warlock just holding this wave off. Actually got it pushing now as well as Swiper going for the Rod of Ages.
So I actually think that the Chiefs should just bite the bullet here and move the Lulu into the mid lane. It is so much more important to get farm onto your Diana than it is to get onto your Lulu. Lulu probably going to be able to repel the continual ganks a little bit better than what the Diana is anyway. So just give him the solo lane farm.
Hero creep.
Using the wind wall here in the mid lane. Making sure that Swiffer can't get any harass down. Heads forward. And get the knock up. Doesn't find it here onto Swiffer, who engages. Moss is hanging around once again. Swiffer not going to go in.
Yeah, so he was just putting down what harass he could at that stage, as Swiffer's missing CS now. Does not look like a happy man. Spooks is also slightly caught out.
Yeah, standing there in the brush. Hasn't been seen just yet. Egypt's coming in, but everyone moonfalled. Oh, that's a fantastic wild growth as Swiffer. He's onto G4. The teleport's coming in. Last breath. It's down. G4 able to get out of there as a playback onto Swiffer, but he's able to flash out to safety. Repels up. Bangkok Titans, they can't find it this time. Swiffer's back in. Interesting maneuver there as there's the flash knock up onto multiple members. 007X trying to get the work done. Swiffer been surviving for so long. In comes Radiant, as is Lloyd. Moss, one more auto attack. He's going to fall down. Swiffer, the heal from Radiant, is going to save his life. That's the first kill for the Chiefs.
They're able to finally pick up a scrappy team fight as Lloyd's looking for the mage. Wow.
But still,
Swiffer's got teleport.
The Chiefs from behind managed to kind of even out their footing on that team fight, but so much miscommunication. The fact that the culling, so many of those shots were able to eat into the back of Swiffer when Egypt was standing right next to him.
Yeah, definitely still not a good news story, and they are looking to fight here, the Bangkok Titans.
Well, they can't grab the dragon. That falls to the Chiefs as 007X looking to cut them off.
And the only reason that the Chiefs were able to make that play is because they had the teleport available on Swiffer, knowing that he was going to go back and he could come into that fight with full health, whereas the Bangkok Titans had to go back and completely reset some of their health bars.
Dive once again in the mid lane, however. They really need to get the Lulu over there. He's going back. That means they'll lose the turret.
Yep, Avatar going to fall in the mid lane here. They traded for the Dragon from before, but still with this huge lead for the Bangkok Titans, it's dangerous for the Chiefs to make proactive plays.
And you can see it's the CS differentials. Once again, 23 for the bottom lane, 20 for the mid laners.
And this is something you have to watch out of Lloyd. He had a fantastic calling in that team fight, and that's the first one that we've seen. But his Lucian ultimates are some of the best that I've ever seen. This guy is unreal on this champion.
Very comfortable.
And this is just going to be, once again, one of those protracted games, because Bangkok Titans, they'll still want to try and fight. Chiefs do have some tools to be able to stall out a little bit, but Mundo becomes this ticking time bomb all of a sudden. That's why the adaptation's quite good.
Well, he's going to have to fight Ejim here, who's going to be able to get the stun, but no one else able to find their way around in time.
And this comes back to my bigger issue with the Chiefs comp right now, is the fact that they have 0 wave clear effectively available. Spooks maybe caught out here.
Level 7X pretty low.
He's not even level 6 yet. It's 11 minutes in the game. 8 minutes is inexcusable for not reaching that.
Well, Swiffer is able to clear out that mid lane. Looks like the outer turret on the top side is going to be the focus here, as Spooks is making his way around as well.
They have the teleport for the bottom lane if they do want to send the Lulu back as well. So they'll trade, once again, turret for nothing.
Diana can head down there as well if she wants to, taking some moves at the moment. That is going to be the Lulu.
And I'm going to reiterate my previous point that, like, Lulu has no threat on Lloyd right now. Swiffer does. In fact, Lulu's in trouble of being dove if they send multiple members down there. So why not just put your control mage mid?
That looks like Swiper understands that he could be in trouble here.
He's still in trouble.
Yeah, he certainly is. The tunnel is available, but 007X are not going to be able to get in there. G4 finds his way around, but it looks like they are going to be able to take the turret.
And we've talked about this, the Bangkok Titans, where is their ceiling? We understand that they have fantastic micro gameplay, their ability to outfight you, but pretty much back-to-back, they've been playing on the macro level of the Chiefs, and right now setting up, being proactive, taking these towers, looking for possible dives, and expanding their lead through their presence on the map.
The thing I'm scared about is the fact that 007X, once again, 100% kill participation, 2-0-2 in the early game, Sightstone and that Cinderhulk already completed. And with him able to use his health so effectively by being a nuisance in all these fights, it's just too hard to deal with by the looks of things for the Chiefs during a lot of these games.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's probably the 40 CS advantage right now for the AD carry position that the Chiefs are looking at and just thinking this is going to be a very hard game. Infinity Edge already finished up for Lloyd, and he's going to rotate his way into the top lane turret. And Chiefs are going to be very hard-pressed to stop this bleeding.
But again, the Bangkok Titans today do a great job recognizing what is the easiest objective to siege up, moving all of their vision, moving all of their members, pressuring the waves. We now have the threat of a dive on the top 2 towers should the Chiefs look to try to contest this.
Yeah, and you can see just zoning away with the Mundo, making sure that G4 is still close enough to the mid lane that they can't answer with anything. And in a 2v2 lane right now, the Lucian's stronger than Vayne regardless. Wow, chunking out Ejim. And another turret going to fall. This gold lane getting even bigger.
Static Shiv almost completed from G4 as well as 007X making his way towards the top side. Spook slinks in there. Outer turret is going to easily fall down. The gold lead starting to expand here for the Bangkok Titans.
No teleport for the Lulu and 5 people on that top side of the jungle.
It's just a much cleaner game from BKT this time around. Much more controlled. Still have some of those scrappy fights, but most of their advantage has been built on just small map movements and side wave control.
And small plays in the lanes as well. The fact that, you know...
Individual outplays.
Yeah, individual outplays. It may not necessarily net them kills, but get some advantages in the lanes. It just shows that, you know, the players like Lloyd, who's just so comfortable on this champion.
They're all rotating bottom.
G4 going to get caught out by a Cocoon.
But it makes sense. They should be playing to the bottom side anyway. Not only is Swiper way out of position here.
Yeah, Flash Play comes in. There's the Wild Growth as he's just going for the kill here onto Moss. The teleports come down. The exhaust is used. Culling just going to take down some minions there, but Swiper is going to give over his life, and Moss isn't going to fall.
But the Dragon is spawning in 38 seconds, and this is the only counterplay that the Chiefs have available to them, is to try to siege down onto this mid-tier tower, but it opens up the threat of a flank.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you can see straight away they back away. That was a lot used. Probably didn't need to burn the teleport out of Mundo. But apart from that, just really nice, clean play from the Bangkok Titans, rotating into the bottom lane, taking the free kill, and then being able to get back to mid quick enough to not be caught out of position. And still, that CS advantage on the AD carries grow. Everything else has been shored up from the Chiefs. Sure, the jungler is still a little bit behind, but Lloyd is a monster when you compare him to Radiant.
And this is the refined play that we would expect out of a representative from the C region. You know, once being part of the 5 power regions, separating the Bangkok Titans' first trip to the international wildcard on a technicality, second trip to the international wildcard on their own merit. And this is the ceiling. This is the final form that we've been waiting to see.
And we'll see whether they can close out this game as well. They look to be taking down their first Dragon here as Lloyd going to pop some bullets into it.
It doesn't look flashy, but it's so oppressive. They're just choking out the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and there's not really many options left. You can see they're trying to keep the Vayne away from everyone else, give her time to scale up. They're trying to maximize farm around the map. But the problem is, without wave clear, there's just no efficient way to do it. And now they've spotted out a wild
G4.
Like a G6.
He missed it.
Windwall comes in, doesn't get the stun down.
Flash.
That ultimate was actually straight into the Windwall, which was upsetting. A Swiper, he comes in, the exhaust is down onto him. So
The whole team is rotating into the bottom lane.
And
They
they've
need to get out.
2 major cooldowns, the Wild Growth and the Final Hour are not available. Never mind, Wild Growth's there. JK.
Yep, that is actually the Glacial Fissure, which is definitely not good. Oh, G4 not going to find Swiper there. Nice dodge.
Warlock still chasing. Swiffer might be able to grab mid lane turret.
Spooks might die though. Flashes out of the way, so that's decent.
Okay, this is BKT, their nature getting the better of them as they want to chase, they want to find the sparkly things and make them bleed, and Swiffer gets a free tower for it.
Yeah, glorified minions win today. Swiffer able to get a turret.
That might be a little bit too high.
That's what Rusty's been calling them. Champions of glorified minions.
I got it.
Oh,
Well, they may have caught out the Chiefs here. Wild Growth is down. Ejim might be in trouble. Gets
Here comes the
played back
teleport.
in. Spooks has come down, but Ejim is going to fall. Swiffer finds his way in. Lloyd gets destroyed. Chiefs may have an opportunity here. Gets over. There's Spooks getting shielded up. Double kill for the Diana. Triple kill for Swiffer.
and all of a sudden the Chiefs are back within touching distance, and it's exactly what you spoke about. The nature of the Bangkok Titans just got a little bit too far ahead of themselves. G4 went back, did not want to participate in that fight. It was a 5v4, and the Chiefs make them pay.
We're going to see a replay of this again. Spooks, I feel like we see the same play every single time. They think they have the Elise caught, but the Repel buys enough time for the team fight. Here we go. Teleport comes in. Swiffer just deletes Lloyd on the back half. Meanwhile, Spooks buying so much time over the front line
Flash shield.
of the Bangkok Titans. You have the nice flash shield to make sure that he survives the fight, but just splitting them up. It's like, what's that dog from the movie Up? Doug?
Oh my
The
goodness.
Bangkok Titans are like Doug. They see champions and they have to chase them. Like squirrels. Get them.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't even necessarily have to be that particular dog either. I think most dogs
No.
generally like that, but I really loved the super deep Pixar reference. It was beautiful.
But that's the thing. They were so controlled, playing around the map, beating them on a micro level, taking the fight to an advantageous. It was like they got bored. They got restless.
Yeah.
And they just had to chase, just be let off the leash, and instantly the Chiefs punished them. So got their foot back in it, still behind, but they have another chance.
But they have a window
that could be
because the
fantastic.
person that is ahead right now is the split pushing Diana up in gold over the Yasuo up in gold over the Mundo. There's no one that can really go with her. And what that means is that Lloyd has to watch his positioning every fight.
And this window is entirely based on the itemization right now. The fact that the Trinity Force isn't complete for G4, but the Hourglass is complete for Swiffer.
And Swiffer actually needs to know his power right now. He's got the Stinger, he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass, he can dodge out of the Tornado. There's no way he can really be ultimated without an outplay.
Exactly.
He needs to take the fight because everything's on his back. You just got a triple kill, mate.
Go and fight the Yasuo. Well, he's not
Be the
going
Wombat.
to, I don't think. Yasuo's still waiting towards the side.
They're pinging out Spooks and actually collapsing nicely with Moss and the rest of the unit. Still, Radier is the best answer to the Mundo. That is correct, so they're sending him back up top.
Oh, he's struggling to eat that tunnel, but he will get there.
And this is how the control mage gets farmed. We speak about it all the time. Just sit her mid. But once again, Bangkok Titans, they get sick of the game. They start up the Baron.
Guys, I'm really bored. I need to do something right now.
Chiefs going to ping it out at least here, but it's down to half health already. Chiefs walk over reward, pings over there. Spooks, he could potentially get in. He's
Level
in
10
the
smite.
pit. Will he be able to get it? No, 007X grabs the Baron. They grab the kill on the jungler as well.
007 didn't even smite.
That confident.
He had the weaker smite. He just got level 10 after the Baron was killed. He was level 9, so Spooks had the stronger smite. His smite went on cooldown. And the Bangkok Titans, on a miracle, take the Baron.
Yeah, and in the end now, a team that doesn't have much wave clear is going to be pressured by a Baron buff.
And this is where the Vayne pick pretty much bites them in the ass.
Yeah.
They need the static shiv. If you had a Jinx, you would have had the wave clear. This is what you sacrifice when you pick up an assassin in the mid lane, which is why I tend not to like a Vayne assassin combo.
But they can still technically fight here. They don't want to pull the trigger. They got the
Cocoon
Lucian.
onto Lloyd. In goes Swiffer. Moonfall flashed out of the way up by Lloyd. It's a decent play there from Moss as the Chiefs have repelled them for now. G4 still trying to find his way in with something. Prey Seeker's flying through as well.
And this is the thing, the Chiefs, they're playing so scared, but they're not that far behind in terms of relative strength because they haven't shopped. There's so much gold on the Bangkok Titans. Now you're behind.
Yep.
But that was 4,000 gold more.
Again, G4 has been walking around with a static shiv rage for like 5 minutes.
All of a sudden they go back. They've got a Randuin's Omen. They've got a completed static shiv. They've got a Trinity Force whenever G4 wants to go back. 007X, he's got a Warmog. Now they're in a position to use their power play, but the Chiefs should have just gone harder.
And Warlock actually was listening to you as well, Spawn. He's got a Randuin's Omen this time.
Didn't build Sunfire second.
It's because he's got Cinderhulk. I hate to break it to you guys. He wanted to.
Right. Already has the Tony burn. Forgot about that.
Well, it's
Unfortunate. I thought he was
multiplicative
just
stats off of the health bonus and naturally,
Well,
because
Sunfire
Randuin's
still has
versus,
health.
yeah, but Randuin's is much more cost efficient.
Yeah, well, we knew that. That was our point before.
And we'll
Hi.
see whether the Chiefs can repel one more time.
Oh, nice wind wall there from G4, but now it's on cooldown. Swiffer does have the Pale Cascade, keeping himself relatively healthy with the shield, and they can repel
Because
this
he's
for
got
now.
the Zonyas. If he hits Lloyd, Lloyd hasn't got any life steal at this point in the game, I don't believe, apart from his Dorans.
Oh no, he has the Panther Scepter as well.
Oh, does he?
Yep. Finding too much here as there's a knock-up onto Ejim. Doesn't want to go into the support, but his tower is going to fall down.
And the Chiefs are playing like a team that only has one more game left to lose. And I think that actually might be contributing to them slowly losing the game because they just do not want to pull the trigger on anything.
Don't want to make the proactive play. Frostern actually warned us about this, of course, during the start of this, saying that, you know, you got to pick scaling, you got to try and make sure that you weather the storm, but
You just
this not quite this much, maybe.
Yeah, you just have to understand that in a best-of-5 series, or even in a best-of-3, the final game, more often than not, you're going to take a hyperscaling leading carry or a hyperscaling composition because, again, you're not going to risk your entire series, everything that you've worked for, on a mid-game or early-game misplaced snowball. So, makes sense to me that they would look towards a Vayne or a Jinx. Again, still on the Jinx, but I believe Radier.
Yeah, well, look, game's not over until it is over. Still need that Fat Lady Gragas skin so that we can prove that.
And finally, is the Yasuo going to go back to base? He does.
There's
He's been sitting on so much gold.
Upgraded boots, the enchant, and 2 components of his Trinity Force.
And the combined cost of 78 gold.
So we can talk about this Yasuo build. It started to become very popular into the LPL. I'm glad to see it over into the GPL and now over in the hands of the international Wildcard. So how it works is naturally the Alacrity enchantment is going to be a direct buff to your flow. So the faster you move, the faster you can stack that up, the faster that you can murder Radier.
Oh,
Wow.
Tried to get the stun, but didn't find it. There is now
Goodbye.
G4's just running through the minions. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Lulu's going to take down the Lucian somehow. Warlock, he's trying to tank this one up. Death Sentence comes in there, but Warlock, he's looking to try and take the Lantern out. Not going to get it. Well, actually, he is. He's going to get to safety, but they do manage to get the kill on the AD carry. As
Both
G4
sides of the
comes
map are
back
going to win
in.
their 3v2.
Yep, Radiant flashes over the top, trying to find the Condemned. There it is that time. Gets the stun. G4's dead. Shutdown comes in for the Chief. Warlock, what was that? Where did you come from? Okay, well, he's going to teleport in and then run the heck away. And what are the Bangkok Titans doing?
See hero, kill hero. Guys, you're ahead. Just group up. Use the superior 5v5. You have a massive itemization advantage right now. There's no need to do these silly things.
So in the end, Chiefs able to get out ahead, back within 4,000. They might have caught Warlock.
That cocoon
Spooks
needed to
whiffs
land.
another cocoon. But Swiffer, he's got a pot. He's got his double itemization. He understands how big he is right now. They need to be careful here, though, because Lloyd's a monster.
He's pretty huge. Teleports in from Swiffer, though. Another cocoon misses. Radiant hanging around. Death Sentence lands onto the vein, gets stunned up. Already destroyed by Lloyd. Swiffer makes his way in. Lloyd, he may have to do something amazing. Not going to. He's just going to die as Moss. He's in trouble. G4 finds the perfect timing. And Swiffer falls down. Ejim doing his very best to be a distraction as Spooks. He's going to try and get away, but I don't think you're going to escape the Alacrity boots, double movement speed items, Yasuo. And that, in fact, is what's going to happen as Spooks seems to launch himself skyward into the Death Chamber.
Yeah, and the worst thing is that it's a minute until Baron, so all of a sudden everything good that the Chiefs have built back within 4,000 gold, they give away 2,000 of that straight away. Bangkok Titans able to get their waves back under control. Chiefs have done such a good job of controlling the map, but they hand a lot of that back over.
Dangerous stuff here. 5-1-4 now for G4, who has that BF sword now completed. Going towards the Infinity Edge, no doubt.
So this game is a time bomb. Who can kill the AD carry quicker? The Diana or the Yasuo? And right now, G4's winning. But honestly, it's a lot closer than it should be with how fed he is.
Likewise, the spread of gold between the two teams, the fact that BKT, they've got a lot of gold not only on their mid laner, but also on Lloyd. He's still relatively massive, 2, 3, and 3 versus the 0, 1, and 5. That is support Radier. That is support Vayne. If half of those assists were in kills, this would almost be a completely different game in terms of itemization up and online of this Vayne company.
Well, Swiffer still looks confident here as he heads towards the mid lane. G4 throwing out tornadoes, but not going to find anyone just yet.
They have control over the Baron area. They don't have any vision on Dragon, however. We'll be interested to see whether Bangkok Titans pull the trigger one more time. They have such a good Baron comp because of the Mundo. Can't stress how good Mundo is against Barons.
007X looking to come in, get aggressive, but they just take down all of the vision that the Chiefs have apart from that Rift Scuttler.
They've sent Swiper bottom lane.
He doesn't have his teleport. It's about to come up, but if this isn't timed just right... Okay, there he goes. He's actually waiting for this cooldown.
Yeah, he's like, I've got a couple of seconds.
Because I know as soon as I'm in vision, the Bangkok Titans are going to sprint at my team.
And he really wants that bottom lane farm because he's level 12 against like level 14 AD carries, level 15 mid laners. He's been starved so much. So he needs to be able to power up. He wants the death cap, but wow. There is a Yasuo stalking you.
Zippy!
He has to be very careful. He has to be very zippy. Rosker, and you are entirely correct. Still has a lead over his direct lane opponent as far as that farm is concerned, but Mundo, level 13 to the 12 of Swiper.
But once
They
again,
could just
this is
three-man
huge.
this Baron.
Well, the thing is, Diana's not there, is if the Chiefs get vision of it and they know that the Yasuo is bottom lane, that's so much of their gold. G4 is huge right now that they're just giving up for what? A level 13 Lulu.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of the Chiefs gold.
He's holographic, though.
That is very good. Get extra.
That's not how Pokemon works.
And they start up the Baron one more time. Here we go. No vision.
This is what I was talking about before. They could effectively 3-man this, which is what they've now decided to do.
Rom is
Spooks
back.
doesn't have any wards left.
He can repel.
They're going to go in. This is really not a good news story for the Bangkok Titans because their mid laner is bot.
Oh, Swiffer gets in there, does have the Hourglass, and he's going to use it now. Moss is going to get stunned up by the Cocoon. Swiffer has to be careful, flashes out, 007X, makes it to win. Wild Growth as the teleport comes through. Radiant right at the front of the fight. Not sure whether it's the best idea as he gets hooked up by Moss. Flay goes back, Radiant somehow still alive. Lloyd flashes out of there, gets the kill into Egypt. Double Moonfall as Swiffer gets a double. Lloyd still able to get the work done as
G4's behind them.
They're trying to find it. G4 has to go 1v4. Might be able to do it. Cocoon's there. Didn't use the wind wall just yet.
G4 is stalking the Chiefs lineup from just out of line of sight.
He's life stealing off the ward.
The polymorph needs to be on point here out of Swiper.
Looking for the condemn.
Radiant, yeah, looking for the condemn.
Looks like they still want the Baron, to be honest.
Well, they know that the Chiefs are low.
They pull the trigger on it, but it is warded.
Swiffer's nearly got teleport available. He can go back to base. They're rolling the dice. One more time. Lloyd's so low. Swiffer has teleport.
He doesn't have any vision.
Yep, they're not able to get there, and the Baron falls down.
Great adaptation from the Bangkok Titans right now. Now, the reason why the Chiefs initially pulled the trigger is, again, what Spawn was talking about. The fact that Yasuo was a cross map, that they could trade that amount of gold and that power in a team fight for the Lulu, but the Lulu had TP. Knowing that they had a numbers advantage, they pull the trigger, they take the initial fight. But Lloyd and G4 do such a great job herding the Chiefs around, stalling out long enough that the Titans are able to reset, come back, and secure the Baron.
Yeah, it was such an impressive move, the way that G4 just corralled them without ever overcommitting, and he is so much of the Baron damage. So being able to keep him full health meant that the Chiefs didn't want to go anywhere near it. All of a sudden, Bangkok Titans, one more time, out macro the Chiefs. However, big item purchases. 3 items on Radiant. He's finally got a Last Whisper. You take a look. The Lulu has got a death cap, so recognizes probably needs wave clear, but needs to be able to help her team out more at this stage of the game. And we'll see the Chiefs, they've been hanging on for dear life. But Bangkok Titans with Baron buff going to be very hard to slow down.
And again, I just cannot emphasize this enough. The lack of wave clear. You pretty much have Swiper, and that's about it.
Yeah.
You did mention the lack of siege on the side of the Bangkok Titans, though, so it does look like it's a little bit
They
difficult
actually
for this
have
team
really
to dive
good
turret.
siege, though.
Well, actually, the fact that Warlock exists means that, yep, pretty easy to dive turrets,
Not
so
just
I take that all back.
but the fact that you can step forward, you can place the wind
Wind
wall
wall.
on the back half of the tower, and Lucian, again, he's really good at sieging towers just because he can burn through them so quickly with his double tap passive. People, you think of siege, you think of Tristana, you think of Jinx, things like that. Lucian used to be a big pick for sieging towers when Ziggs Lucian were a massive combo. It's like 2014, throwing it all the way back.
And you can see right now they're posturing to take the base. Swiffer wants to be able to trade something back. This might be a little bit too cute. Diana is very far away from the team right now, and they're just going to go.
They have teleport. Cleavers land onto Spooks. The wind wall is down so they can get this siege happening. Chiefs making their way through. Nice unbreakable from Ejim, but inner turret does fall, so they get one against the flow, but the Bangkok Titans continue to siege.
And if we know anything about the Titans, it's that they're going to get antsy. They're going to pull the trigger. If the Chiefs die here, it's pretty much game over.
They send people back.
Wow. I'm shocked.
Yeah, they're looking to try and take Swiffer down. He might be able to just teleport his way to safety, but will be
Nah,
dangerous.
he can't teleport. There's the Rek'Sai. He knows it.
He has to turn. He has to fight.
He's level 17 to the 13 here, but doing a lot of damage. There's the knock-up. Uses the Zhonya's, but G4 does have the extra armor penetration. Swiffer looking to try and get the 1-for-1 kill, but he gets exhausted. Pale Cascade's not enough, and the Bangkok Titans, they get the split push.
But once again, that's so much burn. Radiant actually looking at Warlock. He gets the ultimate out. Lanes reset. Chiefs get the look in one more time.
That's the big thing. It's that Swiffer, yes, he went down, but he bought time. He bought breathing room for the Chiefs right now because the Baron has now fallen off.
Baron gone. Dragon number 4 is going to be up. The Chiefs have 6 minutes in this game because of Dragon number 5.
I'm shocked that the Bangkok Titans backed off.
Yeah, so am I. But he got so much damage done in the bottom turret. You can see they're pinging it out one more time. Maybe they just run a suicide split push Diana.
Could be an option.
If they do so, they need to time it on that 5th Dragon window, try to tie up the Bangkok Titans' attention long enough so that their team can secure the Dragon and continue to deny that 5th Dragon power spike.
I actually think they do it around the Baron. They just go for broke for it. Get a lot of vision on the Baron, throw the Lulu and the Diana in the bottom lane, and see if you can just hit one super hard.
Completely agree, but it's just about using this Diana as pretty much a pseudo pressure point.
Yeah.
Something shiny. Look, over here, squirrel.
Yeah.
Glorified cannon creep.
Doug.
I hid under the porch because I love you.
Oh my goodness. Lloyd almost has that Bloodthirster completed now to make him that 4-item Lucian that is very, very frightening.
Raid is actually quite close to Lloyd, however, as this game has progressed.
Yeah, caught up in farm too.
Yeah, the support Vayne not doing too bad.
Needs level 16, so does Swiper. Just for Vayne needs it for the attack damage on the ultimate. That little bit of a bonus.
You get a free BF sword when she's an ultimate.
And Swiper needs it because it's just so important for a Lulu to be able to augment everything the Vayne wants to do at this point. And that's why the Vayne might come up trumps. If this game goes for any longer, all that health that's being built, the Thornmails, they start to mean less and less to a Vayne. They mean a lot to a Jinx. But right now, Radiant, if he gets left alone with them, doesn't really mind.
Being said, G4 still exists, and he has his Infinity Edge now completed.
He's a monster. As I said, take the carries off the board because right now, Lloyd and G4 are so huge.
Baron going to be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds. So we talked about how a possible win condition or play that the Chiefs can make is that they can trade Swiffer's life for an objective. See if the Bangkok Titans fall for that trick again, though.
The other thing they can do, because they have a slight window where the exhaust is down, is maybe win a 1v1 team fight. G4 versus Swiffer. I actually don't know. G4 does a lot of damage. But if he dodges out of the last breath, certainly is a possibility.
It's a different situation now as well, considering the fact that Swiffer built the Rabbidan's death cap after he died there and grabbed himself an extra blasting wand as well. He actually got a lot of items after that that turret went down.
But the big pickup for me is actually going to be whether... Oh, it's not. I was going to say, if he goes towards a Lich Paint, you know that they're certainly running the cheese.
Let's split.
But 40 seconds until Baron is up. Chiefs have given away 2 already this game. See whether the third one is what finally puts them down for the count. Bangkok Titans in the driver's seat. They've done everything right in this best of 5. The C representative have exploded into this set.
And they all went back to shop. They made sure they were as strong as they possibly can for this Baron that's going to be up in 20 seconds.
Well, look at Swiffer. He's in position on the bottom side of the map, waiting until multiple pressure points are created before he steps forward into his lane. So he's waiting until Swiper and Radier have appeared on the map before he starts pushing forward.
Look at G4.
He's running
That dude's
so
huge.
quickly.
He just went back and bought an outright BT.
What?
He actually doesn't buy ingredients for items. He just waits until he has enough gold to just straight up purchase them.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. And they're sending 2 members one more time towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, G4 able to get in there. Does mean that G4's on the bottom side. Teleport is available from
They
Swiffer,
know.
but Moss makes his way in. Oh my goodness. The exhaust is down. He's trying to wait it out. There's the death sentence. Gets pulled through the wind wall. Flashes over the top. The teleport's in. They're trying to save him, but they're not going to.
Why?
Swiper completed the teleport.
Just commit on the
What
Baron.
the heck was going on there?
You have a 4v3. You have a Baron. You have anything you want, but they go for it. And now 007X going to chase him to the end of the earth. 40-second death timers. Bangkok Titans looking really clutch right now.
A complete misstep from the Chiefs there with that teleport. That pretty much guarantees a free Baron.
Or
The
an inhibitor.
only
Both.
hope that the Chiefs have is on a steal here.
Well, Spook's looking to go for another one. Oh, he's not going to get it. Flashes in, repels up but there is nowhere to go. Spooks is going to fall one more time.
And at the same time, G4 just 2v1.
He's trying to, just stabs Radier in the cheek.
And they've teleported into the base. Bangkok Titans with a Baron buff now.
The C representatives have just manhandled the Chiefs in this last game. They came out swinging in the first series with a 26-minute victory. In the second game, just as handily. Third game, the Chiefs finally got their foot back in, but the Bangkok Titans, their final form revealed. Macro strategy, micro ceiling, and patience finally from them.
Yeah, Swiffer fell down to Lloyd there as well as 2 inhibitors have now been broken. The Nexus turret's under fire. G4 doing so much work. Swiper just gets eliminated. Able to use that Wildcard, so he's actually alive for now, but Nexus turret's under fire. The Bangkok Titans, they're going to be going to Worlds. And after a 2-3 performance in the group stage, this team coming back with their bloodthirsty style, doing beautiful things around the rift. Radier gets hooked one more time. G4 is dominating. They'll take down the Nexus. 3-1 victory for the Bangkok Titans. And man, they are proving that they definitely deserve a spot. And look, what they wanted to say was that, we deserve to be in one of these power regions. We deserve to be one of the teams that deserves a spot straight into Worlds. And look, this is how they're going to go about doing it.
And what a story for the Bangkok Titans, one of the oldest teams from the LMS GPL mashup that we used to have. They were one of the bottom teams, 20 roster changes they've been through.
That's the thing.
3 seasons.
From 2012 to 2015, the Bangkok Titans, like you said, have had 20-plus roster rotations. They've been in every single slot through the GPL, from last place and first place, and now as world representatives for the C region, trying to prove that they deserve to be there.
And they have some of the scariest carries that you can imagine. Lloyd and G4 have to hit them again. They showed up from game 1 through to game 4. Even when they lost a game, those guys still looked great. And honestly, if they are able to get their kind of team comp together, these mid-range AD carries, the assassin play, they just look so dangerous.
Yeah, and the thing about it is the fact that a lot of the teams that they're going to be facing in Worlds haven't dealt with assassins for months. Hasn't been this kind of play. G4 is able to pick up the likes of, Aurelia in the mid lane and Zeds, and it's just ridiculous. And we'll see how the rest of these teams cope against this wildcard team. Honestly, look, I have a feeling they'll probably be able to figure it out, but man, the Bangkok Titans are definitely exciting to watch.
They show up on the world stage, you're like, control mages? Who needs a control mage?
Yeah, what is one of those? But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to the end of the night. Thank you so much for watching, and a huge congratulations to the Bangkok Titans. On behalf of myself, Spawn, and Frosker, who manned the desk with me, and Rusty and Pastry Time out in the war room, plus our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.